Chapter 26, The Wolves are using their tricks. Player number 4 please speak. Player number 5 will check and kill, and the badge flow 11 and 7 will be tested. The first thing he did was to check and kill, and the good guys immediately became excited. Although they didn't know if 4 was a prophet, as long as there was a check and kill, it would be exciting. And maybe the one who was found and killed was Lang Mei. Many people on this board think that Lang Mei likes to rush to get tickets under the police. Anyway, he is not afraid of being poisoned or pushed. After all, he can take a good person away when he dies. But one thing is certain, the longer Wolf Beauty lives, the greater the threat she poses to good people. Because at the end, the god cards have all jumped out or have been almost used up, so as long as Lang Mei is eliminated, she will basically take away a god. Therefore, from the perspective of maximizing profits, Lang Mei should live one more day if possible and not be too arrogant. Especially don't act like I'm a beautiful wolf and you all should show off to me. I didn't have much experience in checking out player number 5. We didn't know each other, so I just checked out the players around me. I was lucky enough to get a lot of wolf hair from No 5. The key is that he is still under the police, and he might be Wolf Beauty. If possible, I hope the knight will poke player No 5. First, poke 5 to ensure you don't get killed. Secondly, you have a chance to kill Lang Mei. If 5 is really Lang Mei, you will make a fortune. I know, because this board often has wolves checking and killing wolves, tricking knights into poking wolf teammates to increase their own profit status, or getting poked themselves to increase their status as wolf teammates. As a result, good people tend to overthink when they hear about checking and killing. But I will never meet with player 5. If I want to play this kind of trick on him, I will definitely ask him to go to the police. If he accepts the investigation under the police, he will have to give a vote to the prophet, which increases the probability of the prophet getting the police badge. So why not go to the police to accept this investigation? So, the fact that he's here means we're not on the same side. You don't have to be too suspicious and think that I'm selling out my teammates to elevate my status by talking to the knight to poke player No 5. Player number 4 talked as if it were a real story, but in Ren Fan's eyes, no matter how well he talked, he couldn't escape the word wolf. As for whether 4 and 5 are 2 wolves, it depends on what player number 5 says under the warning. 4 said that he and 5 were definitely not wolves, so they killed and beat wolves with sticks. This might be true, but it might also be a lie. A werewolf cannot spit out ivory, so only your own judgment is reliable. Oh, by the way, let me briefly explain why my badge flow is 11 and 7. There are 4 people under the police, 3, 5, 6, and 11. They may open 1 wolf or 2 wolves. 5 is to check and kill, so I will check 11 again. If it is gold and water, 3 and 6 will decide whether to attack them based on their comments. But if it turns out that 11 is also a wolf, 3 and 6 can be released. I don't believe that 3 wolves can be released under this police. This is one of the purposes of my checking out player number 11, and the second purpose is to put some pressure on number 11 and make him vote for me. Player number 5 is a wolf. He is under the police. I have 1 vote less naturally, so I need to canvass votes to balance this disadvantage. Player number 11 is the chosen one. If I use the police badge flow to hit him, I will definitely vote for him. If number 11 votes for the bandit under the pressure of the police badge flow, I will directly mark him as a wolf. There is no room for error. As for 3 and 6, it all depends on the vote pattern. Let's put it this way, as long as they both vote for me, I will protect them for 2 rounds, and then consider whether they vote for me on the 3rd day. Whether there is a problem of back-twisting, I will treat them as good people in the first 2 days. I think I, as a prophet, am qualified to say this, and I will keep my word. It all depends on whether they are willing to vote for me and whether they want this opportunity to be a good person. It is obvious that player 4's speech was intended to canvass for votes. Warning to the 4 people, no matter whether player number 5 is a wolf or a good guy, his vote will always be on Ren Fan. Abandoning the vote or voting for player number 4 is equivalent to admitting that he is a wolf. It's like Ren Fan got 1 vote at the minimum without saying a word. There are still 3 people left in the external positions, 3, 6, and 11. As long as he can get 1 vote, there will be a tie for PK. If he could get 2 votes, he could get the police badge directly, which was indeed Ren Fan's advantage. However, since player number 4 chose to give the police a chance to check and kill, he must bear the consequences. But this guy is very smart. He knows how to use the police badge to force the vote of player number 11. In this way, it basically depends on the choices of 3 and 6. If the 2 of them have a good understanding of each other, they can each vote for a prophet, so that there will be a tie in the votes. Otherwise, one of them will get the police badge directly. Player 7 was the first to speak, saying that the police were here to comment on the prophet, but in fact they were talking to the knights and the good guys. But this is normal. He can't comment on anything in his first speech. He can only talk about some trivial things. I don't quite agree with his views and ideas. It's true that the knight card is used to restrain Wolf Mei, but why does this board say that the good guys have an advantage? It's because the knight can correct the perspective. If the knight doesn't want to take the right angle, but insists on poking Wolf Beauty, this is a bit too much. Whether it's taking the right angle or poking Wolf Beauty to chase more rounds, it's essentially expanding the advantage of the good guys, right? So in a situation where most people need a positive perspective, the knight should poke where he needs to poke, and not just think about Wolf Beauty all the time. Anyway, my suggestion is that the knight poke player number 5 today. If you're lucky, 5 will be Wolf Beauty. Player No 7's comments gave me the feeling that he wanted to trick the knights into not poking people on the first day and not giving the good guys a correct perspective. This mentality is a bit bad. Of course, it's possible that I'm overthinking it, but I don't have a better choice right now, so the second police badge flow will be played on player number 7. The police will probably change it, so let's do it this way for now. Okay, that's all I want to say about the police. I'll emphasize it again in case some people forget it. Player 5 flips the card to check, and the badge flow 11 and 7 are verified. That's it, we passed. Player number 2 please speak. Well, the chat was okay. At least I didn't hear any obvious explosive points from player 4, and the 5 checks he made on the police were quite powerful. I don't care what others think. Anyway, the principle I always follow is that the power of checking and killing is always stronger than that of gold and water. Player number 4 threw a check to player number 5, so I had a good impression of him. I hope he is a prophet, but I need to listen to his speeches to find out if he is a prophet. Player number 2 is still quite cautious. He does have a favorable impression of what player number 4 said. After all, he has the power to check and kill. But even if he has a favorable impression, he cannot directly recognize that player number 4 is a prophet. After all, I haven't heard the speech of the late prophet, nor have I heard the expression of player number 5. Everything is unknown. It's okay to express a slight opinion, but we will have to wait and see how to stand on the side. Player number 7 in the first position said that if the knight can avoid poking, then don't do it. It's better to save the skills for Wolf Beauty. It's easy to talk, is it that easy to find a Wolf Beauty? If the knight doesn't turn over the card, he probably won't even charge, but just hide and play the hook. If he can't afford to provoke him, can't he just hide from him? When a wolf completely disregards the benefits of the wolf group in order to survive, it is difficult to find him out logically, because the other party is no longer playing by the rules. Rather than taking the risk of poking Langmei, it's better to play it safe and poke between the two prophets. It's much easier to poke the prophet. Even with your eyes closed, there's a 50% chance of poking the wolf, not to mention after listening to the speech. So, my idea is completely different from that of player number 7. I strongly suggest that the Cavaliers should take a positive view today and not give the wolves any chance to exploit loopholes. As long as the good guys are on the right side, it will be much easier to find the wolves. Even if they have barbs, they won't be able to survive for long. After all, there are guards. If the prophet also has a police badge in his hand, and the guards protect him for one night, that means a minimum of 2 days of inspection. The wolves will have almost no room to survive. If the good guys were on the wrong side from the beginning, after the knight corrected his view, everyone could have stood back in time. It's not too late to make amends. But if the knight doesn't come out, the good guys will probably continue to make mistakes. This is the advantage of the good guys on this board. What we need to do is to make use of this advantage instead of losing sight of the main goal. Player number 7 kept saying that the knight didn't have to come out. I thought he was a knight and wanted to save his skills to attack Wolf Beauty, but he emphasized at the end that he was not a knight. Good people, please don't misunderstand me, otherwise he would have become a bandit. On the bright side, player 7 wants the knight to poke Wolfmei and chase her for a few more rounds. But on the negative side, he might just be trying to lead the knight to not give the good guy a proper look. The so-called poke Wolfmei is just a tempting bait. Player number 4 also thought of this and used the police badge on player 7. This is the most similar thing about him to a prophet, besides the fact that he threw a check on player 5. The two should be the status of civilians and below. Ren Fan thought secretly in his heart. When playing this board, ordinary players really hope that the knight can turn over the card to see the right angle, so that he won't be on the wrong side, but generally, the god cards don't care. The witch has her own unique perspective. She holds a bottle of poison in her hand and loves no one. Although the guard has no perspective like ordinary people, he is a god after all, so he has confidence and his mentality is completely different from that of ordinary people. At least there will be no strong demand for the knight to turn over the card and face the camera, so Ren Fan defines the identity of player number 2 as civilian or below. He insisted that the knight poke among the prophets, maybe it was Wolf Beauty. For the wolves, they are not afraid of the tough wolf being stabbed, because they have to be mentally prepared for this when they come out to tough. But it is different for Wolfmei. Will he think that he will be stabbed by the knight? If the knight doesn't come—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Out, it will be a huge deterrent to Langmei psychologically. If the knight doesn't turn over the cards for a day, Langmei will be in a panic all day, fearing that she will be poked. Player number 2 wants the knight to turn over the cards so quickly. Maybe he is Wolfmei or the little wolf helping Wolfmei to say what she wants to say. There are 4 people under the police. I think there is a high probability that 2 wolves will appear. There are more people who play the game in reverse. It is a good choice for the wolf to stay under the police and vote for the prophet to gain an identity. So, there may be more than 1 wolf under the police. I personally think there is a high possibility of 2 wolves. On the police, I will stand on the side of player number 4. After all, he is the only one who jumped. Whether the police will change his mind or not, we will see when the time comes. That's it. It's passed? Player number 1 please speak. Salted fish, player 2, this is a typical salty fish mentality. What do you mean the advantage of the good guys on this board is that the knight can see straight? Is this an advantage? It would be fine if the knight could stab the wolf. No matter what, we won't fall behind in the round, but we can't say we're making a profit. After all, Lang Mei's skill means that the wolf team has one more round, which is equivalent to having 5 wolves in this game. If the knight can poke Lang Mei, then this card can be used to its full potential. Poking a tough wolf is indeed a bit of a waste of talent. The most important thing is, what if the knight gets himself killed? In that case, the good guys will be behind in their turn. You said that a thing with both advantages and disadvantages has only advantages and no disadvantages. I don't know what you are thinking. You don't understand this board deeply enough. I think what player number 7 said is very good. The cavaliers should choose whether to flip the card and take a straight view according to the specific situation on the court. If I were a knight, and most of the good guys were on the same side as me, I wouldn't flip the cards, and just push the guy I thought was a tough wolf out of the game. This is also a warning to the prognosticators. Don't think that the cavaliers have a backup plan for this board. Everyone has different ideas. We are not robots and will not follow the established procedures. There are knights who like to poke people in the right perspective, and there are naturally knights who don't like to poke people in the right perspective. No one should say that anyone has a problem with their playing. They just consider the problem from different perspectives. Player 1's idea about whether the knight should turn over the card to face the opponent is similar to that of player 7. Player 2 and player 4 have the same opinion. This is the diversity of species. The same board, the same identity cards, but different people playing will lead to different outcomes. Even a civilian can change the course of the game. As player 1 said, everyone has their own understanding and ideas. There is no right or wrong, especially in a specific game. Player number 4 threw a check to the police's 5, and told the knight to poke 5, maybe 5 is wolf beauty. When I heard this, an idea popped into my mind. 4 and 5 double wolves hit the board. 5 is the bait put out by the wolves. It depends on whether the knights will take the bait. If the knight kills player 5, the good guys can get wolves 4 and 5 to check and kill the wolves, but in the end they will probably still side with player 4, or most people will side with him, and this is the benefit of player 4. On the contrary, if the knight kills player 4, then player 5's identity will be established. The good guys can still use player 4 and player 5 to check and kill the wolf, but when can they push it to player 5? Unless his speech is so bad that he can't even do his job, then it's something beyond logic. I think the knights should either not poke, or poke in the profit. Compared to the reverse gold being the wolf, I am more afraid that the good guys are on the side of the wolf. As for the police badge style played by player number 4, I can only say it was just average. The police officer checked a person who canvassed for votes, and the police officer checked a person who spoke. There was nothing special about it. And I don't think that player number 7 is a wolf. He is the leader of the wolf and he is talking about this? It's unlikely. Is he afraid that the knight won't notice him? 7 should be a good guy, at least judging from his statements during the police interview. He doesn't seem like a wolf. I'm not sure about player 2. I don't recognize him, but I don't want to call him a wolf. Just listen to him. There's no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities and time to talk later. Of course, I suspect that 4 and 5 might be double wolves hitting the board, but that doesn't mean I won't stand on his side. After all, what I just said was just a fleeting thought in my mind. Whether I am overthinking or I have completely guessed the wolves' tactics, it all depends on how the prophet in the back position talks. Okay, that's all I want to say on the police. You're a good guy, and I don't want to take sides for now. That's it, it's over. Player number 12 please speak. Brothers, don't be lost. The prophet is here. Player number 10 who was tested last night, furry and warm, a little werewolf, badge flow 6, 2, let's test it. Okay, Ren Fan frowned. 12 at this time, if a prophet jumps out from this position to be checked by the police, it is definitely not an identity fraud. Only a good person must be stupid to jump out to fake this identity, so he can only be a brave one. So, player number 4 should be faking his identity, and the check on 5 was wrong. 12 knew that 4 was not the prophet, and the real prophet was behind the alarm, so he checked on 10. At present, only this logic is more in line with common sense and actual conditions. Although it's a bit far-fetched for player number 5 to be sent to the police to check his identity, there's nothing we can do but think this way. You can't have 5 or 12 pairs of wolf arhits jumping, right? Ren Fan changed his mind and thought, how could it be impossible? As for the Cavaliers board, as long as the wolves play well enough, they can really make a double wolf jump. The advantage of doing this is that even if the knight pokes the wolf, he still cannot correct his vision. If the perspective is not correct, the value of the knight card will be greatly reduced in the eyes of good people. Unless the knight can poke the prophet, but if he pokes the prophet he will kill himself. What a huge loss. I like to check every other position when I use the prophet. I'm playing a dragon locking game, so I checked 10 and not 11. I hope no one will use this to attack me. Now we know that player 10 is checking and killing, so player 11 will most likely release him. In addition, player 4 used the first badge flow on player 11. Judging from his attitude, he is obviously canvassing for votes. Player 4 and player 11 will not meet, and player 11 is a good person. Player number 5 is a reverse gold. Although the possibility of 4th and 5th double wolves hitting the board cannot be ruled out, I can't do this on the police. After all, it is a small probability situation. If the logic is correct, 5 can be recognized. Of course, if the number 5 player's performance is not up to standard, or if there are problems or explosive points, don't blame me for playing 4 or 5 double wolves. Whether you can wear this good guy's clothes or not, player number 5, depends on whether you can fight hard enough. I can't protect you, even if you are reverse gold, understand? After a pause, player 12 said, the first badge flow hits player 6 in order to determine the situation. Player number 5 is a reverse gold, and under the police, the possibility of 4 and 5 making a double wolf is relatively small, so the police will recognize him first. I just said that 4 and 11 are unlikely to meet. 11 is probably a good person. In this way, if the police still open the wolf, it will be between 3 and 6. I will check 6. If it is gold and water, then player 3 will have to enter the wolf pit. The 4 wolves and police cannot be played for the time being. If it turns out that 6 is a check, player 3 can put it aside temporarily, but he still has to listen to the speech and logic to decide which side to take, because it is possible that 4 will dare to give 5 a check if he is under the warning of 2 wolves. Player number 6, you have entered my first badge stream. I hope you can vote for me. If you go to vote for player number 4 despite the pressure of the badge stream, I can only treat you like a charging wolf. The bottom line I can accept is a tie with player number 4. Of course, it would be better if I could get the police badge directly. Then it depends on whether players number 3 and number 11 can give me enough support. Player no 12's tough speech was good. His definition of the situation under the police and his dialogue with the players under the police were in line with the expectations of most good people. For example, by analyzing the police badge flow of player number 4, he temporarily recognized 11. For example, he said 5 is reverse gold, but he does not rule out the possibility of double wolves at 4 and 5, and he has to listen to the water at 5. These are the perspective and mentality of the prophet. In fact, using the wolf as a tough guy is the same as using the prophet to speak. As long as there are no low-level mistakes, it is difficult for the good guys to stand on the right side through 1 or 2 rounds of speeches. The second badge flow was applied to player 2 because I was unsure of his identity. But judging from his speech, he seems to want to side with 4, and he said that the intensity of the investigation and killing will always be greater than that of Jinshui. I don't agree with this statement. Luckily, I checked and killed player number 10 last night, so I'm not any weaker than player number 4 in terms of checking people's information. But what if I checked for gold and water? According to player 2's theory, am I a wolf in disguise? Maybe I am a dark person. I feel like player 2 is talking like this to set the stage for player 4 to stand by. As long as I don't kill the wolf, I'm afraid the direction of the warning will be to stand by player 4. The dialogue knight is here to poke me. To put it simply, player 2 has some bandit aspects in my opinion, but his comments on the police station alone cannot define him as a wolf, so I put him in the second police badge stream. 145414. Unless he is deliberately disguising himself to win the favor of the prophet in the back position, then it is not my job to deal with him. I will just watch how he talks and decide which side he will take. As for player number 7, he could have stood up to talk to the knight without poking him, and could have saved his skills to find Lang Mei. This is a matter of opinion, there is no right or wrong. I define 7's identity as X, neither good nor bad. It depends on how he talks to the police and which side he takes. Now we can be sure that 4 and 10 are both wolves. 4 can come out to play, which means he is a little wolf, so 10 is likely to be a beautiful wolf. But whether to poke 10 and take a chance that he is a wolf beauty, or to be safe and poke player 4, it all depends on the knight himself. I can only say that if you poke me, you will die. Don't blame me for not warning you when the time comes. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Wearing night clothes and getting a police badge. Player number 10 please speak. Throw a check at me, brother. How dare you? I can only say that you have hit a wall. But I can't possibly give you my identity. Let's fight over this board. If I have the thought of giving you my identity while the knight is here, I lose. Player number 10 spoke with great momentum. He stood up and said that player number 12 had hit a wall, but he was unwilling to reveal his identity. If this was done on any other board, they would definitely be rejected, but this is the way it is on a board with knights. It is right to take a photo of your identity when you are being attacked, but if there is a knight who can give you a straight view, there is no need to take a photo of your identity. It is even unnecessary to take a photo of your identity, just show your ability. If the superficiality is recognized, the knight will naturally poke the tough wolf. If the superficiality is not recognized, the knight can only risk his life to make you wear good clothes. The purpose of not taking photos of identities is to prevent the wolf team from revealing identities. Whether it is a civilian, a god card, or especially a guard, their identities must never be revealed. Let's talk about the explosive point of player number 12. First of all, he threw a check to me because he saw his wolf teammates took the check. In this case, if he didn't throw a check to me, player number 5 would probably be directly pushed. The knights will wait until the next day to turn over the cards and see the right perspective. If one of them turns over the cards at night, the other will be buried with him. This will make the wolves very uncomfortable. It's not good to keep the prophet, but it's also not good to get rid of the knife. So throwing gold water is not a good idea. As long as he throws gold water, player 5 will have to take the fight, but he can't throw a check to player 11, because player 4's badge flow means that player 4 and 11 will not meet. There's nothing I can do. 12 can only make up an excuse that he likes playing the dragon locking game to check and kill me. Yes, this must be the reason why 12 threw the check at me. Secondly, the police badge flow played by 12 is obviously problematic. I won't say anything about the 6th player, it's a standard path, but the 2nd player exploded the bandit. Although 2 tends to side with 4, his logic is completely in line with the mentality and perspective of the good guy. We can't just play 4 and 2 as double wolves just because he tends to side with player 4, right? What's more, there are only 4 prophets in the front position, and they are still chatting well. In this case, does it mean that 2 is a tough jump to fight 4? Of course, this is not the point. The point is that 2 carefully analyzed the benefits of the knight's first day of flipping the card. If he was wolf, would he talk like this? The wolves want to fish in troubled waters. They are so happy that the cavaliers don't come out to correct their views. How could they talk so much about the cavaliers lying low and not turning over the cards, and have to poke the wolves at risk? Just as he said, if we are poking at the 2 prophets, as long as we can pick the right one, the wolf, and the prophet has a police badge, the good guys will win this game, because if we test the person every 2 days, the wolf team will not have any room to survive. I say this to tell good people that there is something wrong with the mentality of player number 12. If he were a prophet, he wouldn't think that player number 2 tends to side with player number 4 and that player no might be a wolf. He would think that 2 is the right person to have a preference for identity. After all, 2's speaking mentality is not enough to use the wolf card when analyzing whether the knight should poke someone. But he said that 2 has a gangster side, which is the perspective that only a tough guy would have. I hope the good guys can listen to the logic of my speech, especially the knights. They must recognize me and stand on the right side. If you don't poke 5 or 12, it will be difficult for the good guys to win this game. The one who looks more like a wolf in the front position is player 1. He said he would not stand by, but what happened? As we were chatting, 4 or 5 pairs of wolves appeared. Does this mean he will not stand by? His butt is almost sitting on player 12's legs, and he still won't stand by. I feel like player 1 is just setting the pace. Even if the knight pokes player 5 as a wolf, player 1 can still say that this is the wolf team's routine. So, if the knight wants to poke someone, poke player number 12 and leave him speechless. I can't define player number 7 as a good guy or a wolf for now. Although I think the knight should come out to flip the cards and correct the perspective, everyone has different ideas. I can't call him a wolf just because of this disagreement, right? In the final analysis, he didn't have much logical output on the alert. He just expressed his opinion on the knight's turn. Based on such remarks alone, it is impossible to judge whether he is a good guy or a wolf. Police, let's see how player number 7 stands. I suggest that player number 4 change the police badge flow and go check 1 tonight. That's it passed. Player number 9 please speak. Now it's going to be lively. 2 prophets and 2 checks. It depends on whether the knight can make the final decision with 1 move. My advice is don't be greedy. The knights should not always think about poking wolf may. It's better to be steady and start between 4 and 12. If I were a knight, I would poke player number 12. He threw a check to the 10th player after the police. He had 2 purposes, one was to reveal his identity, and the other was to establish his identity. To be honest, I prefer the 10 and 12 duo. Player 12 will sacrifice his life for the identity of player 10. If player number 5 is checked and killed again, it means he has sold another good guy card. Once the knight stands on the opposite side, the wolves will collapse, and then the wolves' teammates in the outside position will not be able to hook even if they want to. But think about it the other way around. If we take this opportunity to check and kill the wolf teammate to make him an identity, wouldn't that send the wolf teammate to the good team? Even if 12 is killed by the knight, as long as the good guys don't play 10 and 12 as double wolves, it will be fine. Normally speaking, it is indeed difficult to get a double wolf at 10 or 12, after all, 5 has been checked and killed. The good players will subconsciously think that 12 is checking and killing 10, in order to send a good player to the anti-push position to compete with player 5, and to check and kill equally. In this case, who would bet on the 10th or 12th pair of wolves? Even if they were, it would be hard to actually vote for the 10th player. And the reason why I thought of this is because 12 passed 11 and threw a check to 10. The purpose was too strong. I like to think too much, so I couldn't help but talk about this possibility. After player number 9 talked like this, the people in the outside position knew that he was on the side of player number 4. Otherwise, he would not have played the double wolves at 10 and 12. Judging from 9's remarks, he has given a lot of thought and his starting point is good. He is afraid that player number 12 will take an unhealthy approach and risk his life for his teammates. However, this time 9 is definitely worrying too much. In Ren Fan's eyes, 10 and 12 cannot form a double wolf. Player number 12 threw a check to 10 with a strong purpose. What 9 said was correct, but he was going in the wrong direction. The check of 12 is probably aimed at the prophet. If 4 does not retreat, it will be a double wolves jumping, a tricky routine. If 4 retreats, it means that the check of 5 is wrong, and 12 knows that the prophet is in the back position. As for sides, I'm sure you've heard that I'm more inclined to side with player no 4. Although both 4 and 12 are checking and killing, it seems that there is no difference, but in fact there is a big difference. Player 4 is in a high position and checks and kills the person under the police. It is more like a prophet than 12 who checks and kills the person on the police. If he were a wolf, he could have thrown a check to the police and fought the prophet. However, throwing a check to the people under the police would only give the prophet an extra badge ticket for nothing, which would be extremely disadvantageous to the wolf. A police badge ticket may determine who gets the badge. If the wolf team can't get the badge, the wolf team will be in trouble. From this perspective, the fourth player coming out to attack the police's 5-drop check is not in line with the wolves' benefits. To put it bluntly, it is not cost-effective. And 12 threw a check to 10, with a strong purpose. Either 10 and 12 were double wolves, or they wanted to force 10 to reveal his identity. If 10 was a god, they might have double exploded and swallowed the police badge. Then the two of them played the police badge style, and number 4 player 11 and 7 tested it smoothly. I think there is nothing wrong with it. If I were him, I would also play the police badge style like this. On the other hand, the results of player 12, 6 and 2 are not so good. As for the reason, player 10 has already talked about it. Although I suspect that player may 10th be a wolf, I still agree with some of his comments. If it weren't for his good logic, I would have played 10 or 12 double wolves. It's definitely not as simple as just mentioning it. When the police came to me, player 8 hadn't spoken yet. If we follow the pattern of 3 wolves in the police, I think the margin of error is with player 1, 7, and 12. Player 1's speech was full of arrogance. There was only one person in front of him who jumped into the prophet position, and they chatted well. The police's check was also powerful. Such a statement deserves an 1-point score. As a good person who closes his eyes, player 4 not only did not stand with player 4, but was secretly leading the rhythm of the game with 5 or double wolves. His heart is despicable and his actions are sinister. Although player 2 cannot let it go completely, he still made a good speech. I cannot discuss it for the time being. If the police only open 2 wolves, it should be 1 and 12. The margin of error is still on player no 10. Of course, this is just my temporary idea, and it may not be correct. After all, there is still player number 8 in the back position who has not yet talked to me. Maybe I will mark him as a wolf as soon as he opens his mouth. I won't comment on the police officers casually. Whether they join someone's police badge flow or not doesn't mean anything. After all, there are too many tough guys who use the police badge flow as their identity. It's more reliable to listen to their personal opinions. Player number 8, you have to talk well in the last position. So many eyes are on you. If you don't talk well, you will be put in the wolf's pit. That's it. Pass. Player number 8, please speak. 4 and 12 are the prophets, right? No matter which one of them is real and which one is fake, just give me the badge, because I am a knight. Ren Fan has now determined that 4 and 12 are double wolf arhat jumps, and their purpose is to muddy the waters so that the knights can't see straight even when they flip the cards. Unless the knight pokes the prophet, in this case, he would be taking his own life and taking the good guy's turn, which would be a huge loss. Since he knew what the wolves wanted to do, he did the opposite and stopped playing the prophet. Didn't 4 and 12 like to wear prophet clothes? Let them fight. The most important thing is that if Ren Fan jumps to the knight in this position to get the police badge, it is almost certain that he will get it, because the police badge is good for the knight. Assuming he is really a knight, if he pokes a tough wolf, the good guys will have an advantage in both turns and situations. Although the prophet can't play the police badge flow, there are guards, which is enough to ensure that he reports for another day to verify people. If the prophet is stabbed and kills himself, after being eliminated, the police badge can be given to the real prophet. This is equivalent to using one's own life to correct the perspective and keep the police badge. This is the effect of the knight jumping out to get the badge. The current situation is that while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Ren Fan is the fisherman. Since he dares to jump onto the knight, he is naturally not afraid of being stabbed by the knight. Anyway, the knight stabbed him, but he was not the one who died. After the knight died, he took the opportunity to become the prophet, with the police badge in his hand, feeling very happy. The knight thought that he was not a wolf, but just a commoner in clothes, so he would return the vote at the end. Anyway, no matter what happens, he will make a lot of money. I won't say much about the rest. Give me the badge first. I'm afraid the wolf will explode. After I get the badge and listen to the speeches, I will stab him. Of course, I may not stab him. Player number 7 is right. Good guys can't always count on the knight to turn over the cards and get a positive perspective. Don't have this kind of dependence. Just treat it as a normal board logic and stand on the side. Anyway, if I can tell who is the prophet between 4 and 12, I will just return the vote and not flip the cards. I'm telling you guys in advance so you don't blame me for not correcting people's perspectives or something. Let's have the final conversation. 2, 5, 6, 11. I want this police badge. No matter whether you accepted the check or not, whose police badge flow you entered or whose police badge flow you didn't enter, all the police badge votes are cast for me, and those who voted for the alien will be marked as wolves. That's it, I passed. Ren Fan did not comment on the speeches of 4 and 12, nor did he take sides. As a true prophet, he knew that 4 and 12 were both wolves, but he still had to recognize the next one, which made him feel uncomfortable. It would be fine if he didn't jump into the role of knight, he would just pinch his nose to pretend and be the tallest among the short ones, but now he has jumped into the role of knight. He doesn't need to stand aside, he doesn't even need to say a word, he just needs to listen to the speeches and poke people. This is the job of a knight, a tool from a positive perspective. No matter how much you try, it won't be as solid as just one poke. The speech for the sheriff's election is over, players under the police are invited to start voting. As soon as Ren Fan passed the microphone, a prompt box popped up on the player's screen. You have 10 seconds to consider. If you haven't made a choice when the time is up, your vote will be considered abstaining. If it was a 4 or 12-man jump, the people under the police would really have to think twice and not stand on the wrong side, but now it is simple, with the knights coming out to back them up, and they just have to give the police badge to the knights. However, no one would have thought that Ren Fan was not a knight at all. The real knight knew that Ren Fan was a fake, but he could not imagine that Ren Fan was a prophet. It's really cool. He gave the wolf his prophet's clothes and snatched the knight's clothes. He was not afraid of being poked at all. It all depends on whether the knight himself has the awareness and can think of letting anyone wear clothes. If the knight was smart enough to realize that Ren Fan was not a wolf, he would have saved his life. Otherwise, he would probably have killed himself. Soon, the voting results came out. The votes of 3, 5, 6, and 11 were all cast on Ren Fan. He got the police badge as he wished. It is said that it is not easy for a prophet to get a police badge, but looking at Ren Fan, it is almost a sentence. I want a police badge, and those who don't get a ticket will be beaten by wolves. Then all the police officers rushed to vote for him, which could be considered as returning the property to its original owner. After all, the police badge originally belonged to the prophet. Player number 8 becomes sheriff. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Last night on Christmas Eve, the sheriff was asked to choose the order of speaking for this round. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Player number 9 please speak. Brother, let player 7 speak first. After listening to everyone's comments, he must be eager to talk. But you let me speak first. What can I talk about? I've already talked about everything I need to talk about. Player number 9 was speechless, complaining that Ren Fan had chosen a wrong order for speaking. He had just finished chatting on the police station, so what else could he talk about now? He couldn't come up with anything to talk about. Come to think of it, it's no wonder that player number 9 was dissatisfied with the order of speaking chosen by Ren Fan. Normally, he should let player 7 speak first. After all, player 9 just finished talking and the conversation is still heated. There is nothing valuable to say now, but the problem is that it's not normal now. Ren Fan is not a knight, he is a prophet, and last night it was found that player number 6 is Jin Shui, so of course Jin Shui should be allowed to speak at the last position. The most important thing is that this small detail is also the evidence for his later transformation into a prophet. Player number 8, you didn't let me speak first because I warned you that you might start a gangster attack right away, did you? If that's the case, you're really petty. What I want to say is that I am a little suspicious of the 10 and 12 wolves. Player 12 is checking his wolf teammate for his identity. I think the purpose of 12 checking 10 is too strong, like checking people in the daytime. If I'm overthinking, and 10 and 12 are not on the same side, then 10 is the good guy. 12 is checking 10 to find out his identity. If 10 has an identity, he and player 5 will double explode and swallow the badge. If 10 has no identity or doesn't want to take the identity shot, they will just wait for the knight to poke him. And I didn't choose you when I ordered the wolf pit, right? I ordered 1, 7, and 12. I was just joking, saying that you opened the mouth to blast the bandits, so don't take it seriously. If I knew you were a knight, I wouldn't dare to tell you that you were the one who blew up the bandits, right? As for standing on the side, I have already expressed it very clearly on the police. I think 4 is the real prophet. Putting aside the fact that I doubt the double wolves of 10 and 12, the surface water of player 10 is still good. His opinion on the 12 police badge flow is similar to mine. But what can I say about this board? Because there are knights, it is impossible for all wolves to charge. I'm afraid they will use more barbs. So being the opposite of a wolf doesn't necessarily mean you're a good person. It can only be called an identity preference. You can accept it temporarily, but you'll have to go through it again when you want to find a counterattack later. From what they said, 2 and 7 definitely won't meet. If they are teammates with the wolves, there's no need to argue about whether the cavaliers should jump out and turn the cards around to correct the perspective. From the police badge flow played by 12, it seems that player 2 is not on the same side as 12. So, isn't it that player 7 has a bigger bandit side? He can talk to the knight without flipping the card when he is on the police. Maybe he wants to trick the knight into not giving the good guy a straight view. It would be best if he can fool him, but it doesn't matter if he can't. Player 1 and player 7 had similar ideas. They both felt that the knight didn't have to flip the cards to get a straight view. I still remember clearly that he said player 2 had a lazy mindset right away. From this point, it was clear that players 1 and 2 would never meet. If they were teammates, they wouldn't say such things. 2 or 3 wolves will appear among 1, 7, and 12. Player number 10 still has a high margin of error. Don't blame me for always suspecting you, player 10. It's not that your speech was bad or your logic was flawed. You are still reasonable in both aspects. The key is that player 12 threw a check on you, which made me worried about you. Of course, you can also say that I'm a werewolf who sets the pace and wants to tie you and player 12 together to push you out of the game. Well, I completely understand your thoughts, but I still hope you don't think so, because I'm not a wolf. Player number 9 is in a fight with player number 10. From what he said, even if player number 10 is not directly pushed into the wolf pit, he will always be hovering on the edge of the wolf pit. As long as there are not enough vacancies in the pit, he can be used at any time. From a closed-eye perspective, the suspicion of player number 9 is justified. There is a purpose for player number 12 to check and kill player number 10, but who would have thought that player number 12 was going for the profit? In Ren Fan's eyes, 10 and 12 are unlikely to form a double wolf, unless 12 is cunning and cunning. Knowing that the real profit is in the back position and is very likely to fight for it, he refuses to play by the routine and wants to throw a check to his wolf teammates as an identity. If this is the case, we can only say that player number 12 is ruthless and a wolf mite. There are 4 people under the police. I will now order 5 for a wolf. Unless there are only 2 wolves among 1, 7, and 12, and 10 can also be confirmed not to be a wolf, I will consider ordering 2 wolves under the police. Before that, I don't want to define the identities of 3, 6, and 11. Without listening to their speeches, all speculation is meaningless. That's it. I've talked about everything I can think of. Player 8, you are not allowed to hit me because I'm a wolf. You are not allowed to take revenge on me. Over. Player number 10, please speak. Brother, even though you've been beating me all the time and are very hostile to me, I don't think you're a wolf. The reason you suspected me was simply because player number 12 passed player number 11 and threw a check on me. You always felt that he might be setting an identity for me. In this way, even if the knight stabs him, the wolves will not be afraid. After all, my identity has been established. You can play the 12th player to check me for other purposes, but don't fall into a logical circle. You keep thinking about playing the 10th and 12th duo. Think about it from another angle. Is it possible that the 11th and 12th duo are duo? Is it inconvenient for him to define the identity of 11? Or maybe he threw a check on me just to get to know my identity, and wanted to use my words to decide whether or not to double explode and take the badge. If I can't reveal his identity, or if I don't reveal his identity, and his appearance is not good, he will just keep on pretending to be a knight. Maybe the knight will get dizzy and crash into the prophet's arms and die. If I had an identity, like if I were a knight, he would just blow himself up. These possibilities all exist. You can't keep staring at 10 or 12 pairs of wolves. It's a bit crazy. 10910129. On the contrary, he also said that 9 was most likely a good guy, but he was just trapped in a logical circle, always thinking that he and 12 were teammates of the wolf, and 12 gave him an identity. In order to alleviate player No 9's doubts about the relationship between him and number 12, he also proposed a new idea, which is the double wolves of number 11 and number 12. Don't tell me, it makes sense. If there are 2 wolves, player number 11 and player number 12 will have a hard time defining the identity of their wolf teammates. Regardless of whether they are losing gold water or losing a check, they will always put their wolf teammates in the spotlight. There is a possibility that he could just bypass him and send the attack directly to the police behind him. Or maybe 12 just wants to reveal the identity, throw a check and kill on equal terms, and pull a good person to PK with the wolf teammate. In short, player number 10 hopes that good people will not suspect that he and player number 12 are wolf teammates. Such misunderstandings should not occur. They should open their minds more broadly and think about other possibilities. Based on the current situation, I think there are 2 wolves above the police and 2 wolves below the police. No need to say more about 12 being the wolf. 1 of 1 and 7 has to be the wolf. It just so happens that both of them think that the knight can take the right angle without flipping the card. I guess there must be someone trying to take advantage of the situation to lead the pace. Player 2 should not meet 12. Not to mention that his speech is relatively good, just the fact that 12 used the police badge flow on him and he might be the wolf is enough to temporarily recognize 2 as the wolf. Although it is not ruled out that 12 deliberately beat the wolf teammates to gain an identity, this is only the first day, there is no need to have such great malice. I now think that I should open 2 wolves among 1, 7, and 12, and let the others go for now. Player number 5 is under police control. Another wolf will be launched from among 3, 6, and 11. The bandit area of player number 11 is slightly larger. The reason is what I just said. If player number 12 throws a check at me, it could be because of the double wolf of number 11 and no 12. Of course, this is just a guess. It all depends on the comments. If player 11 is chatting well, I will go find the wolf among players 3 and 6. Player number 9, I hope that after listening to my speech, you will recognize me and stop playing the game of 10 or 12 double wolves. If I hear about 10 or 12 pairs of wolves from you tomorrow, I will smash your head. Don't think that I am easy to bully because of my good temper. I just think you are a good person and I don't want to be on the opposite side of you and let the werewolves laugh at me. Finally, have a conversation with the knight. If you are timid, poke player number 12. If he comes out to show off, he must be little wolf. If you are brave, poke player number 5. Maybe number 5 is wolf beauty, then you will make a fortune. What player number 10 meant by making a big profit was that the knight poked the wolf beauty. In this case, as long as the good guys can win, the MVP will be secured. But just poking a little wolf is not certain. It also depends on whether there are good people with better performance in the external position. If there are, he still can't get the MVP. After all, it is basic operation for the knight to poke a tough wolf. If the cavaliers run into the prophet's arms and die, it will depend on whether the wolves are willing to give him the MVP. Player number 11 please speak. Player number 10, I think you really want to touch the wolf. 9 I suspect that you, the 10th and 12th wolves, are playing tricks, but you are trying to focus on me. Why are you still talking about the 11th and 12th wolves? Clean your own water meter first. You said you think player 9 is a good guy, so is it possible that he is a wolf who is leading the pace and tricking the good guys into playing 10 or 12 double wolves? After all, not everyone can play 10 or 12 double wolves. He keeps emphasizing that the 12th player is very purposeful in throwing a check to you. Can this be an excuse? From your perspective, I'm not saying that player 9 is definitely a wolf, but he definitely has some bandit aspects. How can you identify him? How can you say that he is most likely a good person? What logic can support your conversation like this? I can't say for sure who is the prophet between 4 and 12, but player 10, you have a very low status in my eyes. You are most likely a wolf. Oh, by the way, player 10 also said that there was something wrong with player 12's badge flow, and that he shouldn't have checked player 2's. But I think there's nothing wrong with player 12 using the badge flow on player 2, 14514. And player 7 has entered the badge flow of player 4. In this case, what's the problem with player 12 checking player 2? Don't you think this is ridiculous that this can be used as a point to attack him? Anyway, I don't agree with this point in the 10th game. He gave me the feeling that he was just forcing the 12th player and finding fault with him. It can be heard that player number 11 is extremely hostile towards player number 10 and is almost ready to label him as a wolf. First of all, 11 didn't think that player no 10's performance was good. There was something wrong with the badge flow of 10 on the upper plate of 12 police. It was purely a forced attack. Secondly, under the policeman, 10 set the pace and set up 2 wolves 11 and 12, trying to draw the focus to himself, and also recognized player number 9, which further shows that there are problems with 10's mentality and perspective. Unless 10 can play a strong god, such as the witch, otherwise, no matter who is the prophet between 4 and 12, 10 cannot get the good guy card. Before I heard the speech of player 10, I was a prophet of player 4 and player 12, and I was inclined to side with player 4. But after listening to player 10's 2 rounds of speeches, he made me want to side with player 12. If 10 and 12 are 2 wolves, and 12 wants to use this method to give 10 an identity, then I can only say that player 12 has chosen the wrong person. With 10's level of speech, he will not last more than 2 days before he is resisted or poisoned. That is to say, I am not a witch. If I were a witch, I would deliver medicine to 10 at night, close my eyes and never open them again. Don't talk anymore in this game. 121100125. But if 12 is a prophet, 4 and 10 are the 2 wolves, and maybe one of 2 and 7 will be a wolf. If both of them are good people, then the police will find 2 wolves. 910911012. And player 10 is very soft on player 9, not daring to confront him. That means in 9's eyes, player 10 is a good guy, and may have status, so he doesn't dare to fight him. If 9 was his wolf teammate, he would have probably pinned 9 to the ground and hammered him to the opposite side. The wolf pit chosen by player number 11 was very messy and the logic was also very confusing. He seemed to want to play on both sides, but his play was fragmented. Ren Fan felt that the bandit face of 11 was quite large. He alerted 4 people and player number 5 could temporarily accept it. After all, it was a reverse gold. Moreover, the wolf team was unlikely to throw the check and kill on the teammates' faces when they jumped on the board of the double wolf R-hit. Player number 6 has the gold and water that he has tested, so 5 and 6 have both been chosen, and the wolf can only be between 3 and 11 under the warning. In this round, 11 didn't do well in the conversation, but he did hit player 10 quite hard. However, it is unlikely that 10 and 12 can form a double wolf. Therefore, Ren Fan silently marked a wolf for 11, and then listened to how player number 3, who was also under the police, talked. If 3 talks in a benign manner, 11 is definitely a wolf. But if 3 talks more like a wolf than 11, then both of them will fall into the wolf pit together. I want to side with player 12 this round. He plays like a police badge, and I think there's nothing wrong with his perspective and logic. It's just a check for 10, which makes people think that he is a check for equals, but in fact, 12 police have already talked about this issue. He likes to check the dragon game from a different position, which is also normal. Of course, just because I'm on the side of 12 this round doesn't mean I recognize him as a prophet. Don't think I'm charging. To be honest, in this situation, if I touch the wolf, I will definitely hook it. Charging is a waste. After all, the knight is not a decoration. He said he might not flip the card, but the question is, does he really dare not flip the card? If he didn't flip the card, he wouldn't have jumped out to get the badge. Alright, that's all I have to say, officer. I'm a good guy, and I'm on the side of player 12 for now. That's it, we're through. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Brother, do you understand what I mean? Player number 12 please speak. Finally, someone who understands. Isn't the water level on player 10's police enough to blow up the gangsters? He said there was something wrong with my badge flow. I really wanted to laugh. Who should I hit if not 2? Player 1? He just finished talking about 4 and 5 in front of me. It's possible that the wolf was checking and killing the wolf and hitting the board. Good people should be more careful. With this statement, can I say that he and 4 are teammates of the wolves? If I dare to talk like this, the good guys will definitely smash my head. By then, I'm afraid player 1 will completely side with player 4 and won't look back, so I have to accept player 1 for now. Player number 7 has joined the police badge flow of number 4 again, and judging from what number 4 said, he seems to be somewhat hostile to number 7. Regardless of whether he is pretending or not, I will say that it is highly likely that number 4 and number 7 will not meet. Is that okay? 172-24. It's obvious that the water on the 10th player's alert was a strong attack. After this statement came out, can't you tell that he is a wolf? In this round, he even wanted to dirty up the identity of player number 11. He was talking about 11 and 12 being 2 wolves. I didn't dare to define the identity of player number 11, so I threw a check on him. It was really funny. I told you after I reported the test that I like to use the prophet to test the dragon in the alternate position. Why do some people just don't listen? I don't know what to say to you. Player no 12's speech sounded a little anxious, but the more it was like this, the happier Ren Fan was. Because he felt that 12's anxiety was not because the good people could not hear the problem of 10's water meter, but the prophet is gone. Ren Fan estimated that 4 and 12 were already confused. Originally, the routine of 2 wolves jumping and dragging the good guys in the face to check and kill them at the same time was quite promising. Anyway, the good guys in this board will not easily reveal their identities when they receive the check and kill, no matter they are witch guards or civilians, they will just show off and wait for the knight to poke them. In this way, there will be no situation where the inspection and elimination will hit a wall. Unless one is extremely unlucky and the check falls on the knight, otherwise, playing like this will definitely disrupt the situation on the field and make it impossible for the knight to correct his position even if he turns the card over. But after playing the game, I found that the actual situation was completely different from what I imagined. After the police spoke for a while, no one jumped into the role of prophet, leaving the 2 wolves to compete with each other, which was very embarrassing. Ren Fan knew that the wolves were now guessing who the Gaobi prophet was, but he didn't jump. But no matter how Lang guessed, he could not have guessed that the prophet was wearing the knight's clothes, and the knight stabbed him immediately without warning, which showed that the knight still had some brains. Player 4 and 10 are double wolves. Although player 9 is on the wrong side, he should not meet 10 because he has been playing double wolves 12 and 10. So player 9 will just accept it for now. 1 and 7 are still not available, so player 2 is still in the wolf pit. If 2 is not a wolf, there may be 2 wolves under the alarm, or there may be a good person among 1 and 7 who I mistaken for a good person, but now I definitely can't click them into the wolf pit. Player number 11 should be a good person. Judging from the badge flow played by 4, he is most likely not on the wolves. Judging from 11's attitude towards 10 this round, 10 and 11 probably don't know each other, because he is very hostile to 10, and he even said that no matter who is the prophet, 10 can't play the good guy card. How can I beat him because he is a wolf? So, player number 11 accepted it, but I still want to add a little more. I don't rule out the possibility that player number 11 stepped on his teammates to win my favor and make a counterattack. If the speech of 11 is distorted, the logic is wrong or the wolf pit points are not aligned, you can consider playing 10 and 11 double wolves. I can't help it. There are too many wolf cubs trying to get the hook on this board. As a prophet, I must think more. One last word to player 8. Don't poke me. I don't want to see you die in my arms. Player 10's water meter is like this. If you still stand on the wrong side, then I don't know what else to say to you. Pass. Player number 1 please speak. To put it bluntly, this is a multiple choice question for the knights, right? A, B, C, D are the options, 2 of which are correct answers, and there may be bonus points. It all depends on the knight's ability to stand on the side. Player 8, if you really can't make up your mind, just listen to me. Don't flip the cards. Be a knight with dreams. Return the vote between 5 and 10. Wait one night before flipping the cards again. Don't worry about getting stabbed. Rest assured, the guards will protect you. After all, 4 and 12 don't need to be taken care of. If someone gets stabbed, the other one will follow. I think as long as the wolves don't overturn the table, they will definitely not make a move on the prophet's head. This way he can live safely until the next day. After that, you can use your skills to correct the view, and the guards can still guard the prophet at night. This game is a sure win. How about player 8? You can seriously consider my suggestion. Do you understand what I mean? Understand? Ren Fan understands too well. Player number 1 was almost saying that he was a knight, but today he lost the vote between 5 and 10. And the fact that he could say this showed that he recognized Ren Fan, and did not treat Ren Fan like a wolf just because Ren Fan wore his clothes and stole his police badge. Otherwise, he would have used his ID number to get rid of Ren Fan long ago. The most important thing is that since player number 1 asked Ren Fan to return the vote between 5 and 10, it means that he is unlikely to turn over the cards to the right angle today, and he wants to stay hidden. It is no wonder that he supports player 7's point of view. It turns out that he has big ambitions and does not want to be a tool for others. Of course, outsiders could not hear the obscure conversation between player number 1 and Ren Fan. After all, no one would have thought that Ren Fan was not the knight, and player number 1 was the real boss. This is why the words you hear have different meanings depending on your identity perspective. I mentioned to the police that 4 and 5 might be wolves checking and killing wolves and beating them with sticks, but I definitely didn't mean to set the tone. It was purely out of suspicion as a good person. Player number 10 pushed me into a wolf pit in both rounds. I don't have a very good impression of him, especially the fact that he has problems with the 12 badge flow. It's really a strong attack. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't find any reason to play the police badge flow of 12 and 6 in the position of player no 2. From his perspective, I played 4 and 5 double wolves. Even though I just mentioned it casually, it was still done very well, right? And 7 joined 4's badge flow. 4 and 7 didn't meet. What's wrong with him checking on player 2? Player 10 said that player 2's comments were in line with the perspective and mentality of a good person, and player 12 shouldn't check him. Then who should we check? Me? Or player 7? Player 9 warned that 10 and 12 might be 2 wolves. I thought 10 would slam 9 to the ground, but he actually accepted 9. How can this be justified? In 10's eyes, 9 is always trying to set the pace and tie him up with player 12. I'm not saying he's definitely a wolf, but he's a big bandit. Because if you think positively, player 9 is a good person who is too suspicious. I feel that player 12 is too intentional in throwing a check to him over player 11. But if you think negatively, player may 9th be the wolf who is leading the pace. I think there's something wrong with 10 being able to recognize 9. Plus, his badge flow when he forced 12 into a fight is not good. All in all, 10's performance is not up to par. If the surface water of player number 5 is not particularly bad, my suggestion is to go for 10. Of course, I'm not the sheriff, so how to return the ticket depends on player no 8. This sentence is still hinting at Ren Fan, meaning that if there is no big problem with the surface water of 5, you'd better return the ticket to player number 10. He believed that Ren Fan could understand, and if Ren Fangui's vote did not satisfy him, he might do it himself. If we don't play 10 and 12 double wolves, I'm more inclined to side with 12, because 10's water is not good, and there are many bandits. I didn't hear anything explosive in the speech of player 12, and the chat was good. The key is that he recognized me in both rounds of speeches, and I have a good impression of him. If 4 and 10 are double wolves, you can check player number 2 at night. If you find out that he is gold and water, then 2 wolves will appear under the handicap warning. 7947910. So, 12 is the prophet, and 7 and 9 can be put. The police are opening the wolves. Player 11 should not be in the wolves. Players 4 and 11 don't look like they're meeting. Players 10 and 11 don't look like they're meeting either. Player number 5 is a reverse gold, so let's not click on him, and player number 4 is a wolf to check and kill the wolf and hit the board. In this case, 3 and 6 will have to fall into the wolf pit. If things go well, 3 and 6 will only have one wolf. If things go badly, both of them will be wolves. 234610. Of course, provided that I'm not on the wrong side. If 12 isn't a prophet, then all this is just empty talk. Actually, I am only temporarily on the side of player 12. I am still undecided. If player 4 talks better than player 12, I might come back. That's all I want to say in this round, Mr. Police. I'm a good person, so don't hit me. Listen to people's advice and eat your fill. That's it. It's over. Player number 2, please speak. Who else should I hit if not you? You're already on the side of player 12. The policeman has a good rhythm, and the 4th and 5th players are playing double wolves. The policeman is still rubbing 4th on the ground and saying that 10th's water level is not up to standard. Isn't this implying that the good guys, 12, are the prophets? You've already dealt damage to the opponent, so it's not an exaggeration to say that you're a level 12 charge wolf teammate. And you still have the nerve to say that you don't want to be beaten because you're a wolf. Do you have to say that you're a good guy who's on the wrong side? Unless 12 is a prophet, then you 1 and 12 are the twin wolves. Oh no, even if 12 is a prophet, I still suspect that you 1 are playing a back hook. Are you trying to step on your wolf teammates to elevate your own status? Anyway, I think you have a bad mentality. No matter who is the prophet, you have a big advantage in my eyes, especially when you are on the side of 4. You are almost certain to be a wolf. 21412121. But this time, player number 2 really hit a wall. Just these few words from him were enough to make player number 1 beat him up. This is the disadvantage of having no perspective. If he knew that Ren Fan was not a knight, combined with the conversation between 1 and Ren Fan, he would be able to taste the hint. Unfortunately, if you don't have this perspective, you naturally won't think in this direction, and this awareness will be completely absent from your mind. I tend to side with player 4 in the police department, and it's still the same now. Although player 12's speech didn't have any obvious explosive points or problems, neither did player 4. Also, although both are check and kill attacks, their strengths are completely different. 4 is the number 5 player under the high position check and kill warning, and 12 is the number 10 player under the low position check and kill warning. They look like equal check and kill attacks. Anyway, in my opinion, the profit of level 4 is much larger than that of level 12. If he is a tough guy, it would be better to throw the check and kill to the police. Maybe he can even fight and kill the prophet. He threw a check to the police, which was equivalent to giving the prophet a police badge ticket for free. It was not worth it. From this point of view, 4 does not seem to be a tough guy, and 4 and 5 can't be wolves checking and killing wolves. If they are teammates of the wolves, 5 has to go to the police. Can he stay under the police and wait to vote for the prophet? Player number 1 may seem to have simply played 4 or 5 pairs of wolves, but in fact, his intentions were extremely sinister. It was completely impossible, but he insisted on clicking it. Isn't this a suspicion of leading the trend and inducing the good guys to play 4 or 5 pairs of wolves? Listening to player no 2's speech, Ren Fan smiled. This guy is really good. He has already hit 1 once before, and then while chatting, he started hitting 1 again. He really has a special liking for 1. The surface water of player number 10 is not very good, there are some flaws, but this does not mean that he is a wolf. Even if he is a wolf, it may be that the 9th and 10th wolves that player number 12 said stepped on the wolf to gain an identity. 10121121121012. I recognize player number 9. If he is a wolf, it is unlikely that he would start with 10 or 12 wolves. Once such a statement is made, he will become the focus, which is not a good thing for a wolf. If player number 9 is a smart person, he won't do something that is detrimental to himself. It's better for him to keep a low profile when taking the wolf. He can get 10 and 12 wolves in 2 consecutive rounds. Regardless of whether he is right or wrong, he must be a good person. I don't quite agree with the opinions expressed by player 7, but players 1 and 12 both said that player 7 is a good person. I wonder if they would protect their teammates like this, right? 411277. Player 5 is the wolf under the police. If 2 wolves appear under the police, another wolf must appear among 3, 6, and 11. I have only heard the speech of player 11. I haven't heard the speech of players 3 and 6 yet, so I won't define their identities. I will only talk about player 11. If I remember correctly, Police 11 didn't clearly say whose side he was on, but he seems to have discussed both sides. The wolf pit was a mess and the conversation was not very good. And he was particularly hostile to player number 10, even going so far as to kill player number 10. This was a disguised way of raising the prophet number 12. From this point of view, 11 has a side. After all, if you don't play 10 and 12 as duo wolves, beating 10 is equivalent to speaking for 12. 111010111210. Based on his current statements, it's still too early to say whether 11 is a good guy or a wolf. All I can do now is throw a small water bag at him and then listen. After all, there is no harm without comparison. His remarks are somewhat rogue, but the problems with 3 and May 6th be even bigger. After listening to player no 2's speech, Ren Fan silently marked him as a wolf. In fact, the speeches of 2 and 11 are similar. Both of them have a gangster side, and the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. Especially 2, he pushed the knight into the wolf pit and beat him very hard. Although he doesn't know that 1 is a knight, that is not the point. As long as 1's bottom card is a good guy, and he draws a good guy who is a wolf, and he leads 1 madly, it is inevitable that people will doubt his motives, whether he wants to use 1 as a resistance. In addition, from the perspective of pit clearing, if there are only 2 wolves on the police, they can only be 4 and 12. These 2 guys are definitely wolves when they jump into the Luhan position. 2412910. The possibility that 10 and 12 wolves stepped on each other to establish their identities was not true for Ren Fan. He knew that 12 was sent to the police to check and kill, and that he was going to fight the prophet. Given this mentality, it is naturally impossible for 10 to be a wolf teammate with 12. Player number 9 was able to play the double wolves at 10 and 12. Although he played it wrong, his perspective was correct. He had the thinking ability of a good person and figured out that 12 was a purposeful loss of check and kill. So, if 2 is a wolf, only 1 wolf will be opened under the police, and if 2 is not a wolf, 2 wolves will be opened under the police. The wolves are on the brink of collapse. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. The knight being pressed to the ground. Player number 3, please speak. I'm definitely more inclined to side with player 4, because he lost a check to player 5 under the police. If I run to stand on the side of 12, I have to recognize 5. After all, it is unlikely that 4 and 5 will have a double wolf, but the police will definitely have a wolf, so I can only play 6 and 11. 4101111410. In this case, I have to kill player 6. The problem is that I didn't even hear what he said, so how can I kill him? So, from my perspective, I can only recognize 4 as a prophet now. Actually, comparing the speeches of 4 and 12, I think the 2 are similar. They both talked well. Just looking at their speeches, they both have the aspect of a prophet. The key is that player number 12 suffered a loss of check in the late position, and he threw a check to player number 10, which made it too easy for people to think that he was playing the game of losing check on equal terms. This issue has been discussed by more than one person, and it is indeed an important reason why the prophet level of 12 is not as high as that of 4. It was within Ren Fan's expectations that player number 3 would stand on side 4. If he didn't stand on side 4, there would be a problem. Just as player 3 himself said, if he runs to stand beside player 12, he will have to kill player 6. He can't help but use the wolf under the police. But player number 6 was the gold water that Ren Fan had tested last night. So, if 3 stands on the side and 12 plates 6 is a wolf, he will be completely far away, at least in Ren Fan's eyes. 4512101012. Listen carefully, I'm saying don't trade for now. After all, 10 or 12 double wolves are low probability events. Don't think too much about it on the first day. Player number 1 is likely a wolf. The police are secretly asking wolves number 4 and 5 to check and kill the wolves and give them a beating. They are suspected of setting the pace. He's leaning towards player 12 in this round, so the banditry is even bigger. 9101291010. Perhaps I am making some malicious assumptions about player 9's motives, but it is indeed possible. I'll just mention it first and we'll talk about it later. If there are 3 wolves on the police, the probability is 1, 7, and 12, or 9 is a wolf, and 7 is selected. Or, if there are only 2 wolves on the police, 7 and 9 are both selected. No matter how the game goes, player 1 will have to stay in the wolf's den. He has too many bandits to hide from. If the police really follow the 2-wolf plate, player 5 will be the wolf, and then another wolf will be opened between 6 and 11. 101211111211. I think it's best for the knight to poke player 12. Poking player 4 will most likely kill him. Of course, we can also take a big gamble. Player 5 is under the police, and it is very likely that it is Lang Mei. If we can kill Lang Mei, the game is basically settled. As for some people's concerns about the killing of 4 or 5 wolves and the punishment of punishment, to be honest there is really no need to think too much about it. If 4 and 5 are really 2 wolves playing a trick, it would be better for player 5 to go to the police, rather than stay under the police and vote for the prophet. In this round, the knight jumped out to get the badge. What if the knight didn't jump out? Player 5 would have to vote for 12, right? Wouldn't this greatly increase the possibility of 12 getting the badge? Unless the wolves don't realize this, otherwise, whenever there are 2 wolves, player 4 will go to the police. It may be because I stand on the side of player number 4. If I were a knight, I would choose to poke player number 5. Doesn't player number 1 say that knights must have some dreams and can't be indifferent? Poking player number 5 is an indifferent fish with dreams. Listening to the speech of player number 3, Ren Fan curled his lips. Isn't this bandit face coming out? In 3's words, he is urging the knight to poke player 5 and become a knight with some dreams. And in order to dispel the knight's concerns, he used the logic that 4 and 5 could not form a pair of wolves to refute the knight. For such behavior, Ren Fan must label him a wolf. He could hear the abacus even with his eyes closed. Player number 4 please speak. Poke player number 5, knight. Trust me, I won't let you down. At least I won't let you die. If you're lucky, you can really poke Wolf Beauty to death. Do you know why the number 1 player is on the police team and the 5th player is on the pace? He may be my teammate, and we are the wolves. We are the wolves to check and kill the wolves? It's because he is afraid that the knight will poke 5. Giving the knight some eye drops and creating some concerns might discourage him from stabbing player 5. After all, the possibility of the wolf checking and killing the wolf does exist. 15121155. Player number 4 did not take off his clothes and still insisted that he was a prophet. Before that, Ren Fan had thought about taking off his clothes. Although this dress is a little difficult to take off, it is even more uncomfortable to wear. Up to now, the real prophet has not jumped out. The wolf already knows that the prophet has no intention of jumping out today. They played the double wolf R-hit jump game, and the prophet just took advantage of the situation and survived, not caring about his clothes anymore. He was really cruel. This situation was completely unexpected for them, leaving them unprepared and speechless. Although player 10 accepted the attack from the wolf, to be honest, I have the same idea as player 9. I suspect that the 2 of them are using the wolf to gain an identity. The purpose of 12 throwing a check to 10 is very strong, and everyone can feel it, so I can't recognize player 10, and I don't even rule out checking him at night. Player 9's view on 10 and his definition of the relationship between 10 and 12 are almost the same as mine. He can't really hold up the wolf card in my place. Player number 2 must be a good person. He stood by me and behaved well. From the perspective of the co-side relationship, both 1 and 12 are hostile to him, especially player 12, who even used the police badge flow on him, which means that 2 and 12 are unlikely to meet. The most important thing is that he also spoke very well. In this round, he decisively put 1 into the wolf pit, and then talked to the good people about why I am a prophet. He threw a check to 12 at 10, and it was like throwing a check on equal terms. These are all points he did well. 72897110. If both of them are good people, the police will have wolves 1 and 12. In addition to player 5, another wolf will be needed under the police. Player number 3 sounded pretty good when he spoke. It didn't seem like he was forcing me to stand on the side, or to play a hook. Player number 11 has some gangster aspects. It is true that he played both sides, but playing both sides is the same as not taking sides. He seems to be trying to fish in troubled waters and muddle things. His identity is not very good. At least compared to player 3, his status is lower. I haven't heard player SIX's speech yet, so I won't talk about him for now. Although I don't have a police badge now, if player 8 thinks I'm a wolf and stabs me to death, then I will have a police badge, so I'll still play with a police badge. 10-6 is a success. Verifying player number 10 can not only prevent the use of double wolves number 10 and number 12 as identities, eliminate the concerns of good people, but also soft define the identity of player no 11. If 10 is a wolf, then 11 is definitely a good guy, but if 10 is Jinshui, then 11 is very likely to be a bandit. I checked player 6 because I didn't hear him speak. His identity is unknown to me, so I'm a little curious. Let's have one last conversation with the knight. If you're worried that I'm a wolf teammate with player 5, then go and poke player 12. If you want to poke the wolf, then poke player 5. Think about what you should choose. I hope you don't die in my arms. Okay, that's all I want to say about this round. Profit, 5 kills, badge flow 10, 6 smooth verification, that's it, passed. Player number 5 please speak. I won't take pictures of my identity. If you must, I am a civilian. Believe it or not, it's up to you. First of all, I definitely don't know player 4, so don't throw dirty water on me. The police put 1 and 4 double wolves on player number 5. It gave me the feeling that he had ulterior motives. Once he said that, even if the knight killed player number 4, the good guys would still doubt my identity. This is just a lead that I can bring up whenever necessary. And he started by checking and killing wolves with 4 or 5 wolves. In my opinion, this is not a good mentality and he seems to be trying to set the pace. I'm wondering if player 1 is the hook. Plates 4 and 5 could be the double wolves. They've won the favor of the prophet and set the tempo. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's horrible. Knight number 1 is having a really miserable time. He was actually pinned to the ground and rubbed by 2, 3, 4, and 5 people in a row. The key point is that these people were on the opposite side. Fortunately, player number 1 had the sword of judgment in his hand, which allowed him to prove his identity. Otherwise, he might not be able to withstand the master's random punches. After all, once the pace is set, everyone will call you a wolf. Even if there are 1 or 2 sober people, they probably won't dare to jump out and speak for justice, for fear of being accused of salvaging wolf teammates. Player number 5 can play with the 2 wolves 1 and 4, and player number 1 can step on the wolf and use his teammate to hook the ball. This train of thought is quite unique. Let's talk briefly about the explosive point of player 4. The officer's speech was brief, there's not much to discuss, so let's just talk about the officer's speech. He suspected that 10 and 12 might be wolves checking and killing wolves and beating them with sticks. Isn't this a joke that comes out of his mouth? I was already checked, and 12 came out to throw a check on the wolf teammates, and then put his teammates in the focus position. What's the point? I just want 10 to be recognized after the knight corrects the perspective. What are you dreaming about? 4 just threw a check to me, and someone played 4 and 5 double wolves. What does this mean? It means that the good guys are very sensitive to the people who pick up the check. Using this method will not make 10's identity, and it will only make his situation very passive. The so-called 10 or 12 wolves who beat people with sticks to gain recognition are greatly underestimating the logical level and thinking capacity of good people. They will definitely think of this. Because there are many cases of wolves checking and killing wolves on this board, player 10 will be closely watched. If there is any problem with his chat, it will be magnified. So, 10 and 12 can't be twin wolves. You all claim to have good logic, but how come after all the speeches, no one has figured out whether 12 is dirtying 10's identity? If I hadn't received the check from player 4 and had opened the perspective, knowing who was the prophet and who was the wolf, from an objective point of view, I would have given 12 the check to 10 just to taint 10's identity, because he knew that the good guys would definitely suspect that 10 and 12 were both wolves. Player number 9 said on the alert that 12 had purposefully dropped the check. I'm afraid that's exactly what 12 wanted. This is the logic that you, the player number 4, should have figured out. As a result, after a round of speeches, none of the people standing on side 4 thought of this level. They still played 10 or 12 pairs of wolves, and played me as Wolf Beauty. It's really funny. 4 is a prophet, and he followed the trend to predict the 10 and 12 wolves, but he didn't think about the fact that 12 was a dirty 10. He doesn't deserve to be on the side of the good guys. That's right. I'm not saying that he's not a prophet just because he can't think of this level. I can only say that it's not worth it for good people to stand on his side, because he doesn't have the thinking and logic of a prophet. He can only follow the crowd and make random comments. This is the first point that I played 4 and was not a prophet. The second point is that he rashly recognized the 9th player. How can we just let go of 9? Before we are sure of the identity of 10, 9 could be the wolf that leads the pace. Its goal is to turn 10 and 12 into 2 wolves. This way, we have one more target to resist and can also make the water on the field more muddy, which is very profitable. Unless 10 is really a wolf, he can let 9 go, but 4 directly recognized 9. Isn't this a way to chat with your eyes open? And that second badge flow, how could it hit player 6 who hasn't spoken yet? It should have been tested between 2 and 3. Is there no hook on this board? Is it possible for us to use the wolf team to charge? The comments of player number 4 are not a spiral explosion, but they are also problematic. If even a good person can stand on the wrong side and the knight can stab the wrong person, then I really have nothing to say. Player number 5 hit player no 4's explosive point so hard and with a rather novel angle. He said that player no 4's thinking and logic were not enough, but he didn't expect that player number 12 would deliberately defame player no 10's identity. He is not worthy of the good guys standing by him. Although this may sound a bit harsh, it does make sense. The 2 wolves in 4th and 10th games must have been influenced by 12's remarks. It is definitely not a good thing for a prophet to be led by an external unknown person and have no thoughts or judgments of his own. Including the fact that 4 recognized player number 9, the evaluation given to him by 5 was all eye-opening. This powerful speech was quite touching and immediately made those who were on side 4 waver. 1, 4, and 10 should be the 3 wolves. The one who started the wolf under the warning is probably player 3. I haven't heard what player 6 said yet, so I won't click him to enter the wolf pit. But this doesn't mean I'll let 6 go. I'll just not pick him for now. If I hear him speak more like a wolf than 3, I'll pick 3 out and send him in. 211122. Similarly, 9 has always been on the board with 10 as the wolf. It is not logical to say that 10 has a problem with the badge flow when fighting player number 12. This is enough to prove that 9 is not on the wolf team. I can't figure out the identity preference of player number 7 for now, and there are already 3 wolves on the police. If I hit number 7 again, it would be 4 wolves on the police, which is definitely not appropriate. Besides me, there are 3 other officers under the command. The possibility that no wolf will show up is too low. Finally, I want to talk to the knight. Don't poke me. If I were a wolf, I would jump up and down and become a witch and ask you to poke player 4 instead of just talking nonsense without showing your identity. If you listen carefully, you will realize that 4 has been trying to trick you into poking me. Why does he always say I am a wolf beauty? Because it is tempting to the knight. You decide for yourself what is right and what is wrong. Bye. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Knight, poke me, poke, poke. Player number 6 please speak. What can I say about the performance of player number 5? It feels a bit similar to that of player number 10. They both seem to be strong players. It is possible that 12 was checking and killing 10, which was to dirty his identity, but the possibility was relatively small. It was the anti-logic in the anti-logic. The positive logic was that 10 and 12 were not on the same side, and the anti-logic was that 10 and 12 were 2 wolves stepping on each other to establish their identities. I think it's good enough that player 4 has covered both the pros and cons of the discussion. There's no need to demand that he cover everything. Player 5 said that since he can't reach the level of 12 dirty 10 identity, it's not worth it for good people to stand by him. In my opinion, this is a bit of a forced attack. To be honest, I didn't think of this. It was only after 5 mentioned it that I felt that it did make sense. But my bottom line is that I'm a good person. According to what he said, I might be the wolf. But 5 is right about one thing. 4 shouldn't have rashly recognized player 9. After all, 10 is the reverse gold, and is most likely a good guy. And 9 has been playing against 10 and 12, so he is suspected of setting the pace. If it were me, I would check player number 9. Checking player number 10 was a bit of an overreaction. It's only the first day, and the first badge flow went straight to player number 10. The intention is self-evident. I think it's not a good idea. Player number 6 is the gold water found by Ren Fan. He can talk however he wants, as long as he is happy. Ren Fan already had an idea of the current situation under the police. 4 and 5 definitely cannot be twin wolves. Judging from the state and angle of player number 5 against player number 4, he is unlikely to be able to pick up the wolf card. When most people speak, they all use the logic of being a good person, but 5 is different. 4412101012121012. Such a unique train of thought and such a novel perspective are obviously not something a wolf can have. Therefore, Ren Fan recognized player number 5. If there is only one wolf under the police, it is player 3. If there are 2 wolves, it is 3 and 11. And player number 3 is most likely Lang Mei. This made Ren Fan feel like he was being scratched by a cat's claws. He only hated that he didn't have a sword in his hand, otherwise he would have to kill this monster. If I were to side with someone, I'd be more inclined to side with player no 4. If I stand on the side of 12, I have to say that 3 is the wolf, but I think 3's speech is good. At least I don't want to call him the wolf. Because his definition of the identity of player number 9 and whether players 4 and 5 can form a double wolf are similar to what I think, which shows that player no 3's perspective and mentality are fine, and he is not a big bandit. Since the third position cannot be a wolf, I naturally cannot support the 12th player, because it is impossible for the police not to open the wolf. And if I want to side with him, player 5 will definitely have to admit it. Player 11 has joined the first badge flow of player 4. There is a high probability that 4 and 11 will not meet. And judging from the speeches of 10 and 11 this round, they are not on the same side either. So, player number 11 is definitely not in the Wolves team led by players number 4 and 10. None of 3, 5, 11 look like wolves, and I'm a good guy. There are no wolves under the police. How can I stand on the side of player 12? Are the 4 wolves on the hard drive going to be the police? It's not impossible, but the point is that the speech of player number 12 is not good enough. After 2 rounds of speeches from the police to the police, I can only say that 12's talk was okay, above the passing line, but it is definitely unrealistic for me to go to the police station based on such speeches. Player number 6 finally chose to stand on the side of player number 4. Although the speeches of players number 4 and number 12 were similar, judging from the situation under the police, it was indeed more logical and reasonable to stand on the side of player number 4. Plate 4 is the prophet, and plate 5 under the police is the wolf. After that, you can plate 2 wolves and put the police, or you can plate 3 wolves and put the police, which are both very common situations. However, since plate 12 is a prophet, he can only put the 4th wolf on guard, which makes people feel uneasy. Because there are 4 policemen, the possibility that there is no wolf at all is very low. 159122. I chose 2 to go into the error tolerance rate not because his speech sounded like a wolf, but because I thought the wolves might have a hook shot. Judging from his speech, 2 is most likely to be a hook shot. Especially when player number 12 used the police badge on player number 2, it felt like they were playing with their identities and creating an antagonistic relationship. If 2 wolves are used under the police, I think it will be 5 and 11, because to some extent, I quite agree with the speculation of player 10, maybe 11 and 12 are 2 wolves, and 12 is afraid to define the identity of the wolf teammate, so he throws a check on him. This is also the reason why I have never played 10 or 12 double wolves. I think good people don't need to rush to play 10 or 12 double wolves. Oh, by the way, there is also player number 7. He was the first to speak on the police station. He dared to talk to the knight without being a tool in the front view. I feel that he should not be a wolf. How can a wolf tease a knight right away? Besides, this kind of unorthodox idea will easily make him the focus. I'm afraid only good people would talk like this. Anyway, 7 can't really hold a wolf card in my hands, but if his subsequent speech is bad, I'll still have to deal with him. Okay, that's all I want to say in this round. The bottom card is a good guy, so that's it. Passed. Player number 7, please speak. Very good. Player 6's speech is the most comfortable for me to listen to. Others either suspect that I am a wolf or directly point me into the wolf pit, making me look like a werewolf in reserve. And after speaking in this circle, I feel that many people have misunderstood what I meant. The conversation between me and the knight is not about not wanting him to jump out and turn the cards to the right side. What I said is that if the knight feels that the good guys are on the right side, he doesn't have to kill the tough wolf. He can just go for the resistance. But when it came to you guys, it changed its meaning. I don't know if someone wanted to deliberately control my rhythm and make me a push-off position, or if you really misunderstood it. No matter what you thought before, I have made it very clear now. If anyone still uses this to attack me, then he is a wolf. Player number 7 stood up and recognized number 6 first, then began to explain the meaning of the conversation between him and the knight, so as to prevent the misunderstanding from getting worse. Admittedly, it is a bit unorthodox that the knight can go straight to the camera without flipping the card, but it is a bit of a waste of talent to flip the card and poke the other party when you know that the other party is a tough wolf. There are quite a few knights like this, and the good guys are on the other side. Just to be on the safe side, he goes to poke the tough wolf, fearing that the other party is a bad prophet. 7 I think it is unnecessary. If the knights can hide, they should hide. Everyone can tell who is the prophet and who is the tough wolf. When the sides are relatively unified, the knights should stay put. How can there be so many what-ifs? Instead of worrying about these what-ifs, it is better to think about who is the wolf. This is what he wanted to express in his conversation with the knight on police duty. It may be different from what most people think, but it definitely makes sense. 4 and 12 are both prophets. I think 12 is more like a prophet. Player number 4 on the police list can doubt my identity. His perspective and mentality are wrong. The 6th round is the correct logic. If I were a wolf, I would not make myself the focus of the discussion. Don't say that I'm trying to trick the knight into not giving the good guy a proper perspective on the first day. He has his own ideas and judgments. He's not a child. I can't lead him astray with just a few words. I just want to express my thoughts and suggestions. The knights can listen if they want to. If they don't want to, forget it. There is no need to be so cunning. Player 4 said that I might be a wolf. Once he said that, I no longer wanted to recognize him as a prophet. Relatively speaking, player number 12 talked a lot better. At least he acknowledged me and didn't think of calling me a wolf, so I naturally have a good impression of him. 124105545. I have definitely recognized player number 6. Players 10 and 11 don't seem to be teammates on the same side as the wolf. In this case, the only player who can start the wolf under the police is player number 3. 4 wolves and the police are definitely not going to be able to deal with it. If it was 4 wolves and the police, would the 4 police not think about killing the prophet when they jumped in? I don't believe it. There must be a wolf under the police, at least one. Player No 7's plate 3 is the wolf. When Ren Fan heard this, he immediately recognized 7. In Ren Fan's eyes, player number 3 is definitely a wolf and there is no escape. In this round of speeches, this guy has been fooling the knight to poke player number 5 with only one purpose, which is to let the knight hit him to death. 73377. 34109109. 14514. I think this is a bit too much. There's no need to be so malicious towards player 1. Wouldn't it be better to sort out the logic on the first day? Of course, I can understand why you doubt the identity of player 1 and the motives of the 2 wolves in plates 4 and 5. After all, you are the one who was targeted. It is normal for you to be a little more sensitive than those of us in the external position. But the possibility that 1 and 4 are teammates of the wolves is very small. There is no need to let personal likes and dislikes and emotions affect your logical judgment. As for player number 2, if I remember correctly, he was the one who took the lead in my conversation with the police. The knight did not turn over the card to correct the perspective and had bad intentions. His behavior and speech were very wolf-like, especially when he stood on the side. 2 is going into a wolf pit, and there is a high probability that it is a wolf. 2, 3, 4, and 10 are likely to be 4 wolves. Knight, come out and poke it. Poke it hard. In this situation, the good guys are clearly on different sides, but both 4 and 12 have the prophet side, so they are not one-sided. So you really need to turn over the cards and look at the right perspective. My suggestion is to poke player 4. Player 12 should be the prophet, and don't think about poking the wolf. Now there are players with 4 or 5 double wolves, and there are players with 10 or 12 double wolves. Even if you poke 5 or 10 correctly, the good guys will still think too much. In this case, it is best to do it in one go and not give the werewolf any chance to set the pace. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Reflections and Some Thoughts Before the Release. Editor's Notice, available May 1st? To be honest, this is half a month earlier than I expected. That's what it means to have bad grades. Looking back at the beginning of the book, I was full of confidence and wanted to push the theme of werewolf to a new height. Now I think I was overestimating my capabilities. Many readers asked me why I didn't finish my old book when it was going so well, but instead started a new one. It would be a waste of time and energy, so I might as well focus on writing another one. Actually, it's helpless. The old book has reached its bottleneck and there will be no new breakthroughs. It will only go downhill. I hope that more people will read werewolf-type novels, and more fresh blood will contribute to the highlight operations of this game. Creation is hard work, especially for a language-based mystery novel like Werewolf. Think about it, since I came to Kidian in April last year to start writing the book Werewolf, please start your show. It has been nearly 300 days, and I have written a total of more than 3 million words, an average of nearly 10,000 words a day. There is not a single day of interruption. New Year's Eve, the first day of the new year, Mid-Autumn Festival, May Day, National Day, New Year's Eve. Because of some family matters and I was sick, I did not dare to take a day off. I was very cautious and treaded on thin ice, for fear of disappointing my readers. Because I know that every reader who can read Werewolf is hard-earned, and I should cherish them even more. Werewolf is a niche within a niche, and this subject matter has great limitations, which means that its performance is doomed to not be very good, because the reading experience is too poor and it would be very uncomfortable if you don't finish a game in one go. But it is impossible to finish writing a game in a short time, unless the game is written very simply, then the meaning of this subject is lost. It is gratifying that many people have learned something after reading my book, and I feel very comforted when I see people recommending my book in many places. I am glad that my book can help some people. Although it is not an increase in knowledge, it is still a gain after all. Some readers complained that why the game descriptions are getting worse and worse. In fact, this is not the case, but your strength and gaming level have increased during the reading process. This is another sense of achievement I get from writing books besides the royalties. Finally, I want to say, as long as the performance of the new book is not too bad, I will continue to write it. If you can give some support, please give it. This book sold over 100,000 copies on the day it was released. For every 50 monthly tickets, an additional 2,000 words will be added, with no upper limit. The average number of characters is expected to be over 1,000, with an additional 30,000 words. For every reward over 100, 2,000 words will be added, with no upper limit. Finally, I would like to thank every reader who has followed and supported this book. Werewolf, it's wonderful because of you. Stir-fried rice with chili peppers, written on April 30th, 2023. End of this chapter. Chapter 33, 12 Wolf King Magician. Subscribe. Player number 8, please speak. It's finally my turn to speak. Everyone listen carefully. Number 6 is my gold water. Numbers 10 and 2 are my police badge. Numbers 4 and 12 are all wolves. In this round, the wolves are playing the double wolf R-hit jump. Ren Fan's words shocked the good man and made him dumbfounded. Aren't you a knight? How come you're a prophet? Compared to the good guy's astonishment, the wolves looked ugly. It turned out that the prophet who had been searched for a long time was wearing knight's clothes. I thought that he didn't jump out after the warning and would not jump out today. Unexpectedly, he was brewing a big thing. Now Ren Fan jumped with the police badge in his hand, and the wolf team was on the verge of collapse. Now listen to me and I will tell you about my mental journey and logic of jumping from a police officer to a knight and then to a prophet. The wolves should listen to me carefully, otherwise you will not know where you lost. The 4th and 12th on the police team jumped into the prophet one after another, and both of them threw checks to the outside position. At first, I was wondering if 4 might be a fake identity, such as he was a knight or something, but then I realized that the wolves were using the double wolf R-hit jump routine. The biggest advantage of this style of play is that it makes it impossible for the knights to see straight, and because of the special nature of the board, even if they check and kill the god card, the opponent will not take the identity shot, just like players 5 and 10, who did not take the identity shot during their performance. But can you say they must be civilians, and can't be guards or witches? Good guys accept the check and don't show their identities, which means they won't hit a wall. In other words, as long as the check is not thrown on the knight's head, there will be no problem. When the prophet jumps out, there will be 3 prophets on the field. If the prophet also has a check, the situation will become even more chaotic. At that time, there will be 3 prophets and 3 checks. How will the cavaliers start? Unless the knight is killed in the arms of the prophet, the good people will know that the other 2 are wolves. Otherwise, even if one of the wolves is stabbed to death, there will still be a pair of wolves. In this way, the advantage of this board knight being able to flip the card to give the good guys a positive perspective and ensure that they don't stand on the wrong side is completely gone. And the 2 wolves in the outer position can play the hook and make an identity according to the situation on the field. In the end, even if the good guys can figure out who the prophet is, it will be difficult to pull out the Deepwater Wolf who has been making an identity for himself. I thought about it and decided not to jump. I will jump directly to the knight to get the badge. They fight for it, but none of them can be as comfortable as me wearing clothes and getting the badge. Of course, I have also thought about the consequences of wearing knight clothes. There are two situations. If the knight is more aggressive and can't stand others wearing his clothes, he will probably come and stab me. Then he will die in my arms, which can be regarded as a correct perspective for good people. If he had been more patient, he would have realized that I was probably not a wolf. Under the circumstances, it would be unreasonable for a wolf to pretend to be a knight and steal the police badge. He would have listened to my speech and seen what I was up to. I think now, knight, you should know why I wore your clothes to steal the badge, right? Ren Fan spoke at a steady pace and was very calm. Anyway, he had already reported the person he had checked and the police badge had been used. It was too late for the werewolf to think about self-destructing at this time. If they could guess that Ren Fan was a prophet in knight's clothes, and stab Ren Fan at night without giving him a chance to reveal his identity, then they could still fight. The key point is that before Ren Fan took off the knight's clothes, who knew that he was so bold that he even dared to snatch the knight's clothes, and he snatched them to get the police badge. Logically speaking, when encountering a knight with a bad temper and little thinking, Ren Fan is already labeled as a good person. As I said, before doing anything fancy, you have to look at the configuration and level of the players at the table. If they are not very high, just play honestly and don't try any tricks. Otherwise, there is a high probability that you will fail. Ren Fan dared to play so wildly in these two games because he had confidence in the players sitting with him. If it was at the beginning, he would not have dared to play like this even if he had 2 more guts. In my eyes, 4 and 12 are both wolves, and 5 and 10 are both reverse gold. Logically, I should have recognized both 5 and 10, so why did the first badge flow go to player 10? It's simple. I'm afraid that player number 12 will throw a check to player number 10 to establish his identity. In fact, if you don't think too much about it, 12 passed 11 to the police and then 10 threw a check, which was more like fighting the prophet. 9 said that 12 threw a check to 10 with a strong purpose, and your feeling is correct. I always thought that the check from 12 to 10 was aimed at the prophet. From his perspective at the time, the prophet was in the back position. But I just suddenly realized a problem. I can't think of wolves too simply. I can use routines, but can't wolves. What if 12 knows that the prophet is in the back position and wants to play against the rules? The prophet thought that he was checking and killing 10 in order to kill the prophet, but in fact he was just setting an identity for his teammates. This possibility is entirely possible, as long as 12 plays it cool enough. If I throw this check on 10, and if I happen to check on 10, he can retreat and say that he is a fraud. Then it will be difficult for me to figure out that he is a wolf. After all, his behavior cannot be explained by normal logic. If I hadn't checked 10, no matter how the knights poked him, 10 would have been able to survive and make it to the good team. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but just in case, to not give wolves any chance to exploit loopholes, I have to test player no 10. As for why I don't doubt that 4 or 5 pairs of wolves are playing with boards as their identities, it's very simple. One is that wolves 4 and 5 check and kill wolves, and player 5 is unlikely to stay under the police to vote for the prophet. The second is that the behavior and thinking angle of player number 5 are very strange. You can tell right away that he is not a wolf, and it is impossible for him to be a teammate of number 4 who is a wolf. So I accept player number 5. 34122210. But if 2 wolves are opened under the police, I can only play 3 and 11. However, judging from his speech and the relationship between the two sides, 11 does not seem to be in the wolf team, so I will not point him to the wolf pit. Do you want to flip the cards, knight? If you don't, I will be the player number 4. Which poison 12 tonight? If you want to flip the cards, you can pick 4 or 12. Werewolf, you can't hide. As soon as Ren Fan finished speaking, player number 1 decisively chose to activate the skill. But he didn't poke at 4 or 12, nor did he poke Ren Fan. He poked player number 3. The flop is wolf. Ren Fan rolled his eyes at this, thinking that this one is quite capable, so he deliberately didn't check whether player number 3 is most likely a wolf beauty. As a result, 1 is very shrewd and decided to take the risk to poke 3. Are you crazy about wanting to win the MVP? Now it seems that it is no longer a question of how to win, but who between him and player number 1 can get the MVP. If player number 3 was really the one who was poked away by Wolf Beauty, then player number 1 is indeed qualified to compete with him for the MVP. Fortunately, as a prophet, he got the police badge and showed off his skills, which made the good guys stand on the right side. At least the knight completely believed what he said, otherwise he wouldn't have poked player number 3. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 3 was stabbed to death, the game immediately entered darkness. Prophet, please open your eyes and select the target you want to check. The system's prompt sounded in Ren Fan's ears, and he prayed silently in his heart that 10 must be a wolf. 10 is the wolf, which means his logic is completely correct. In this case, the MVP is still his. Player number 1 wants to snatch the MVP from him by just killing a wolf. He is dreaming. In terms of contribution and operation to the good guys in this game, it is still Nanboan. Tai is a werewolf. Looking at the prompt information given by the system, Ren Fan was immediately delighted. Steady? 10 and 12 are indeed two wolves. Player number 12 is cunning enough. He actually threw a check to his wolf teammate in that situation. He is a ruthless person. This is only him. If it were someone else, could they think of 10 or 12 pairs of wolves? Player number 9 on the police board had two wolves at 10 and 12. That was because he didn't know that the prophet would open after the police. If he knew, he would definitely accept 10 and put 12 on the board to fight the prophet. Ren Fan also thought so at the beginning, but then an idea suddenly came to his mind and he thought about checking player number 10 to avoid being shown off by player number 12. Fortunately, he thought of this, otherwise, the good guys would most likely still lose this game, because after Ren Fan jumped into the prophet, the logic of the 10th and 12th double wolves would no longer work. Player No 9's suspicion that 12 had a strong purpose in checking and killing 10 was perfectly covered up by the logic of the fighting prophet. Ren Fan once again destroyed the wolves' hopes. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a prompt box popped up on the screen. The two players who died last night were player 1 and player 4. There was no order of death and no last words. 1 or 4 double death. Needless to say, the witch also believed that Ren Fan was a prophet, and she directly fed player number 4 coke last night. There are now two wolves left on the field, one player number 10 and one player number 12. There is no hope at all. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Player number 9 please speak. This speaking order shows that player number 10 is a wolf. Burst. Player number 9 was about to finish his words when he was forcibly terminated by the system, because the wolf blew himself up again. For a game like this that requires a certain level of skill and configuration, but is not particularly high-end and complicated, Ren Fan can play it very easily. Player number 10 chose to self-destruct. Please leave a last message. There's not much to say. If I have to say something, it's that player number 8 is awesome. I've learned a lot this time. The best way for a prophet to deal with two wolves jumping is to just lie low and let the two wolves fight it out. Wait until the wolf is done, then jump out to clean up the mess. I lost with all my heart. Player number 8, add me as a friend later. That's it, I won. After listening to the last words of player number 10, Ren Fan was so happy that he was overjoyed. It was so damn comfortable to be praised by others that he couldn't help but want to laugh. And this is the fun and meaning of playing Werewolf for him, enjoying the moment when others say he is awesome. This feeling can never be experienced if you just watch but don't play. It's a pity that not more people came to witness such wonderful operations and highlights, otherwise he might have become famous in one battle. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. The game went dark again. Prophet, please open your eyes and select the target you want to check. Ren Fan did not hesitate and checked player number 12, which was another plus point. 3 checks and 2 kills, put on knight's clothes and get the police badge, and explode the 4 wolves under the police. It's unjustifiable not to give him MVP based on this performance. And the reason why player number 1 was able to hit Lang Mei was because of Ren Fan. The night flies by. After dawn, the system announced that the person who died last night was player number 12. Game over, the good guys win. Immediately, the game settlement page popped up. 34100123. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 8, the witch is number 9, the knight is number 1, the guard is number 5, and the others are all civilians. Player number 1 couldn't help but feel happy when he saw that he had poked Lang Mei. He had a chance to win the MVP in this game. The Cavaliers killed Wolf and the United States on the first day, which helped the good guys take the lead for 2 rounds. It's not too much to give them an MVP, right? However, thinking of Ren Fan's performance, player number 1 felt disappointed again. It was quite cool that he stabbed Lang Mei to death in this game, but compared with Ren Fan, it seemed a little lacking and not as amazing. As a prophet, Ren Fan cleverly took the police badge and placed 4 wolves at the end. Even player number 12, who deliberately used the identity of player number 10, was checked and killed by him, extinguishing the last hope of the wolf team. The most important thing is that the wolf team's carefully crafted double wolf R-hit jump routine was easily resolved by Ren Fan, which is the fundamental reason why the good guys won. If Ren Fan jumped out to report someone as the wolf team had imagined, not only would he not get a police badge, he might also be stabbed or resisted. Therefore, Ren Fan's performance as a prophet is more amazing than that of the knight, and his contribution to the good guys is greater. After everyone's identities and trump cards were announced, the specific actions of the Night God card and the Werewolf were revealed. On the first night, the prophet checked that player number 6 was a good person, the wolf team killed player number 1, the witch used the antidote to pick him up, the guards were empty-handed, and the wolf beauty seduced player number 2. On the second night, the prophet found out that player number 10 was a werewolf, the wolves killed player number 1, the witch poisoned player number 4, and the guards guarded player number 8. On the third night, the prophet checked that player number 12 was a werewolf, and the wolf team killed player number 12, leaving the guards empty-handed. After the system review is completed, the players will enter the free discussion session. Player 1, you are playing tricks on me. Police officer 8 wore your clothes and stole your badge, but you didn't touch him. Brother, do you have something on him? Otherwise, you can't just pamper him like this. Player number 4 really didn't expect that Ren Fan, who jumped from the police to the knight, could be a prophet. No wonder he couldn't find the damn prophet. The key point is that player number 1 didn't poke Ren Fan. If this wasn't a randomly matched game room, he would have suspected that the two of them were playing a black channel. Because Ren Fan is not just a jumping knight, he is a jumping knight who steals the police badge, which is a very bad behavior. If he is a knight in this round, even if he does not poke Ren Fan, the police will vote to push Ren Fan, and then talk to the guard to guard him at night, and then turn over the card to poke someone the next day. But it was not the case for player number 1 at all. If Ren Fan hadn't jumped into the Prophet at the end, no one would have thought that the knight would start in the outside position. It was simply outrageous. Why should I poke him? He's not a wolf. Will I kill myself if I poke him? Player 1 said calmly, his behavior of wearing my clothes and stealing the police badge was very bad. He could even be considered a gangster. But if you think about it carefully, he can't be a wolf. The wolf teammate in the front position has already jumped into the trap. If he is the wolf, what is the benefit of the knight in the back position jumping into the trap to steal the police badge? Trading his own life for a police badge? He would only do this if he is crazy. Since he dared to jump the knight and grab the police badge, he must have his reasons. I can't just poke him. I have to wait for him to give me a reasonable explanation. As soon as he jumped into the Prophet role, I knew that U4 and 12 were the twin wolf arhats. But this guy was really cunning. He didn't choose to fight you head-on the police. Instead, he jumped into the knight role to create an information gap and get the police badge. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have gotten the police badge. After all, the power of one Jinshui is far less than that of 2 Shashas. Player number 1 patiently explained the doubts to player number 4. In a nutshell, although Ren Fan's behavior of wearing his clothes and stealing the police badge was not good, he could not take the wolf card. In other words, Ren Fan is a skilled and courageous person. Others would not dare to play like this. His clothes were stolen, so he stole the knight's clothes. This is somewhat like bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Okay. Player number 4 thought about it and felt that what player number 1 said made sense. Whether a person is a wolf or not depends not only on his behavior but also on his benefits. Ren Fan's behavior was enough to mark him as a wolf, but from the perspective of Prophet, it was impossible for him to be a wolf. This was the reason why player number 1 did not take action against Ren Fan. Player number 8, what if the knight stabbed you directly after the badge landed? You killed the knight, aren't you afraid that he will scold you? Player number 4 still couldn't understand Ren Fan's train of thought. He held a prophet's hand and wore knight's clothes. I don't know which teacher taught him this. It was too deceptive. You know, not every knight is as rational and calm as player 1. If you meet a knight with a bad temper and vigorous and resolute behavior, for example, he would have already been lying in Ren Fan's arms. Before leaving, he had to scold Ren Fan, and he would scold him even more during the review, saying that the prophet was wearing the knight's clothes and was a psychopath. But then again, if they had known that Ren Fan was not mentally normal, they would not have used the double wolf arhat jump routine. Now think about it, this move was really like shooting oneself in the foot, a typical case of bringing trouble upon oneself. As long as I can lead him to victory without any effort, don't scold me, he will only fall in love with me, not the number 1 player. Ren Fan said with a smile. Before the game was over, no matter how angry the Cavaliers were, they couldn't directly curse him, unless he didn't care about being suspended. As for the review phase, the good guys had already won by then, so what could the Cavaliers have to blame him for? Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Player no one's answer made everyone's mouth twitch. This is too much information. There's nothing wrong with having a boyfriend, but the problem is that you are a man. Why are you still going forward with boys? There are all kinds of people. I advise all boys to know when to back off. Player 4, you should actually take off your clothes. Player number 12 suddenly spoke up. If you can't speak, don't speak. You asked me to take off my clothes. How can I do that? Tell me, after I take off my clothes, how can I explain to the good people that I was stubborn and refused to drain the water? It's really easy to talk, why don't you take off your clothes? Player 4 was immediately furious. Also, why did you throw the check on player 10? Didn't we agree on the first night that we would throw the check on the good guys? What were you doing? If it wasn't you, would player 10 have taken the test? Originally, he didn't want to blame 12 for not acting according to the plan, which led to 10 being found and killed. But 12 ended up blaming him for not taking off his clothes. At that time, they were already on the stage and couldn't get off. Could they take off their clothes whenever they wanted? Didn't I want to give 10 an identity? After the 3 prophets jumped out, the knights could only poke among us. The good guys corrected their perspective, and 10 was the reverse gold. Who would have thought that 10 and I could be teammates of the wolves? It just so happens that 8's brain circuit is different from others. He himself said that when I threw a check to 10, it was probably to fight for the prophet. 10 was not in the wolves. However, even so, he still went to check 10. It's really outrageous. Player number 12 was in tears, feeling that he had made things worse. What he wanted was to throw a check to 10 to pull the opponent to the opposite side. From the perspective of the prophet, 10 and 12 would definitely not be teammates of the wolf. He was very purposeful because he wanted to kill the prophet. As a result, Ren Fan planned it this way, but in the end, the police badge flow was played on 10. He was disappointed at that time. Originally he was still secretly delighted with his godly operation. The good guys could not defeat 10 or 12 wolves, and the wolves were invincible. Unfortunately, he was not happy for long, and Ren Fan pushed him into the abyss. If he could do it again, he would never throw a check to his wolf teammates again. Whatever his identity is, he might as well throw a check to 11. Why are you making up excuses like that? Why don't you just say you're not good at playing? Player number 4 curled his lips. This is the result of being too smart. Don't laugh at me when you are just doing the same thing, okay? Who came up with the idea of the double wolf jumping? If you don't mention this, we will just do the jumping properly, act like we should, and fight back when we should. Maybe we won't lose. Player number 12 retorted. How would I know a prophet would jump into knighthood? Player number 4 looked depressed. He thought that the routine he mentioned was fine. He had won several times before and it worked every time. Who would have thought that the situation would change when he met Ren Fan? How could he reason with him? Look, I told you. Who would have thought that he would insist on testing 10 even though he knew that 10 was a good person? Player number 12 raised his eyebrows. So the loss of this game is player 8's fault. Heroes think alike. Ren Fan's forehead was full of black lines. My goodness, 4 and 12 were blaming each other, and now it turned to him. What did he do to offend anyone? He was just a spectator. Player 1, I told you to poke between 4 and 12. How did you poke player 3? What if you poke the wrong player? Ren Fan asked with a smile. I don't believe you. Players 4 and 12 must be Little Wolf. Player 3 is most likely Wolf Beauty. Don't tell me you can't think of it. You sinister guy, are you afraid that I will poke Wolf Beauty and steal your MVP? Player number 1 doesn't believe that Ren Fan can't guess that 3 is Lang Mei. He clearly knows it and still has a serious conversation with him, so he pokes 4 and 12. Isn't this calculating his teammates? Now he even has the nerve to ask him why he didn't poke 4 and 12. No wonder the wolf put the blame on him. This kid is quite shameless. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you still have some brains. That's. Bah, I just have some brains, I don't have that. The MVP of this round is player number 8. A golden prompt box popped up on the screen. Not surprisingly, Ren Fan was the MVP of this game. No one was surprised by this, except player number 1, who was a little unconvinced and unwilling to accept it. He was a knight, and he had killed Wolf Mei on the first day, but he still couldn't get the MVP. He was so angry. But judging from an objective point of view, the victory of the good guys was indeed due to Ren Fan's efforts, and he was even the one who led the team to victory. This prophet plays like a hunter. After exiting the game room, Ren Fan opened the scoreboard and saw that he already had 38 points, ranking TH. The people from 10th to 13th only have one more point than him. As long as he wins one more game, he can return to the top 10. Try to get into the top 5 today. Within 3 days, it topped the Nanjiang city standings. Ren Fan was happily imagining the future. Little did he know that he had already been put on the Weibo hot list. Xiao Huai went to bed early last night. It wasn't that he wanted to sleep, he didn't want to sleep at all. But the manager was already interested, so he couldn't refuse. If he dared to say no, that chubby palm would have a wonderful contact with his handsome face. Oh no, maybe more than once. As the saying goes, when you live under someone's roof, you have to take off your clothes. Some pain is something you have to go through. When Xiao Huai woke up the next morning, he felt like he was falling apart and his whole body was aching. Last night, he really gave his all and squeezed every ounce of his energy out of me. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and the manager promised to give him some more resources and promotion. He opened Weibo out of habit to check out the topics and publicity related to himself, and it turned out that hundreds of people were adding him. Xiao Huai clicked on it and realized that it was a threat from Ren Fan. He was not afraid of this, and even wanted to laugh. It was ridiculous that Ren Fan, a poor loser with nothing, was shamelessly saying that he would be given a job and be sent to work for the government. At that time, he posted a dynamic at Ren Fan. A loser who was expelled from the club could only bark a few times on the internet to vent his anger. Half an hour later, Xiao Huai posted another update, which roughly called on people in the circle to boycott Ren Fan and get him out of the Werewolf game circle forever. This seemed to be a manifesto, criticizing Ren Fan completely. His 3 major crimes were listed. First, he had extremely bad morals and a bad temper. He cursed at people at every turn and he had no good relationships with anyone in the club. The second is to blatantly ignore the club's regulations, be late and leave early, fail to train as required, participate in group activities and various other matters. Third, he has evil intentions and wants to take shortcuts by selling out his dignity, which is despicable. In short, Ren Fan is a rotten person to the extreme, and he must not be allowed to continue to mix in this circle. As soon as this manifesto was released, countless people responded. But upon closer inspection, all responders were contracted players, anchors and fans of the New Star Club. Of course, there are also some silly people who just follow the trend and join in the fun. As a result, Ren Fan suddenly became the target of public criticism. The driving force behind all this is naturally the New Star Club, and there is no need to guess that the mastermind behind the scenes is the fat manager who likes to talk about life and ideals. This time I will make sure you can never turn over, Xiao Huai thought with resentment. When they were happy last night, the manager actually called Ren Fan's name, which made him feel very aggrieved. But he didn't dare show it at all and had to cooperate obediently. He suffered this sin for Ren Fan. If Ren Fan knew what Xiao Huai was thinking, he would definitely give him 2 big slaps. Damn it, you wanted to take shortcuts and didn't stick to your bottom line, so how can you blame me? Let's talk about Ren Fan again. While taking a break for lunch, he opened his Weibo and saw that his fans had increased several times and now numbered around 60,000 to 70,000. This surprised and delighted him. He was delighted that he had so many high-quality and active fans. Although they were all haters, there is a saying that goes, traffic is king. Being a hater is also a fan. I was shocked as to what had happened and why so many people came in overnight. After reading the comments for a long time, Ren Fan finally realized that it was Xiaohui. Oh no, it was the further suppression and retaliation from the New Star Club. Apart from anything else, the level of the manifesto is not something Xiaohui could write. It is obvious that it was written by a professional and is quite inflammatory. In just a few hundred words, Ren Fan was described as a treacherous pretty boy with corrupt character, dirty heart, and unforgivable evil, which made people very annoyed at first sight. This is also one of the important reasons why Ren Fan was able to rush to the hot list. Although he was only ranked in the top 30, the effect he brought was obvious. At this rate, his fans will soon exceed 100,000. With 100,000 haters going out to fight, not a single blade of grass will be left. It's shameful. We must resolutely resist this kind of rubbish from mixing in the werewolf community. How can you call him trash? I don't understand. Is it necessary to be so malicious? He is obviously just a scum. Give your allies a proper burial. Remember not to breathe heavily when speaking in your next life. I'm using my 18-meter long machete and I'm asking you to run 17.9 meters first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to live. I want to see what this person looks like and whether he is thicker skinned than the average person. I don't want to work hard anymore. Are there any rich ladies who want to take me in? I have enough stamina, so 2 hours is no problem. 2 hours? Brother, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. You misunderstood. The 2 hours he mentioned is for the gestation period. In fact, it only takes 3 seconds. I understand. 3 seconds is a real man. Get out of the werewolf circle right now and try your luck in other industries, or people will say that those who play werewolf have no manners. Shrimp-headed man, comes to scold him every day. It's the 3rd day of clocking in. Close-range tiger touches soft rice, eats soft rice. There is only one place like this. Get out of the werewolf circle, you're notorious. From now on, I'll curse whenever I hear the word Ren Fan. Facing endless insults and attacks, Ren Fan felt nothing in his heart, and was even a little happy. Go ahead and curse. The louder these people curse, the better. The hot list depends entirely on their contributions. Thinking in his heart, Ren Fan took the opportunity to post a status. That's it. There are many people boycotting me. Who do you think you are? From now on, I declare a unilateral ban on the Rising Star Werewolf Club. In addition, tonight, there are hundreds of thousands of followers, and I will start a live broadcast on Douyin. All the black fans, kneel down and draw a circle to curse you so that you can eat instant noodles without noodles and drink wahaha without straws. Ren Fan's words definitely added fuel to the fire, instantly igniting the emotions of all the black fans. Various curses were heard one after another, and more than a dozen new messages and replies appeared in 1 second. The activity level of these fans was no less than that of the big anchors with millions of followers. As expected, a shameless person is invincible. If there is a competition to see how thick-skinned you are, I would raise my 5 hands and recommend you to take first place. Indeed, as the saying goes, people need face, trees need bark, and light bulbs need glass. This guy doesn't care at all. Go, 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 register a small account immediately, and I must help you break 100,000 tonight. I've already forwarded it. If he doesn't show his face tonight, it means this generation of netizens is not strong enough. Sure, he actually dared to do a live broadcast. The teacher really doesn't take netizens seriously. If he dares to broadcast it, I will not go to work and will scold him to death. Shocking? After being kicked out of the club, he angrily called netizens haters. Netizens may lose. The worst werewolf player blasted haters and started a live broadcast after 100,000 followers. Hurry up and forward it, Kaoxin, Kyokyo, Kwankan, Taiba. If you don't forward it, you are not a human being. He really deserves it. I didn't want to scold him at first, but after seeing this post, I decided to follow and scold him. Seeing so many people scolding Ren Fan, the fat woman from the New Star Club finally felt relieved. At this moment, a hint of smugness appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is the result of daring to refuse her. From now on, Ren Fan can forget about making a comeback in this circle. Gossip can melt gold. If there are too many people scolding, even something that is not true will become true. Your PR department did a great job on this matter. You will all get bonuses next month. The fat woman put down her phone and said with a smile, "It's all what we should do. I am a person who clearly distinguishes between rewards and punishments. If someone does something wrong, they will be punished. If someone has done something good, they will be rewarded. I will contact the finance department when the time comes." Yes, Ren Fan understands traffic. After a post was published, the number of followers skyrocketed again. Those who originally just wanted to watch the fun and had no intention of criticizing others suddenly turned to hate. Damn, so arrogant? If we don't suppress Ren Fan's arrogance this time and make him kneel down and apologize, he will become even more arrogant in the future. As a result, all kinds of eye-catching headlines and hateful articles created by netizens went viral on various platforms. In just half an hour, Ren Fan's followers had exceeded 90,000. At this rate of fan growth, Ren Fan would have 100,000 black fans before evening. Perhaps even he himself did not expect that the commotion would become so big. It can only be said that the netizens of this generation are too vulnerable to provocation and their emotions are too easily ignited. They are even counting money for others after being sold out. Netizens worked hard to help Ren Fan, helping him promote and attract fans, while he himself was happily brushing points. The board for this game is 12-player Wolf King Magician. Board configuration: Good Camp, Prophet, Witch, Hunter, Magician plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, Wolf King plus 3 ordinary werewolves. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a sheriff. The sheriff has the right to return the vote and has 0.5 more votes and seconds of speaking time. Double explosion swallowing police badge. This board has a card that is particularly good at showing off one's skills, and that is the Magician. Its skill is that it can swap 2 players every night. For example, if the Magician exchanges player 1 and player 2, the wolf knife falls on player 1 that night, which is equivalent to player 2 being stabbed. Similarly, the Prophet checks player 1, which is equivalent to checking player 2, and the Witch poisons player 1, which is equivalent to poisoning player 2. But the Magician cannot operate the same player repeatedly. In simple terms, the Magician can only operate once for everyone on the court. The Magician's skills are easy to understand and not complicated, but they do require a certain level of skill to play. Whether or not one can replace the dead werewolf is the basic criterion for evaluating whether a magician is good at performing. But playing well does not mean playing well. If you want to go from being good to playing well, you have to kill 2 wolves. Because many people can kill 1 wolf, but it is too difficult to kill 2 wolves in one game. It is precisely because of this that it deserves the word show. Otherwise, I can only say that the game was okay, not bad, and passable. Players, please check your identity cards. As the system prompt sounded, the Prophet, the Witch, and the Wolf King flashed quickly in front of Ren Fan's eyes. Finally, it stopped on the Magician. Seeing that his trump card was a magician, Ren Fan was immediately delighted. This system finally acted like a human being. The cards given to him before were not what he particularly wanted. This time, the magician was in control and it was finally time for him to perform. He just left it at that. At the very least, he would kill 1 wolf, and try to kill 2 wolves, and then lead the good guys to win 1 game. Players, please confirm your identity cards. In this round, Ren Fan's seat number is 1. The implication is very good, indicating that he will be the first. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. Magician, please open your eyes and choose the target you want to exchange with. The first person to open the board's eyes at night is the Magician. Ren Fan doesn't plan to change people. There is almost no benefit in changing people on the first night, and it may even interfere with the fortune teller's verification. The most important thing is that each person can only operate once. What if one of the 2 people he randomly replaces tonight is a prophet? Then tomorrow night he will have no choice but to watch the prophet get stabbed and be helpless. Or if there is a prophet among the people he replaced, he will have to jump out to report the correct perspective, which is not worth it. Unless by chance, the 2 people exchanged are one a tough guy and the other a good guy, and then the tough guy throws a check on the other person. In this case, the magician will know that this person is a tough guy. But the possibility of catching such a good thing is very low, so the magician is better off not messing around on the first night. Being honest is better than anything else. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, it's time to call the police. Whether this bureau chooses to call the police. Yes. No. Ren Fan must report to the police. There is no reason for him to stay under the police after getting the magician. He will go to the police to comment on the prophets, help the good people sort out their logic and stand on the right side, and never let the wolves lead the good people by the nose or trap them. However, in this board, the wolf team usually uses tricks on the magician, such as the little wolf checking and killing the wolf king, and then pretending to be a magician or something like that. As long as the wolves dare to play this trick, Ren Fan guarantees that they will regret it. Because these are all the leftovers from his play. 10 seconds passed. The result of the police report will appear on the screen. 124788912. Randomly starting from player number 4 to speak in order. Player number 4, please speak. I only have one thing to say about the magician's board. Play more games with wolves checking wolves. Also, be careful that the person who checks and kills jumps into a magician, or a magician jumps out to change the person being checked by a certain prophet. If you encounter this kind of situation, just mark the wolf and hit it. I won't say for sure, but it's probably close. It can be heard that this person is very familiar with magic's mistakes. In just 2 or 3 sentences, he talked about all the possible mistakes the wolves might make. The most common situation is that the wolf checks and kills the wolf, and then the magician pretends to be the magician to find the magician, just to force your magician to jump out and not let you hide. A more complicated thing is to change the information of the prophet or even the wolf teammates to muddy the waters on the field. In the end, there are good people among wolves, and wolves among good people. The wolves take advantage of the situation and incite others to lead the team. If there is no particularly sober god card to lead the team, the good guys are basically doomed to lose. The fact that player 4 was able to talk about these 2 points shows that he has encountered them before, and more than once. Otherwise, he would not be so sensitive. From his speaking state and mentality, we can also tell that he is most likely not in the wolves. If he was a wolf, he would be giving himself an identity by saying something like this. If someone really pretends to be a magician on the first day, the real magician should not come out. You should just lie low and let the witch poison you at night. If he flips the cards, it goes without saying that he is a fake. After all, a real magician can change himself to avoid poison. If his sister flips the cards, then it is real. I'm talking to magic like this because I'm afraid someone from the wolves will try to trick him into jumping out. A magician who can keep his composure will most likely not be fooled, but a magician who can't keep his composure, even if he knows the werewolf's purpose, will be forced to jump out because he is afraid that the good guy's perspective will be distorted. So, I want to say that magicians should keep their hearts in their stomachs. Anyone who dances as a magician on the first day will be considered a fake, even if he is the only one dancing as a magician on the field, unless he can hold on until the second day without falling down. I hope all good people can be like me and have this awareness in their minds, so that magicians don't have to worry about not jumping and being fooled by werewolves. After listening to the speech of player number 4, Ren Fan gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, after talking about this person probably can't pick up the wolf card. If he were a wolf, he would be unlikely to talk about these things. Only an experienced player would talk about these things when he predicts the routines and operations that the wolves might play. His mentality and starting point are to consider the good people, so it is impossible to identify him as a wolf, at least not now. Player number 7 please speak. Player number 4 is quite thoughtful. If the wolves had agreed to use the tactics you just mentioned last night, I guess they would change their minds at the last minute. There's nothing we can do. You've exposed their true colors. If they continue to try to trick the magician, it'll seem a bit stupid. In fact, when facing magic, the wolves just need to play in a standard manner. As long as they are not replaced by magic, their chances of winning are better than those of the good guys. Playing some fancy tricks may not bring much benefit. Anyway, when I play this board, if my teammates want to do something stupid, I basically don't agree with it. I'm the good guy in this game. I don't know what tricks the wolves will play. I'll just wait and see. The number 4 player in the front position can talk about the wolves' routine and talk to the magician. No matter what, don't jump out. I think he has done a good job of his identity. A wolf wouldn't talk like that. At least I don't think a wolf can talk about it, nor would they think of talking about it. So I've temporarily accepted player number 4. He should be a good guy. As long as the chat is not too explosive, I won't point him into the wolf pit. Of course, it's not just the police, but also the ones behind. The mentality of player number 4 makes me not want to point him into the wolf pit. Player number 7 acknowledged number 4, which is a good thing to do. But just because it is a good thing does not mean that he is a good person. Even if he is a wolf, he has to acknowledge player 4 for now, because if he doesn't, someone in the back position will use this to hit him. As for the tactics mentioned by player number 4, the wolves may or may not use them. And 4 was too awesome, they directly cut off the opponent's retreat. Even if the wolves had really discussed playing like this last night, they had to change their minds at the last minute. You can't just walk into the muzzle of a gun. There are quite a lot of people under the police in this bureau. I feel like there may be 2 or even 3 wolves under the police. I've encountered this kind of routine before. The wolf team didn't do those fancy things. They just played the simplest one. The wolf king jumped in and lost the kill, and the 3 little wolves under the guard played the hook. Although this tactic doesn't require much technical skills, to put it bluntly, it's just selling the wolf king as an identity to play a trick, but it's very effective and has a very high winning rate. As soon as I saw the 5 police officers, I couldn't help but think of this. Let's talk about it as a reference. Okay, that's all I want to say. Police. I was originally going to comment on the prophet, but unfortunately there is only one person in the front position, so I can only stand aside. Police. Pass. Player number 8 please speak. 9 gold water, police badge flow 3. As soon as player no 8's police badge flow reported a 3, someone from the wolves team blew himself up. It was very decisive and quick. This made Ren Fan frown, wondering what tricks the wolves were up to again. Even if player number 8 throws a lot of gold and water at player number 9 after the alarm, he won't be forced to self-destruct, right? This explosion could not be a single one, it must be a double explosion to swallow the police badge, otherwise the wolf team would have no chance of winning. Christmas Eve last night. Player number 12 blew himself up, please leave a last message. Double explosion swallow the police badge, suddenly I don't want to be a tough guy anymore, just like that, pass. These were player 12's last words. It seems that the wolves had arranged for him to jump out last night, but for some reason, 12 didn't want to jump anymore and blew himself up. Maybe it was because player number 8 threw too much gold water to player number 9, the queen of police. After all, there were not many people left. When 12 and 8 jump together, they must fight against the double wolves 8 and 9. Otherwise, how can 8 have the courage to throw gold water at those who didn't speak after the police? What if he throws it on the prophet and then turns against him and makes the police? But the good guys won't buy his plan. If 8 and 9 are really 2 wolves, why don't they try to kill the prophet? Moreover, as a good guy, player number 9 may have an identity. It is not easy to fight the double wolves of number 8 and number 9. If number 9 jumps out as a witch hunter, number 12 will definitely be regarded as a tough wolf and resisted. Instead of having to fight the Prophet head-on, it is better to get a double explosion to swallow the police badge, and then fight deep with the good guys. By then, there will be only one little wolf and one wolf king left in the wolf team. The magician on the good side can at most protect the Prophet for 1 round. As long as no wolf is killed, there will be a fight. On the contrary, if the police badge falls to the ground and the good guys listen to the speeches of the police officers in full, it will be difficult for the wolves to win. Therefore, from the perspective of player number 12, it was a wise move for him to self-destruct. There is no way, with this speaking order, we can only say that the Prophet was lucky to catch up. If player number 9 speaks first and player number 8 throws gold water at him, the effect will be completely different. Unfortunately, there is no if. The current situation is that player number 12 will self-destruct, so player number 8 is the Prophet and player number 9 is gold and water. But I don't know, Ren Fan always feels that something is wrong. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Werewolf Self-Kill. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 12 left his last words, the game immediately entered darkness. Magician, please open your eyes and choose the target you want to exchange with. Listening to the system's prompt, Ren Fan turned his gaze to player number 8, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not choose to change to 8. Although judging from 12's self-explosion, 8 should be the Prophet. The wolves are going to kill 8 tonight, and magic should also protect 8. But years of experience have told him that things may not be that simple. Even if 8 is a Prophet, what's the point of replacing him for a round? There is no way the wolves will let him live to test the person. As the saying goes, the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. So there is no need to change him. Ren Fan chose to change players number 3 and number 5. 8's first police badge flow hit the police officer 3. Maybe the wolves will let 8 be the coroner. Although this change will affect the verification of 8 to a certain extent, the verification of 3 is gold and water, but it is not gold and water, and the verification of 3 is to check and kill me, but it is not really to check and kill. But it doesn't matter, as long as he is here, these are not a problem. Unless the wolves stabbed him, that would be a bit far-fetched. The focus was on positions 3, 8, and 9. Player number 4 had already spoken, so the knife could not hit him no matter how hard they tried. If 8 is really the Prophet, it is estimated that the wolves will kill between 3 and 9, avoid the magician's skills, and then kill 8 later. Most people would guess that the one who got hit was player number 9, after all, he is Jin Shui. But Ren Fan thinks that the wolves should be able to think of exchanging the magician for 9, but exchanging the magician for 3 is unlikely. After all, 3 is still in the police badge flow. Therefore, knife 3 is safer. To put it bluntly, it's just guessing the knife. It's great if you guess right, but it's also normal if you guess wrong. No one is a worm in anyone's stomach, so how can one guess so accurately? There will always be times when you are wrong, and guessing wrong is the norm. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, the system will not directly announce the death results of last night. To continue the sheriff voting process that was not completed yesterday. If someone from the wolves self-destructs again, it would be a double explosion and the police badge would be swallowed. During this period, players who have not spoken yet can choose to retreat and give up the police badge. Anyone who insists on not retreating and insists on snatching the police badge is either a wolf or a Prophet. In just 2 seconds, all the water that needed to be reseeded had been reseeded, including Ren Fan. In the end, only player 8 and player 2 did not withdraw. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 will jump into the role of Prophet with 8. This is really beyond the expectations of good people. I originally thought that the wolves would most likely double explode and swallow the police badge, but I didn't expect it to be a 2 or 8 pair jump. That's right, it's 2 and 8 pairs of jumps. Although 2 has not yet said that he is a Prophet, his behavior of not retreating has already revealed everything. If player number 2 is not planning to become a Prophet, he will not compete with player number 8 for the police badge at this time. As a result, the situation on the field suddenly became complicated. Yesterday, player number 12 blew himself up. Was he really trying to get a double blast and get the police badge, or was he just creating an identity for player number 8? In fact, both possibilities exist because they make logical sense. It just depends on who can make the right choice. Please warn the players to start voting. 10-11 choose to vote for player 2. 3, 5, and 6 choose to vote for player number 8. 2 votes against 3. In the end, player number 8 got the police badge. It's a pity that there was no tie PK. It would have been great if there could have been a tie PK. Player number 8 was elected sheriff. A prompt box popped up on the screen, accompanied by the system prompt sound. The person who died last night was player number 2, without any last words. Player 2 eats the knife and the cards fall down, and player 8 is fine. This is something that can be explained. From the good guy's perspective, we can also say that the wolf knife fell on player number 8 last night, but magician 2 and 8 were swapped, killing player number 2 instead. Although this possibility is relatively low, it is also a logical idea. However, in Ren Fan's eyes, there is only one possibility, that is, player number 2 will be stabbed, and the prediction of May 8th be problematic. On the surface, it seems that there is no double jump, and it is a one-sided Prophet, but in fact the double jump is very obvious, and the Prophet who double jumps with 8 is dead. To be honest, the fact that player number 2 was stabbed really scared Ren Fan. He couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that it wasn't him who was stabbed, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Please choose the order of speeches for this round. Hearing the system's prompt, everyone turned their eyes to player number 8. It is true that 12 blew himself up yesterday, but his speed of self-destruction was not fast enough, and he was still hit by 8 and half of the police badge was left. Everyone heard that he was going to check player number 3, so it depends on whether he throws gold water or checks to kill number 3. Player number 7 please speak. I just calculated that no matter what player number 8 chooses, in reverse order or in order, player number 3 will always be the 5th to speak. In this case, from the order of speaking, it is impossible to tell whether player number 3 is Jinshui or Shasha. This time is really well timed. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be so lucky. Last night, player 2 lost his cards, and he hasn't backed off yet. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but today I want to tear off the police badge. To put it bluntly, I'm on the side of player 2. He should be the prophet. Player 8 is probably the wolf. Although player number 7 doesn't know what kind of identity definition 8 will give to 3, he knows that there is a high probability that 8 is a tough guy. If the 8th hole card is a wolf, what on earth is player number 2 doing? As a good person, he must know that he has to give up at this stage. One can imagine what he wants to express by not giving up. Therefore, it was completely expected that player number 7 would stand aside and tear off the police badge. To put it bluntly, player number 12 blew himself up. No matter what the reason was, he is a wolf after all. 2 There are 8 pairs of prophets. No matter who is real and who is fake, take them both out and ensure that both wolves will be eliminated. Isn't that better? Player 1 is probably also a wolf. I think 1, 8, 9, and 12 are likely to be 4 wolves. Although player 8 knows that player 2 is the prophet, he certainly can't just check and kill player 2. That would be too superficial. He is obviously going for the prophet. Not only will you not be able to resist the number 2 player, but you will also lose perspective because of your own behavior, and you will also lose yourself and the other wolf teammates. There's nothing we can do. Player 8 can only throw gold water to his wolf teammate, but player 12 is smarter. He directly explodes himself. Not only can he act as a prophet for his wolf teammate, but he can also take the opportunity to steal the knife from player 2. When I wake up the next day, I think the wolves might fake the Magic Johnson's mistake, saying that 2 and 8 were swapped last night. Then the real Magic Johnson will have to come out and correct the situation. Then the good guys will have to make a choice. And once you make the wrong choice, you're completely gone. So, I don't believe that the Magic would swap 2 and 8 last night. Whoever jumps and reports the Magic swap 2 and 8 is the wolf. Player number 2 must be a prophet who will be killed by a knife. They can accurately hit 2 with a knife, which means that the police are basically wolves. Player 1 and player 9, neither of them can play the good guy card in my eyes. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there are good people among 1 and 9. The wolves choose knife 2, and then see who is the last one to retreat. If it is player 2, they will not self-destruct. If it is not player 2, they will continue to explode. But the possibility is very small. Especially since player 8 dared to throw gold water to player 9 and player 9 was able to avoid being attacked last night, and they were not afraid that he would turn against them and call the police. How brave the wolf team must be. It is obviously more appropriate to play both player 8 and player 9 as 2 wolves. Although the 4 wolves at points 1, 8, 9, and 12 are a little bit outrageous, and there is not a single wolf among the 5 police officers, but the logic shows that this is the case. There was nothing wrong with the way player number 7 played the game. As a prophet, player number 2 was able to eat the knife accurately. Both Ren Fan and player number 9 had to fall into the wolf pit, and they couldn't even climb out. Or we can only say that the wolves were just too lucky and randomly killed player number 2, and it just so happened that he was the prophet. Although this possibility does exist, it is unlikely that a good person would do this. If Ren Fan was not an official, he would also think that 1 and 9 were wolves. This is a very reasonable perspective of a good person. However, no matter how reasonable the logic is, it is ultimately wrong because he is not a wolf, so there is a problem here. Let's have a final conversation with player 1 and player 9. If you two are not wolves, you should put your votes on player 8 today. If you want to prove that you are a good person, you have to give a token of loyalty, right? The good people in the external position must not split their votes and abandon their votes. Player number 8 will tear up the police badge and pass. Player number 6 please speak. Let's play player number 8. Judging from the current situation, number 2 can only be played by the prophet, and the queens are almost all wolves. I originally thought that the wolves were going to double explode and swallow the police badge, but I didn't expect that there would be no follow-up after 12 set off the fireworks. It seems that we thought too simply. We thought that player 8 would throw gold water to player 9, and player 12 would find it difficult to jump over, so he blew up the prophet and swallowed the police badge to make a deep push. Now I think the wolf is not that fragile. 8 and 12 are most likely 2 wolves. Player 12 probably blew himself up to raise the prophet's face of his teammates. This operation was quite ruthless, which means that player 2 got hit. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to defeat player 8. From what I heard from the speech of player number 7, he should be a good guy. Of course, now he can't click on the people in the external position. Player number 2 can eat the knife accurately, and players number 1 and number 9 have a big chance of being a bandit. I'm not saying they're both wolves, but they're pretty close, especially player number 9. If it were me, I would definitely kill him first if he wasn't on the wolf team, to prevent him from turning against us and calling the police. But player 9 didn't get stabbed, which means player 8 wasn't wary of him. Only teammates weren't wary of each other. As for the substitution by the magician to kill player 2, that is impossible. Even if the magician wanted to protect player 8, he would have replaced him with someone under the police, not on the police. Because 12 blew himself up, it doesn't mean 8 must be a prophet. It can only be said that he is likely to be a prophet. The person who hasn't spoken yet after the warning may also be a prophet. So the magician is unlikely to find someone to swap with player 8 on the police, only under the police, which is in line with common sense. Player number 2 must have been really killed, not just by substitution. There was nothing original about player 6's speech. It was almost the same as player 7's idea, except that the order was disrupted and he just repeated it in his own words. 218912. And it is determined that player number 2 could not have been killed by substitution. This is to put pressure on the wolves. If they want to pretend to be a magician and say that players 2 and 8 were swapped, then forget it. I completely agree with player 7. No matter what, we have to tear the badge today. Players 2, 8, and 12 will be eliminated. In the end, 2 wolves will leave. Player 2 is either a wolf or a prophet. There is no other identity possible. I hope that no one in the back position will play 2 and is just a good person who doesn't retreat. It's impossible. If anyone plays like this, just mark him as a wolf and fight him. Player number 6 directly blocked all the ways to get 2 discs without being a prophet, and the only way left was to stand aside and get 2 discs with 8 discs as a tough jump. But the more Ren Fan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If it was a wolf, why would 8 self-destruct? Is it just to make a high 8 prophet face? But 8 throws gold water to 9, this force is already very strong, there is no need to risk a life to raise the prophet face of 8. Not worth the candle. So, 8 and 12 don't seem like 2 wolves. If they are not wolf teammates, then player 2 must be the wolf. Then how did he die? The witch has prescribed poison? That's not very realistic. Not to mention that the witch won't be in such a hurry to poison. The key point is that even if she poisons, she can't poison player number 2. The witch will definitely not poison the person who hasn't spoken after the warning. This is basic logic and consciousness. 12's self-exposure does not mean that 8 is a prophet. Anyone who has not spoken yet in the later position may become a prophet. Only those who are crazy will be poisoned directly. Eliminate all possibilities, and the one that remains, no matter how unlikely, is probably the truth. That means player number 2 killed himself and forcibly corrupted the identities of players 1, 8, and 9. If he jumps to the magician, the wolves can say that the wolves chose the knife between 1 and 2 last night, and the knife happened to hit player 2. In this way, Ren Fan can be selected, but player number 9 will have to bear the pressure. Even if he jumps to the witch, it will be useless because the wolf team can jump to the opposite side. It is unlikely that the magician and the wolf team will jump into each other's arms. After all, the magician can prove his identity, but the witch cannot. Even if the wolf wants to die with him, he has to turn 8 into a tough wolf. Although the self-knife in Disc 2 is a bit outrageous, in Ren Fan's opinion, 8 and 12 are really not suitable for double wolves. And if 8 is a wolf, why would he go for the prophet? There is no need for that at all. His prophet's face is infinitely high. Is he still afraid that he can't jump over the prophet in the later position? At that time, if the opponent is the Wolf King and wants to be eliminated, just shoot him. It is very reasonable. But player number 8 just happened to kill player 2, and what a coincidence that player 2 was the prophet who had not retreated. No matter how you look at it, this coincidence seems a bit abnormal. Player number 5, please speak. I'm wondering if there's a possibility that player 2 was poisoned by a witch. For example, if 9 is a witch, he thinks 8 is a prophet, and feels that he might get stabbed. After all, the magician will only give priority to protecting the prophet at night, not Jin Shui, who has an unknown identity. So he hastily spread the poison. As for why he poisoned player number 2, I guess he thought that the Wolf King would most likely call the police. Player number 12 blew himself up, so it definitely couldn't be the Wolf King. In this case, the Wolf King will appear among 1 and 2, and he chose the poisonous player no 2. Hey, that doesn't seem right. If player 2 is poisoned, there won't be an opening for the knife. It can't be such a coincidence that they have the same knife and the same poison. As player number 5 was chatting, he realized that there was an obvious problem with his logic. If the witch had used poison last night, there should have been 2 deaths, not just 1. This means that the witch did not use poison, and 2 was the one that got hit. The possibility of having the same knife and the same poison is too small. If he insists on playing like this, others will think he is trying to help player number 8 set the pace and charge. After a pause, player 5 said suspiciously, I don't know if you have a feeling that all logic points to the fact that 8 is not a prophet. If you don't think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be a big deal, but the more you think about it, the more it seems wrong. If 8 and 12 are 2 wolves, why would player 12 self-destruct? It doesn't make sense. But 2 did not retreat. If we force the game, he forgot to retreat and did not want to jump the prophet with 8. Obviously, it does not make sense. Forget it, I won't waste that brain cell. I'll just play player number 8, so that no one will say that I'm trying to save him. 8 and I definitely don't know each other. I just simply feel that something is wrong. There are 4 wolves, 1, 8, 9, and 12. 8 comes out to throw gold water at his wolf teammates, and 12 stands up and blows himself up. It feels outrageous no matter how you think about it. 5672829189112. There is absolutely no logical problem with this wolf pit, it's just unrealistic. 12's self-destruction is not in line with common sense. How can you play it like this? But if he lets player 8 be the prophet, he can't explain the behavior of player 2, and there is no explanation why player 8, the prophet, doesn't get hit, but player 2 gets hit. There is no choice, player 5 can only give up that 8 is the prophet, follow the crowd and stand on the side of 2, and just play 8 today. If he were a prophet, he would exchange one person for 2 wolves, and he could report another day to test people, which would be enough. After a pause, player 5 said, let's listen to what player 1 and player 9 have to say. I think they know they are in a bad situation. Let's see how they defend themselves. No matter what, I think it's best not to kill them both with one blow. If one of them can take a photo of their ID card, we will have to carefully consider whether he is a fake or a real ID card. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. I'm a good player with a good bottom card. I'll stand on the side of player number 2 for now. That's it. It's over. Player number 4 please speak. Don't you understand this? I guess player 8 is the Wolf King, 2 is the Prophet, 12 blew himself up to not give 2 a chance to report the person, and he also stabbed him for the same purpose. The next day, the good guys saw that player number 2 was not retreating and was a prophet, so they would definitely play player number 8. But the wolf team was not afraid of him because he could shoot and take away a good guy, so the players 8 and 6 who are clamoring to play 7 in the early position may not be good people. But I don't really want to fight 7. After all, he recognized me on the police and said that my identity was clear. If I fight back and fight him back, it would be a bit like the farmer and the snake. Then player number 6 has the biggest bandit face. Maybe player number 6 is a little wolf. Today he wants to push player number 8 out and shoot him. Then he can create another identity for himself. Player 5 seems to be thinking that 8 is what the prophet meant, but after trying so hard, nothing makes sense, so he can only side with player 2. Although his behavior is not very nice, I think he is not a wolf. If he is a wolf, there is no need to rescue the Wolf King. Since the knife is on the prophet's neck and he is ready to be chopped off, why doubt his identity and arouse the hostility of the good people? Player number 5 can only be described as a well-meaning person who is too concerned. He has confused himself and thinks that players 8 and 12 cannot form a pair of wolves. But is it possible that 12 is afraid that player 9 will turn against him and become the police, so he blew himself up directly? At night, the wolves will first bet on player 2 that he is a prophet. If the bet is right, 9 will be forcibly pulled into the wolves. If 2 is not the prophet, and he has also retreated, it means that 8, the golden water, has been thrown on the prophet, and he can only continue to self-destruct. Even if 8 is the Wolf King, there is nothing he can do. He can't give 9 a chance to speak up and test people. Anyway, 2 and 9 will produce a prophet from the wolves' perspective. Normally, 8 should have taken advantage of the situation to check and kill 9, but he chose to take the risk and try his best, which led to 12's self-destruction. Player number 4 has a rich imagination and talked about 2 of his speculations in one breath. As a good person, you should make bold assumptions and carefully verify them based on logical reasons. Who knows what tricks the wolves are playing? What is the real reason why player number 12 blew himself up? We have to guess and then deduce and verify it bit by bit. Now 4 has 2 thoughts in mind. One is that the trump card of player number 8 is the Wolf King, and the wolf knife fell on player number 2 last night, purely because the wolf team did not want number 2 to report the person. Although doing so will expose 8's identity, it doesn't matter. It won't do any harm to the wolf team if the Wolf King is out and shot. Moreover, the wolf in the external position can also create an identity for himself by attacking player number 8. This explains why the wolves dare to attack player number 2 directly without worrying about player number 8 eating the resistance. Another reason is that the wolves wanted to discredit the identity of player number 9. One of the purposes of No 12's self-explosion was to prevent number 9 from speaking. The next day, they would decide whether to continue the double explosion based on the water withdrawal situation. 9 If the water recedes, it means he is not a prophet, and there is no need for him to self-destruct. Good people will definitely think that 1, 8, 9, and 12 are the 4 wolves. Then no matter how 9 is explained or how he tries to justify himself, good people will not recognize him. Of course, it's not just player number 9, Ren Fan is the same. It's equivalent to the wolves' knife dirtying the identities of 2 good guys. To be honest, if the unfortunate predictions of the 4 really come true, then the wolves' tactics are too sophisticated. The most important thing is that this could not have been discussed in advance. It was all a result of on-the-spot responses, which reflected the cooperation and tacit understanding among the wolves. Anyway, no matter how the game goes, player 2 didn't retreat and got hit, which means he should have made the move as the prophet. This is the logical basis. The more controversial issue now is whether player number 9 should mark the wolf as the target. Normally, 9 will definitely go into the wolf's pit and be poisoned or resisted. After all, the possibility I have drawn is too risky and too idealistic for the wolf. What if player 12 didn't choose to self-destruct and let player 9 speak, and player 9 is the prophet? Wouldn't the wolf team be a bit broken? Originally, after the warning, multiple wolves were set up, and player 8 could have chosen to fight the prophet. the probability is 1 in. Even if player is also a good person, the probability is still in. It would have been great if 8 could have taken advantage of the situation and thrown a check to 9, but instead of checking to 9, he walked a tightrope and threw a golden water to 9, who is likely to be a prophet. This operation is indeed not something that ordinary people can do. I'm playing like this now because I think the wolf pit may not be as simple as we think. But if the number 9 player's water is not very good or he doesn't show that I think he may be a good person and not a wolf, then I can only mark him as a wolf and beat him. Listening to player no 4's speech, Ren Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why? Player number 9 on the board may be a good person with a dirty identity, but can't he be one? On the contrary, he is the one most likely to have his identity exposed. After all, 9 received the gold and water, and he and 8 are too much like wolf teammates. Otherwise, the check would have been directed at 9 long ago, so how could he dare to lose the gold and water? It is said that player number 8 is walking on a tightrope and taking risks. That is too crazy. He would rather fight the prophet than do it when he has a relatively high chance of success, but insists on being betrayed and made a police officer. Is he mentally ill? Obviously, the logic of player number 4 is still too idealistic and unrealistic. Even if player number 9 is a good person with a dirty identity, it is more reliable than player no being a good person with a dirty identity. Having said so much, I want to clarify one more thing at the end. Player number 9 in my game may not be a wolf. I am not trying to set the pace and save him. I am just sharing some of my guesses and speculations for your reference. If the surface water of player number 9 is not good, he should be attacked by resistance or poison, but don't doubt that he and I are wolf teammates. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. You're a good guy with a good bottom line. That's it. We're through. Player number 3 please speak. With this speaking order, I don't know whether player number 8 is going to throw a check or a gold water at me. I definitely hope to pick up Jin Shui. After all, he has the police badge in his hand. He was kicked out today, so the police badge had to be given to me, so that I could satisfy my desire to be a sheriff. Player number 3 is looking forward to receiving the gold and water himself, and then handing the police badge to him after eating the anti-push at 8. Although if he is given the police badge, some people will try to get the 3rd and 8th wolves, but his turn will always be after 1st and 9th. Until the affairs of these two people are clarified, the good guys will not be able to get him. What's more, he was holding a police badge and returning the votes at the end. How could people vote him out? Isn't that a joke? In fact, all the logic that can be analyzed has been analyzed in the front position. But one thing no one has talked about yet is the sheriff's voting pattern, which can explain a lot of problems. You can look at the records. 10 and 11 voted for player 2. This means they are probably good people. Their mentality and behavior are not like wolves. Don't say that I deliberately voted for the prophet to gain an identity. This is anti-logic. What I want to discuss now is positive logic. You can't say that those who do banditry and get bandit votes are good people because they don't have a perspective, and those who vote for the prophet are barbed wolves, right? So from my perspective, 10 and 11 can't get the police badge. They voted for 2, which means they realized that there was something wrong with 8's identity and wanted 2 to get the police badge. It's a pity that they were 1 vote short. 189121956. Although I voted for player number 8, I have excuses. Number 8 got the first police badge on me, and I'm a good guy. Voting for him is equivalent to voting for myself. I can't possibly vote for no 2. If I really voted for player number 2, it would be an open-minded perspective. The behavior is good, but the mentality is not good, and there is a lot of black potential. If my trump card is wolf, I will vote for player 2. Even if I let him get the police badge, so what? He didn't even play the police badge trick anyway. He has a check and kill in his hand, but he can't say anything. I have said so much just to tell the good people that if there are good people with dirty identities among 1 and 9, the external position will open the wolf and look for them under the police. 10 and 11 can temporarily recognize them, and 5 and 6 PK. Player 5's speech in this round was not good. He even said that player 2 was poisoned and that all logic pointed to player 8 being a tough guy. It felt wrong. Isn't this just secretly trying to stir up trouble? Why didn't I notice anything was wrong? Player 2 was poisoned and turned out to be a prophet. Player 8 jumped on the alert and threw gold water at player 9. Player 12 then blew himself up. It could be because player 9 was not in the wolves and they were afraid that player 9 was a prophet, so they reported him out to verify him, or they wanted to blow themselves up to give an identity to their teammates in the wolves. These are all what player 4 just said. I think they make a lot of sense. We'll just listen to what player 9 has to say. Just don't beat him to death. But today, player 8 will definitely go first. Even if he talks about a flower, he will be voted out. He is a prophet. Player 2 left without saying a word. Does he want to live to the 3rd day? And player 1, if he changes into a witch hunter or something, don't believe him. I don't believe that Wolf Blade is so accurate. The 3 queens 1, 2, and 9 are all good guys. Can they kill the real prophet with 1 sword? Player number 3 thinks that 9 might be a good person, but Ren Fan is unlikely. There are 3 wolves at 1, 8, and 12, and a prophet appears among 2 and 9. The possibility that the wolf knife would hit the prophet by chance last night is very high, but there are 2 wolves at 8 and 12, and the possibility that one happens to be the prophet by chance when I hit them among 2, 9, and 2 is very small. 467189112. Player 1, Player 9, even though we have pushed both of you into the wolf's den, there is nothing we can do about it. Think about it yourself. Player 2 got stabbed accurately. How can we not doubt your identities? If you are a good person, put your ticket on 8 today, so that you can look like a good person. Otherwise, you will just be regarded as a charging wolf. Now that it's come to this, you can handle it on your own. That's it. It's over. Player number 1, please speak. It's finally my turn to speak. Everyone in the previous position stood on the side of player number 2, but I'm different. I stand on the side of player no 8. From your perspective, we 1, 8, 9, and 12 are most likely the 4 wolves. Player 8 is the Wolf King, 2 is the Prophet. Last night he was stabbed by 2, today he got up and followed the good guys to push 8 and let him shoot and lead people. The question is there any benefit in beating the wolves like this? Player no 12's self-destruction can only be used to pull up the Prophet of his wolves teammates, right? Since the purpose is to improve the face of the Prophet 8, why would we go after the Prophet 12 after he self-destructs? We are not afraid of the Prophet 2 at all. 2-8, 8, 2-8. Then we can decide not to send out player 2, leaving him to take the poison, and use the external position to resist the one who speaks most like a wolf. Isn't this the best choice? No matter how hard we try, we can't just use the knife to directly hit player 2 to give the good guy a straight view. Wouldn't player 12's death be in vain? Listening to Ren Fan's speech, everyone frowned. Seemingly, that makes some sense. The purpose of player no 12's self-destruction is to get a high-level Prophet face. In this case, Wolf Knife can't aim to give the good guys a positive perspective. Otherwise, wouldn't it make player number 12 look stupid? The wolves should do as Ren Fan said, and kill the player from the outside. For example, kill player number 4 who made a good speech, and then have a debate with player number 2 the next day. At that time, the good guys will definitely tend to stand on the side of player number 8. In Disc 2, the Wolf King died and jumped back, but the wolf's knife fell on number 2 last night, which is a paradox with no 12's self-explosion. But the question is, player 2 is the wolf, how did he turn the cards? Same knife and same poison? Or was he killed by the magician? I know you must be thinking that player 2 has been stabbed, and you can't figure out that he has the same stabbed and poisoned. The magician didn't say that player 2 was killed by substitution, so how can you explain the fact that player 2 fell down? In fact, your idea is not bold enough. It is true that player 2 was stabbed. There is no need to consider whether he was killed by the magician or the knife. Is it possible that he was stabbed by himself? Self-sacrifice? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. This idea is not just bold, it's outrageous. Player number 12 blew himself up, and number 2 stabbed himself. Isn't this the way the wolves are playing? Since they are going to hand in their cards, why should they continue chatting? I originally thought that what Ren Fan said made sense, but now I suddenly feel that he is talking nonsense. It's a complete liar. In the end, he just wants to charge player number 8? Really, their expressions just now were wasted. I didn't just think of the number 2 player's self-killing on a whim. It's profitable for the wolves to do so, and it's their only hope of a comeback. Player number 2 slashes himself. Does the good guy have to play 8 to be a tough jump? Will the Prophet be eliminated? Player number 9 and I were behind the police. The Prophet was stabbed accurately. Did the good guys attack us because we were wolves? Otherwise, how could the wolves be so accurate? But in fact, we 1, 8, and 9 are all good people. If player 2 stabs himself, he can ruin the identities of 3 good people. Is it worth it? It's worth it. If we don't play like this, the wolves will definitely lose. Double explosion swallows the police badge. Unless one of the deep water wolves hooks very well, otherwise, there is almost no chance of winning. In other words, it's not that player 2 wants to play this way, but the situation forces him to do this. If he tries, there's still hope of winning. If he doesn't try, he'll just wait for death. If it were you, what would you choose? Ren Fan talked about the Prophet of player no 2's self-knife, which sounded reasonable. If Ren Fan hadn't stabbed himself, I'm afraid no one on the field would have thought of this. It's too outrageous. The wolf team kills 1 person during the day and kills 1 person at night. Isn't this just giving benefits to good people? Now listening to Ren Fan's play, it is really scary to think about it carefully. The wolves took an unconventional approach and managed to survive from a desperate situation. If the wolves really follow their plan and the good guys focus all their attention on 1, 8, and 9, then the so-called round advantage and situation advantage are all illusions and they will still lose in the end. Even if someone among 1 and 9 has an identity, it is useless. The werewolf in the external position can jump towards each other. At that time, the good guys will definitely think that 1 and 9 are jumping to avoid being pushed, jumping to find gods, and jumping to set the pace. Of course, you can also choose not to jump and say that the wolves bet on 2 was the Prophet's right, which makes sense logically. 218912. Although I can't guarantee that my logic is correct, after all, it's possible that there are 2 wolves, 8 or 9. Last night, the wolf chose between me and player 2, and happened to be the Prophet. But based on the current situation, I am more inclined to believe that player 2 is the self-slayer. Because player number 12 self-destruct, there is no reason for the wolves to kill the Prophet, unless they didn't get the point of player number 12 self-destructing, or there was a difference of opinion, and someone wanted to kill the Prophet. Normally speaking, 8 is a tough guy. The wolf knife shouldn't have landed on player 2 last night. They must have kept the prophet out to report the person. So, I think 8 is not a wolf. Didn't players 4 and 5 in the front position say that something is wrong? Now I have told you what's wrong. It depends on whether you are willing to stand on 8's side. If logic alone is not enough to convince you, then I'll add a trump card. I am a magician. 3 and 5 swapped last night. Regardless of whether 8 checked last night's check or gold water, it is the identity definition for player 5. As for why I changed player number 3, it's very simple, because at that time I was not sure whether 8 was a prophet. Now I am standing by him after seeing the information of the second day's card reversal. Even if 8 is a prophet, I'm afraid the wolves won't go after him. After all, the wolves didn't expect magic to protect 8. If magic guessed right, it would be embarrassing for a wolf to die instead. So, I think the wolves would not use the number 8 player last night. They could either use the number 9 player to kill Jinshui first, or use the number 3 player to be the coroner. In the end, I chose to change the number 3 player. Ren Fan talked about his mental journey and the reasons behind the exchange between 3 and 5 last night. Everything was linked together, and there was a reason behind every behavior and choice. Such a speech sounded like a magician's. However, no matter how similar it is, whether the good guy in the outside position can accept it is another matter, because the logic of him standing on the side of player number 8 and killing himself in board 2 is too outrageous. Or maybe we are thinking too highly of player number 2. Does he have such level and configuration? If it turns out that player number 5 is Jinshui, you can consider returning the ticket between 10 and 11. Player 3 is probably a good guy. If he were a wolf, he probably wouldn't vote for player 8 with the badge. And 3 just talked about the ticket type. The logic was good and there was no banditry. At least I didn't hear it. Okay, that's all I want to say this round. I'll have one last conversation with the witch. You must poison me so that she can jump out and help me prove my identity tomorrow, lest the werewolf accuse me of being a wolf pretending to be a magician. Player number 11 please speak. I can actually get to the point where player 2 stabs himself. How should I put it? Player 1's logic makes sense. This is undeniable. In theory, player 2 could stab himself, but I don't want to do that. Player number 11 has a sweet voice and you can tell at once that he is a girl. It's a pity that she doesn't agree with Ren Fan's logic. I think player 1 is playing the magician now and forcing logic to say that player 2 has a dirty identity. I'm afraid he has two purposes. First, he wanted to create a time difference and trick good people into not voting for player number 8, or even voting for player number 8. After all, the logic of his speech was quite inflammatory. After listening to it, I felt that it was quite plausible. The benefits and purpose of the second player's self-sabotage are also reasonable and well-founded. I think it will shake the minds of many good people. Unless a magician jumps out from the back position to shoot him, otherwise, player number 8 will take advantage of this momentum and play a wave of incitement in the last position. I'm afraid the good guy will really be led into the ditch. The second is to take the poison for player number 8. If the player who is eliminated today is not number 8, the witch can only poison number 1 tonight. Otherwise, when he wakes up tomorrow, he will definitely say that he is a magician because he did not turn over the cards. And this is where he is cunning. As long as he doesn't turn over the cards, even if the witch jumps out and says that he didn't poison player number 1, but poisoned Wolf King number 8, I guess no one will believe it. After all, number 1 had a strong conversation with the witch about poisoning herself from a positive perspective. And by then, player 1's wolf teammate can pretend to be a witch and fight the real witch head-on. This may be the fundamental reason why player 1 jumped into the magician's position and stood on the side of player 8. Everything was within his calculations. How could it be such a coincidence that he claimed to be a magician when we just played the 4 wolves 1, 8, 9, and 12? Player number 11 obviously doesn't quite believe that Ren Fan is a magician. Ren Fan is a person in the wolf pit. Suddenly, he jumped into the magician's plate and the number 2 player stabbed himself to dirty his identity. He also talked to the good guys and asked them to return 8 votes. It sounded like he was leading the rhythm and charging. In No 11's opinion, Ren Fan is very good at breaking logic and inciting people. He can turn the knife-eaten attack of player number 2 into a self-knife, and he talks about it seriously. If you don't have strong concentration and willpower, you can easily be led astray. After all, what Ren Fan said was not without reason, and it made perfect sense logically. But she just felt that Ren Fan was a wolf. How could a good person with his eyes closed come up with such bizarre logic? Ren Fan insisted that player number 2 was killed by himself, and he only considered why player number 8 was the prophet throughout the whole process, without thinking at all whether player number 8 could be the wolf. This kind of mentality is not good. What's more, Ren Fan also said that she or player number 10 could play in this round. This made her feel that there was something wrong with Ren Fan. Here's what I thought. Let's play player number 8 today. If he shoots, it means we didn't make a mistake in playing 1, 8, 9, and 12. If he's out without firing a shot, maybe player 1 is right, and player 2 has his own knife and his identity is dirty. Other people should not take photos of their identities, especially magicians. You must learn to be patient and hide your identity. If you can't help but jump out when someone wears your clothes, that's definitely not okay. But I have to make one thing clear. I am not trying to get player 8 to shoot. It's mainly because there is no better way. I can't let player number 2 kill himself and wait for the return of number 8. But I can't just play player number 1 either. Although he is likely to be a small wolf in my eyes, good people will not follow the vote. In this case, we can only have player 8. If he is the Wolf King, let him shoot. If he doesn't shoot, I will kneel down tomorrow and reveal my identity to player 1. Player 1, I know you must have marked me as a wolf, if you are really a magician. After all, I have been refuting your logic, saying that you are a charging wolf who sets the pace and wants to trick the good guys into resisting and grabbing the good guys' rounds. It is normal for you to be hostile to me and think that I am a wolf. But I'm telling you I'm not. If I were a wolf, I wouldn't dare talk to you like this. After all, you're a magician, and the witch poisoned you at night. If you replace me, then I'll be the one eating the poison. I don't believe you are a magician. I doubt your identity and motives purely from the perspective of a good person. Because your logic is too absurd, and your identity is too coincidental. These extreme circumstances combined make it impossible for me to recognize you. Let's take a step back and say that wolves 2 and 12 are gone, and player 8 can report another person for verification later, so he can be considered to have made a profit. Anyway, as long as he is out without shooting, the good guys will stand by him. The witch has poison in her hand at night, so this advantage is simply too great. I'm afraid that after listening to the speech of player 1, the good guys will be fooled and start to rush to the plate 2 to kill the wolf, and then follow 8 to vote. If this happens, the good guys will basically lose. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but being overthinking at this time won't do any good. After listening to player No 11's speech, Ren Fan's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that this little girl was quite suspicious. I don't believe he's a magician. He is a wolf wearing a magician's clothes to take poison for the Wolf King. At the same time, he tricks the good guys into joining the wolf team, and then takes an external position to push the good guys to grab the round. At first glance, what 11 said makes some sense, but she still overlooked a very important point, which is why player number 2 was able to eat the knife. 11 was too hostile to him, and only thought about what benefits would come to the wolves if he jumped out, assuming that he was a wolf. He did not think about the fact that 8 and 12 were both wolves, and 8 did not need the knife profit at all. If 11 could keep this in mind, he would not think it was outrageous that player number 2 stabbed himself and violated his identity. Of course. Objectively speaking, player number 2 is a man of courage. In the case of 12's self-explosion, the wolves must have wanted to double explode and swallow the police badge, and would not commit suicide and dirty their identities again. The fact that he dared to do such a thing shows that he is a ruthless person with a very active mind. Player number 10, please speak. I'm not a magician. To be honest, I kind of believe in the logic of player 1. He's right. If 8 and 12 were two wolves, and 12 blew himself up, why would 8 go after the prophet? It would be a complete loss for the enemy and a loss for himself, which is not in the interest of the wolf team. 4518912. There's nothing wrong with what player number 8 said. But why would player number 12, his wolf teammate, want to self-destruct? All we can say is that he wanted to further serve as a prophet for Gao Lang's teammates, and then he positioned himself as a prophet. But if you consider the behavior of 12 self-destructing to be the face of the high 8 prophet, and the situation of 2 being the prophet being stabbed, these two things are in conflict. That means one of these two things is wrong. 12's self-destruction is an established fact. In this case, it can only be said that Pan 2 is not a prophet. Plus, player 1 got 2 as the prophet from the wolf's self-knife, so I think this should be the truth. Another girl. Compared to player number 11, player No 10's voice is more subdued, with a bit of a broadcasting accent, which makes it more comfortable to listen to. But this is not the point. The point is that Ren Fan thinks 10 might be a wolf. Maybe she has realized that she can't rush forward, so she can only take advantage of the situation and hit the hook. Just now, player 11 said that player 1 was a little wolf that came out to eat poison. If the witch poisoned him, the Wolf King would be happy. If the witch hadn't poisoned him and let him live until tomorrow, he would have been able to prove his identity as a magician because he didn't turn over the cards. This logic seems to make sense, but she overlooked that a real magician can switch between 1 and 8. At that time, player number 8 will still be poisoned. No matter who the wolf knife falls on, the next day, the good people can analyze the death information and figure out whether number 1 is a magician or not. So, the speculation of player 11 about magician 1 jumping is wrong. Player 1 can't help the Wolf King eat the poison. As long as the magician can move the two of them, player 8 can't escape the poison. Player number 11 used this to incite the good guys to question the identity of player number 1, and the bad guys are very aggressive. Here's what I think. If the good guys insist on pushing player 8's perspective today, fine. There are only 2 wolves left on the field anyway, and the witch has poison in her hand. It's okay to give the wolves a profit. But as long as player 8 is out and hasn't fired, player 11 will have to take poison. Oh no, player 1 has talked to the witch, so we have to poison him. Let the poison float for a while, and then pass through player 1's mouth before giving it to 11. My goodness, what a vicious and lewd word. Ren Fan was embarrassed when he heard it, and he even let player number 11 eat poison through his mouth. It was really vivid. I recognize that player 1 is the magician, 8 is the prophet, 9 is the gold and water, and in addition to 11, we need to find another wolf in the external position. I think it should be between 6 and 7. 4518912, 218918912, 45813585, 2611127. Player number 4 definitely can't get the game. He made a good speech on the alert and talked about all the possible tactics of the wolves. He is not in a position to hold the wolf card. This time, they say that player number 9 may not be a wolf. Don't condemn player number 9 with one blow. Once such remarks are made, we can only regard him as a good person. 367189112. Today, my vote will most likely go to 11. I won't stop you from using the player no 8's perspective, but I'm going to use 11. That's it. I've passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Killing 2 Wolves with 1 Show. Player number 9 please speak. It's so dirty. Player 2 played a really dirty trick with his own knife. It made player 1 and I almost jump into the yellow river and still be unable to wash ourselves clean. Luckily 1 is a magician, his words are credible, and his logic is excellent. Otherwise, the 2 of us, oh no, the 3 of us, would probably be attacked by the pushers or poisoned by the poisoners, and no one would be able to escape. I was very happy to receive a gold water on the police, and player 8 dared to throw gold water to me, so I would definitely stand on his side. As a result, when I woke up the next day, player 2 was stabbed. The key is that he had not retreated. I thought he was a prophet. But then I thought about it and it didn't make sense. If 8 and 12 were really twin wolves, could I receive the gold water? Unless he is really crazy about fighting, otherwise, he will definitely go behind the police to investigate and kill the prophet. If player 8 can throw gold water to me, he can't pick up the wolf card. Player 12 probably blew himself up in order to double explode and get the police badge. Before 1 said anything, I always thought that magic had killed player 2. I never thought that he could kill himself. After listening to the speech of player 1, I suddenly became enlightened. I admire his logical thinking and the tactics of player 2. Although this self-sabotage move is dirty, it is really a show. It was almost there, just a little bit, and he could have kicked all 3 of us out and made the good guys stand on the wrong side. I can only say that it's fortunate that player number 1 is a magician and can prove his identity. It's fortunate that he was able to get the self-knife at 2. If it were me, I would probably only play 8 or 9 double wolves, and the wolf team would choose the knife between 1 and 2. Player number 9 stood up and praised Ren Fan, saying that he had good logic and was glad that Ren Fan was a magician. Otherwise, even if Ren Fan was right, the good people would not believe it. They were originally mistaken for wolves by the good guys, and they were performing rituals in the wolf pit, and even player number 2 stabbed himself. It sounded outrageous, a bit like a ghost story. If he had not received the gold water from player number 8, but was in the outside position, he would also have expressed certain doubts about Ren Fan's logic. I can't say I don't believe it, but I don't dare to believe it completely either. After all, the fact that player number 2 killed himself is a bit of a bummer. Theoretically, he gained a lot from killing himself, but theory is theory. Who knows if this is a lie carefully made up by Ren Fan to trick the good guys into standing on the side of number 8. I'll hear player number 8 report the person he checked. 3. Oh no, player number 1 said he swapped 3 and 5 last night, so he checked 5 to see if it was a check kill or a gold water. If 5 is a check, then play 5. If it is gold and water, then play player number 11. 10 made a good speech this round because she believed in the logic of player 1 and chose to stand with 8. Player 2 was a self-sabotaged player. Although it is not ruled out that he was a hook, his status is always higher than 11. 6718912867. It's best to check player number 6, because with 2 and 12 on the police, he's already a double wolf. With 7 on the police, his bandit face is slightly smaller. Looking at the number of police officers on duty in this bureau, it doesn't look like the 3 wolves are on duty. So, the focus should be on the police. Player number 6 is trying to follow the trend and beat our 4 wolves 1, 8, 9, and 12. We will test him tonight. Player 4 did a very good job in both rounds. I recognized him. On the police, he talked about the wolves' possible tactics in this board, which was a direct attack to cut off the source of the trouble. It's unlikely that a wolf would speak like this. This time he's suggesting that I might not be a wolf, but a good person with a corrupted identity. My mentality and behavior don't qualify me as a wolf. 4 is the only good person I recognized through speech. As for player 3, he was still thinking about taking the gold water and then pushing player 8 to get the police badge. I feel that this statement does not seem like an open-eyed perspective. And the situation is relatively relaxed. The bandits are not very big, at least the rounds should be after 6, 7, and 11. I hope all good people can be like player 10 and believe in the logic of player 1. It is impossible that player 2 was the one who killed player 8. 8, 12 are both wolves. 12 blew himself up. The wolf team must not kill the prophet. They must kill him from an outside position. Player 1 also made this very clear. We have to recognize the good guys. Just because player 2 got stabbed, it doesn't make sense to say that he must have been killed by the prophet. Anyway, just listen to player number 8 and return the vote. That's it. Pass. Player number 8 please speak. The player number 3 tested last night was Jinshui. If number 1 is really a magician, then this Jinshui must be no 5. But to be honest, I'm a little afraid that 1 is a wolf. You may think I'm crazy. 1 is here to speak for me and to help me put the good guys in a correct perspective. How could it be a wolf? Normally, it's impossible, but since player 2 can even kill himself, then player 1 might be a wolf pretending to be a magician to knock me down. It's not that I'm paranoid. Let's assume that player 1 is not a magician. The real magician is in the outside position. What will he think when he sees player 1 pretending to be a magician? 1891212. This completely defeated the magician to the wolves. The next day, when player number 1 turned over the cards, could I and player number 9 still explain it clearly? We couldn't explain it clearly. Awesome? Ren Fan originally thought that his logic was outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that there are always people better than you. Player number 8 is definitely a talent, as he can play as a wolf and a magician to make a flying shot at this time. It's not entirely unreasonable what he said. Theoretically, this is possible. But 8 is somewhat overestimating himself. Player number 12 blew himself up, then number 2 stabbed himself to expose his identity, and then he pretended to be a magician and hit him with a cushion. The 3 wolves went to so much trouble, even risking their own lives, just to get rid of a prophet like him. They really think they are a piece of cake. If he is a wolf, does it need to be so complicated? If he talks directly to the good guy, he will get 8 today, and the witch poison will get 9 at night. Wouldn't it be better if he takes the identity shot tomorrow? Is it really necessary to pretend to be a magician and get kicked? If he wants to risk his life, he must be out of his mind to do this. But player number 8 was enjoying the game. You may say he is a rookie, but he can think so much. His thinking and logic are quite high. A rookie would not make it so complicated. But you can't say he's bad. His speech gave me a headache. He even hit the magician who was trying to put the point in perspective for him. He's really out of his mind. Of course, although I have some doubts about the identity of player 1, he is the magician who stands by my side after all, so I have to trust him. It's impossible for him to just use the wolf jump magic to send me flying. This is just a concern of mine. Last night he swapped 3 and 5, which means I checked that player 5 is Jinshui, so I'll play player 6 today. 10 has made it clear that she is on my side this round. I can acknowledge her as a good person for now, but I cannot rule out the possibility that she is a barbed wolf. This is where I want to remind the good people, if there is a problem with the speech of the last 10 or she does not listen to my return vote, then you can consider trading her back hook. Now I'm just giving her a little push, maybe to put some pressure on her. Player number 11 has a big gangster side. She questioned the identity of player number 1, questioned no one's logic, and even said that player number 1 was a little wolf coming out to take the blame. She spoke like a wolf. But I won't check him. I like to check him for the tolerance rate, so as to avoid any hooks. If he sounds like a wolf, I will directly click into the wolf pit. If I have the identity, I will take the identity. If I don't have the identity, I will suffer the resistance. I plan to check out player 7 tonight. The second police badge flow wants to attack player number 4. Actually, what I am most worried about now is that player number 4 is a werewolf who has made a good speech. Although this possibility is very low, his mentality, logic, and behavior are not like those of a wolf, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Some wolves are so good at chatting that people can't find any trace of them and just want to recognize them. I'm afraid that player number 4 is this kind of wolf. I even want to put him in the first police badge stream, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. It would make me look too. Ren Fan finally understood why player number 8 suspected that he was a wolf wearing a magician's clothes and hitting the mat and flying. Because this kid suffers from paranoia and always thinks that others have bad intentions. For example, I think he jumped into the magician to play the cushion and flew away, and I suspect that the number 4 player's speech was for identity. Honestly, it's tiring to play werewolf with this kind of mentality. Everyone is a target of suspicion, and no matter how good the speech is, you won't be able to play. It's not surprising that comments like this one will be rejected. 267111127. As long as I don't detect the killing, then go to the wolf pit I ordered. Today, player 6 will definitely be eliminated first. Good people, don't be stupid. Just like player 1 said, if I were a wolf, I would not kill player 2 at all. Wouldn't it be better for him to keep him to resist the push? Killing him is equivalent to selling myself out, which is equivalent to giving good people a correct perspective. What do I want? The witch will poison player 1 at night, and let player 1 poison others. Don't make a fuss about me being the wolf king and player 1 being the little wolf that jumps out to eat the poison for me. That doesn't exist. Magicians are not just for show. Okay, that's all I want to say about the last position. The badge flow is 7 and 4. Today, player number 6 is out. That's it. Pass. After listening to the speech of player number 8, Ren Fan gave him the evaluation of good death. Originally, he jumped into the magician's board and revealed his identity by player number 2, so the good guys were half believing and half doubting. Now player number 8 is in the last position and the conversation has become like this. I suspect he might be a wolf. I suspect player number 4 might be a wolf. I suspect player number 10 might be a wolf. Playing 7 and 11 will lead you into the wolf pit, and player number 6 must be removed. Logically speaking, there are only 10 people in the field, and he has offended most of them. How can he not be eliminated? Although the logic of player number 8 makes sense and is not nonsense, the profit should not be too straightforward. People don't trust you in the first place, and you don't try to win their votes. Instead, you doubt this and question that. Isn't that just asking for trouble? You have to know that most people are not so rational when playing this game. It is normal that if you hit me, I will not indulge you. Ren Fan talked until his mouth was dry and his lips were almost worn out before he finally managed to get his logic right. After talking like this, all his efforts would probably be wasted. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. After player number 8 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded immediately. As for the return of the vote for player number 8, Ren Fan could only say that he couldn't compliment it. Although he doesn't know whether 6 is a wolf or not, compared to player number 6, 10 is actually more of a bandit. That's right, it's 10, not 11. Even though 10 believes that he is a magician and wants to stand on the side of player 8, the more this happens, the more suspicious his identity becomes. Because 10's reaction to him jumping into the magician's plate too and being a self-saber wolf was a bit abnormal. So what kind of reaction is normal? It's just like player number 11, who is half believing and half doubting him, or even more suspicious than believing, and wants to play player number 8 first. This is the mentality of a good person. Player number 10 immediately recognized him as the magician and wanted to stand beside player 8 to get out player number 11. This is questionable, or it can be said that she is more of a bad guy than player number 11. It's a question of judgment. Ren Fan felt that doubting his own 11 was like a blind-eyed good guy perspective, while believing in his own 10 might be a wolf playing a reverse hook. If it were someone else, they might think that 11 is a wolf, charging and setting the pace, trying to resist the prophet, but since 10 can recognize himself, he should not be a wolf. There is no right or wrong in these two mentalities. After all, the situation in each game is different and cannot be generalized. Sometimes Ren Fan's judgment is right, and sometimes it is wrong, and this is the interesting part of Werewolf. There is always an unknown, and there is no so-called correct answer. There is not much time, and the voting results are out. 1 chooses to vote for player 10. 5, 8, and 9 choose to vote for player number 6. 3, 4, 6, 7, 1, 0, 1, 1, 8. As expected by Ren Fan, player number 8 was pushed out by a large number of players. Except for his 2 gold waters, everyone else voted for him, which means that most good people do not agree with 8's speech. The reason why I can follow the ticket of 5 and 9 is purely because of Jinshui's face. And Ren Fan voted for player number 10 at this juncture purely to put extreme pressure on the opponent. As a magician, he voted for player number 10, and the wolves knew what he wanted to express. But even though he knew the numbers, player number 10 was still shocked and surprised that Ren Fan voted for him. She even suspected that Ren Fan wanted to vote for 11, but his hand trembled and he voted for the wrong person. Although it's a bit far-fetched, isn't it even more far-fetched that Ren Fan is a wolf? She has been so humble and already believed that Ren Fan was a magician. What else does she want? Ren Fan should vote for player number 11. After all, number 11 questioned his identity and even speculated that he might have been deliberately asked by Xiaolang to jump out and get poisoned. Can she let him go with this statement? I have to press her down on the sofa and rub her hard. In short, Ren Fan's ticket type made player number 10 very depressed, and he felt terrible. Player number 8 is out. Please wait for the player to choose whether to activate the skill. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Some people expect 8 to fire a gun, but some people don't want 8 to fire a gun. Especially player number 9, he can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the yellow river after being shot by number 8. 10 seconds passed quickly. Player number 8 did not shoot, which made players number 5 and number 9 finally feel relieved. Player number 8, please leave a last message. I don't understand why so many people are on the wrong side. Didn't the logical player number 1 explain it clearly to you? What did I say that made you think I was a wolf, or did you just want to find me and see if I could shoot you? If it's the latter, you see it now, right? I don't have a gun in my hand. I'm not the Wolf King. I'm really just a prophet. Why is it so tiring to play the role of a prophet? Listening to the speech of player number 8, Ren Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, who can you blame? You asked for it, you deserve it. It is obvious that he should canvass for votes at the last position, but he insists on appearing to have thought a lot and has a high level of logic, and just talks about some meaningless things. Regardless of whether it is right or not, even if the plan is correct, for example, if player number 4 is a werewolf who has made a speech, you have to check him and he will definitely rush forward. The purpose of the barb is to survive, not to die. The prophet must know how to judge the situation and learn how to deceive the werewolves. If he is too rigid, he will easily die. I looked at the ticket pattern and only my 2 gold and water voted with me. Everyone else voted for me. Player number 1 was even better. He actually voted for 10. I don't know what he meant by that. Do you want to kill player number 10 tonight? If that's the case, then player number 1 is taking the werewolf too lightly. Don't say that player number 10 may not be a wolf. She is a wolf. Knowing that you want to replace her, she dares to kill herself. Do you believe it? And I don't understand why you think 10 is a wolf. Did you remember the wrong statement? The one who beat you is not a magician, and the one who played you might be a wolf in clothes is player 11, not 10. Don't get confused just because they are all girls and your head is dizzy. I now feel that player number 7 is a very bad guy. I said I would check him out at night, but he ended up putting all his votes on me. This is too bad behavior. I'm afraid of checking him out. Maybe 6 and 7 are 2 wolves, or maybe I made a mistake with player 6, and 11 is a wolf. Anyway, there's a high probability that 2 of the 3 of them will produce wolves. As for players 4 and 10, they are no longer available. Although we cannot rule out the possibility that there are hooks among them, there are too many people in the outside positions who look like wolves, so we don't have a turn to attack them. Finally, have a conversation with the witch. Although the current situation has proven that player 1 is the magician, you still have to poison him because he is prepared to be poisoned. If you poison players in an external position, such as poisoning player 6 or player 7, you may end up making things worse. After all, player may first swap them with him, and then it will be embarrassing if player 1 is killed. So, let's do as player 1 said and let him carry poison to prove his identity. Since he can get player 2 to slash his own identity, I believe he has the ability to deliver the poison to the wolf's mouth. Okay, that's all I have to say as my last words. If there are still people who don't recognize me as a prophet, then it's not my problem. As for the police badge, I'll give it to player 5. Pass. Please ask the police chief to choose to hand over or tear off the police badge. The system prompt sounds. Player number 8 readily gave the police badge to player number 5. He originally wanted to give it to Ren Fan, but then he thought it was a bit inappropriate. After all, 5 and 9 were his gold and water. Player number 8 chooses to hand over the police badge to player number 5, and player number 5 becomes the sheriff. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. Magician, please open your eyes and choose the target you want to exchange with. Yesterday Ren Fan voted for player number 10. In his eyes, there was a high probability that 10 was a wolf, but he definitely couldn't change her tonight. If player number 10 is cruel enough to himself and stabs himself like player number 2 did, and he swaps 1 and 10, isn't that equivalent to walking into the muzzle of a gun? Although there are very few such ruthless people, it is better to be safe than sorry. In fact, Ren Fan put the ticket on player number 10 just to try and see if he could trick the other party into killing himself. The prophet has been pushed out. If he is killed by 10 again, the wolves can continue to play with 1, 8, 9, and 12 tomorrow. Because Ren Fan said he was a magician, but he didn't live to the next day, isn't this a wolf? If the external wolf wears his clothes, he can definitely lead the good guys into the ditch. Player number 10 cannot be replaced. Who should be replaced in the external position? The possibility of the police opening 3 wolves is relatively small, so the probability of 4 and 7 are good people. Especially player number 4, his speech was unassailable. Although the last vote went to player number 8, it was also 8's own fault. It's not his fault that people voted for him. Maybe 8 guessed correctly that 4 was a werewolf who had made a speech, but if that was the case, he shouldn't have said it at that time and under that situation. He hasn't even firmly established his throne yet, but he's already thinking about killing princes and nobles. Who else will they kill if not you? Player No 7's speech on the police scene was quite good, and he acknowledged number 4 directly. 218912. So, the last wolf was still opened under the police. Player No 3's reaction was not like that of a werewolf being checked and killed, and he didn't know at the time that Ren Fan had swapped him with player number 5. If he is a wolf, he will know that he has to take over the check and kill, and he will definitely set the pace and attack player number 8 more fiercely. His words will be extremely sharp, and he will have murderous intentions towards number 8. He will feel uneasy, fearing that he will be pushed out of the game. Under the influence of this emotion, he would not say with a smile that he has a chance to get a police badge. To put it bluntly, judging from his speaking status, player 3 is not very capable of picking up the wolf card. Player number 5 is gold and water, so number 6 should be the wolf. In fact, it can be seen from the fact that player number 10 changed his ticket and rushed to 8 that 6 and May 10th be on the same side. Otherwise, 10 can just follow 8 to play 6. There is no need to charge, because it is easy to put herself in trouble. After all, she just said she would stand on the side of 8. She was willing to risk being beaten for her inconsistency in words and deeds to vote for player number 8, which means there is a high probability that she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. She couldn't bear to vote for her teammates, so she had to bite the bullet and charge forward. Therefore, 6 and 10 are likely to be wolf teammates. Thinking of this, Ren Fan exchanged himself with player number 6. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a prompt box popped up on the screen. The players who died last night were player 6 and player 10. The game is over, the good guys win. Game over? The good guy was confused. What was going on? Aren't there at least 2 wolves on the field? Could it be that numbers 6 and 10 are both wolves? Even if one was killed by the magician, what about the other one? Did he kill himself again? Only a faint smile appeared on Ren Fan's face. He really ordered correctly. 6 and 10 were both wolves. One was killed by his poison, and the other was tricked into committing suicide by his knife. Immediately afterwards, the game settlement page popped up. 26101210. In this game, the prophet of the good camp is number 8, the witch is number 4, the hunter is number 3, the magician is number 1, and the rest are civilians. After everyone's identities were revealed, the next thing to come was the specific actions of the night god and the werewolf. On the first night, the prophet checked that player number 9 was Jinshui, and player number 5 was Longdao. The witch took the antidote and fished them out, but the magician did nothing. On the second night, the magician swapped players number 3 and number 5. The prophet checked that player number 3 was gold and water, the witch had not poisoned anyone, and the wolf knife fell on player number 2. On the third night, the magician swapped players 1 and 6, the witch poisoned player 1, and the wolf knife fell on player 10. After watching the review of the night's operations, the good guys were in tears and laughed. Why were the werewolves in this game so weird? One of them blew himself up right away, and 2 of them stabbed themselves. Is this a free welfare bureau? However, few people realize how dangerous this game is. If Ren Fan hadn't had a trump card and figured out the logic of player no 2's self-sabotage, the good guys would have won. Player number 12, are you sick? I told you I would jump, but you insisted on snatching it from me. I let you jump, but you blew yourself up, intentionally letting the good guys win, right? I've already clicked the report. Player number 10 was extremely angry. On the first night, she took the initiative to volunteer to jump into the battle. After all, he was the Wolf King, and the one carrying the gun had to be at the front to protect his younger brothers. She succeeded in her brazen attempt, snatched the police badge and pushed the prophet out, and the game was secured. If her attempt to escape failed, then the safest way would be to shoot the prophet and take him away. As a result, player number 12 insisted that it was risky for the Wolf King to jump out as a threat, as the good guys might leave the Wolf King to eat poison, so it would be better for the little wolf to jump out as a threat. She thought about it and felt it made sense, so she gave the job of being a tough guy to player number 12. She tried to get the ticket under the police's supervision, but she never expected that player number 12, this Seema guy, would just blow himself up. Otherwise, how could good people be so passive? The behavior of player number 12 seemed like she was deliberately letting the good guys win, so she directly clicked to report, saying that the game was abnormal and she suspected that her teammates were giving away points. Whether the report will be successful depends on how the system judges. No, why did you report me? In that situation, we should have double exploded and swallowed the police badge. How could we have won if I and player number 8 jumped? Player number 12 didn't think there was anything wrong with his self-explosion. After the alarm, there are only a few people left. In this case, if player number 8 dares to throw gold water to player number 9, if he wants to play the relationship between 8 and 9, he can only play the double wolves of 8 and 9. But are the 8th and 9th double wolves so easy to deal with? Let me put it this way, if he doesn't self-destruct, the police badge will definitely be taken by player number 8. If player number 9 is a civilian, it's okay, he can barely beat the double wolves of 8 and 9. But if number 9 is a god card, no matter what god it is, whether it's a witch, a hunter, or a magician, it means he has no chance to talk to anyone. In that case, why not double explode and swallow the police badge to make a deep push? Although this will result in falling behind in rounds, there is still hope of winning. Forcing a jump is not a wise choice. He even thought about playing cowardly and not jumping. But later the good guys have to look for the original tough guy, and they have to look among 1, 2, and 12, and 2 is the wolf, so this doesn't work either. After thinking about it, I can only use double explosion, but 10 still reported him. That's toxic. You can't just explode if you can't jump. Your explosion will put us in a passive position, and others don't want to explode. Player number 2 said unhappily. So you stabbed yourself. Player number 12 thought that his wolf teammate might not double explode and swallow the police badge, but he never thought that there would be such an outrageous operation as self-slashing. 1818912. Player number 2 was very satisfied with his self-knife operation, and it was no exaggeration to say that it was a stroke of genius. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and ran into Ren Fan. If Ren Fan hadn't betrayed him by stabbing himself, he would have most likely won this round. After all, after a round of speeches, most people were talking about the 4 wolves 1, 8, 9, and 12. If this trend continues, the wolf teammates will win without any effort. This is also the fundamental reason and benefit for his determination to kill himself. Player 10, why did you stab yourself? Do you want to stab yourself and take over player 1? You're going to hurt yourself by and hurt the enemy by. Can't you just go find the witch knife? Listening to the question from player 12, player 10 frowned and said unkindly, do you think everyone else is the same as you? I killed myself to kill player 1. He voted for me, and I thought he might come to replace me. 1106189112. If he didn't switch to me, I could have fired a shot by myself. I didn't expect him to switch to player 6. 8 voted for player 6 during the day, and he didn't follow suit. I thought he thought player 6 was a good person and didn't want to follow suit. Player number 10 felt that Ren Fan had shown off to her. The main reason she killed herself was because she was thinking that Ren Fan 1 and 10 would be swapped so that she could kill him. As long as he turns over the cards at night, he won't be able to pick up the magician card. Player number 6 will then put on his clothes and the conversation will start according to the logic of round 11. Especially the speech of player number 8 at the end was not good, which offended a lot of good people. If it weren't for Ren Fan supporting him, he would have been beaten by Bai Lang long ago. To put it more simply, the purpose of 10 self-knife is to exchange life with Ren Fan. This is the hope and opportunity for the wolves to turn the tables. It's a pity that Ren Fan didn't swap 1 and 10, but replaced player number 6, which was really beyond her expectations. Player 1, what on earth did you mean by rolling 10? I thought you slipped and wanted to roll 11. Player 8 asked with a smile, and 10 has recognized you as a magician and wants to stand by me. In the 11th round, you might be a little wolf. I don't really believe you are a magician. Even if you vote, you should vote for 11. Why did you think of voting for 10? I don't understand. It's just to seduce. Oh no, it's to trick player number 10 into killing himself. Ren Fan said, after listening to the speeches of 10 and 11, I felt that 10 was most likely a wolf. I felt that the situation was not good, so I was ready to fight back. because her reaction was not like that of a good person who closed his eyes. She showed no hostility towards me at all. That was the normal mentality of a good person. She questioned my identity and the motives of the player number 11 in my game who stabbed himself. So, I think 11 is most likely not a wolf, and 10 is a hook. If I vote for her, she will feel a lot of psychological pressure. If she doesn't kill herself, I might replace her. After all, the votes are cast for her. Slay yourself. What if I didn't replace her? I think she must have been very conflicted at the time, ha ha ha. Ren Fan is really a coward. This was the evaluation given to him by the wolves. Listening to his wanton smile, 10 wanted to cover his mouth. He was too cheap. He thought he was a magician, but he thought it was a wolf, and the one who beat him was a good guy. This guy might have a masochistic tendency and an unusual fetish. As for why they changed player 6, it's very simple. After 8 voted for 6, 10 got anxious. She promised to stand by 8 and vote with him, but she broke her promise and got the profit. Isn't this a typical case of rushing to vote to protect the wolf teammate? I guess if 8 voted for 7, she would have voted for him. So, if the ticket type of player number 10 is sold, there is a high probability that the player number 6 will be a wolf. Otherwise, I may not necessarily change to player no 6. Listening to Ren Fan's words, player number 10 was secretly shocked, thinking that this person's mind was so meticulous that he could even guess what she was thinking. It was really amazing. No wonder he could lead the good guys to win by himself. If it weren't for Ren Fan, they would have most likely won this game. After all, player number 2 was determined to dirty his own identity, and most people couldn't figure it out. All I can say is, what a pity, what a pity. The MVP of this round is player number 1. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. No one had any objection to Ren Fan winning the MVP. He was such a great magician. Player number 10 was scared to death. Player number 6 was killed. 2 wolves were killed in one round, and it was revealed that player number 2 had stabbed himself, which was extremely logical. If he was not the MVP, who else would be qualified? Exit the game room. Ren Fan saw the message bar flashing non-stop, and when he opened it, he found out it was a friend request. System information, Milan Dede wants to become your friend, do you agree? Yes. No. Ren Fan thought about it and realized that this game ID seemed to be the player number 10 just now. That's right, it's that royal sister. When I heard her speech, I even clicked on her profile picture. She was a woman with a very queen-like demeanor, just like her voice. It is very pretty, and gives me a kind of primitive, heart-pounding impulse, but I don't know how much it has been photoshopped. Open the scoreboard. Ren Fan finally returned to the top 10 and is currently ranked 9th with a total score of 40. First, the total score is now 46, only 6 points more than Ren Fan. Theoretically, he can catch up in 3 games. If that person unfortunately loses 2 more games, Ren Fan will replace him without moving. According to this scoring rule, not going down is also a kind of victory. After all, losing 1 game is equivalent to winning 2 games. It is too difficult to get higher points. Ren Fan was purely relying on his personal strength to lead the team. Otherwise, based on the previous few games, the good guys would have deserved to lose. Oh yeah, time to see how many fans I have. Ren Fan opened Weibo with great anticipation. The moment he saw the number of followers, he thought he was dazzled. 178,000. In just over an hour, he gained 100,000 followers, which really shocked Ren Fan. The main reason is that Ren Fan underestimated the horror and influence of the werewolf killing circle in this world. Moreover, the updates he posted were too hateful. He confronted the entire network, saying that those who scolded him were black fans. He could not distinguish between right and wrong, and even posted Green Corpse cold and started live broadcast. The emotions of netizens were aroused, and they all wanted to see how thick-skinned and shameless Ren Fan was. In addition, with the new Star Club fanning the flames behind the scenes, the bored people who just wanted to watch the fun did not mind making trouble, and actually pushed Ren Fan's hot searches directly to the top 10. Not only that, many groups, post bars, and forums within the circle are reposting related content, and the popularity is unprecedented. For no apparent reason, Ren Fan became famous. Is this coward going to give up? Forget about 100,000 fans. He has almost 200,000 fans. Why did he disappear? You already said he was a coward, and you still expected him to confront netizens. Ha ha ha, I knew he was just talking nonsense and was just trying to vent his anger. I saw that his fans were less than 100,000 half an hour ago, but now they have soared to 180,000. You guys are really giving him face. I want to open a blind box. Isn't this guy from the Rising Star Club? Let the Rising Star Club reveal some information. This is the first time I've seen someone who made himself a hot topic on the internet. This guy is really talented. It was yelling an hour ago, but now it's silent. It's really boring. Why do I feel like I'm being used as a pawn? Is this a premeditated hype? Don't mention it. I also smell something wrong. In just a few days, his fans increased from about 100 to 170,000. It's faster than any publicity. Are you sure he's a fan? Why do I feel like everyone is here to scold him? Ren Fan didn't expect that netizens liked him so much. If this continued, even if he didn't play in the Champions League, he would be able to make a name for himself with the help of these black fans. As I said, black and red are both red. People in this world have not yet grasped the essence of internet traffic. I have to quickly apply for a Doushao live broadcast account. Ren Fan thought to himself, opened the mobile app store, and searched for downloads. After the installation is complete, apply for a personal live broadcast account. Fill in personal information, upload proof, and the application is successful. Congratulations on becoming the host of Doushao Live Broadcast Room. Your Doushao Live Broadcast Room number is 1506211. Without saying anything, Ren Fan copied the information to Weibo and posted a status update. See you at 1506211 p.m. in Doushao Live Broadcast Room. You can start the live broadcast in advance by giving gifts. It's about 5 in the afternoon. There are still 3 hours before Ren Fan's live broadcast debut, but he has mastered the essence of certain video websites. You can start the live broadcast in advance by giving rewards. Isn't this just advanced on-demand broadcasting? Who says money can't buy time? Isn't this time being controlled by money? Damn, this guy really dares to do a live broadcast. I don't know why I suddenly like him a little bit. Am I sick, brothers? No, absolutely not, otherwise I would have become a patient too. It's so funny. How can I be missing from such an interesting thing? What are you doing upstairs? Be careful of the impact when making crystals. Is there any big brother who wants to give him a reward? Just treat it as feeding the dog. I can't wait to see how shameless he is. I'm willing to contribute $1 to the crowdfunding. Why does it feel so routine, but I can't help but want to rush in. What should I do? Is there anyone who can persuade me? Brother, don't be so upset. Just give him 100,000 yuan. If you give him more, you will look like a fool. At the same time, Ren Fan's recently opened Doushao Live Broadcast Room has already started to attract people. In just a few minutes, the number of online viewers soared to more than 1,000, and the number is still rising rapidly. Ren Fan is now finally sure that he is popular. Even though they are black and red, one day, they will fall in love with me, right? Why is it so dark? Give me a camera. You still want to see the camera without throwing money at him? Is this something you can see without spending money? Funny, I don't pay for the content that costs money. There are plenty of links. Man, I have a friend who wants one. Me too. Me too. Ren Fan looked at the barrage that quickly passed by on the screen, his lips slightly raised. If he had known that he could become famous by attracting hatred, he would have had nothing to worry about. Just wait for the boss to feed the dog. Don't give any tips, this is a charity live broadcast. If you don't like it, please insult me, but don't leave. To be honest, this comment is more interesting than the live broadcast. It makes me smile so much. Ren Fan should have some shame to send out shake hand number 10x. Ren Fan shamelessly gave away rotten eggs x 1000. Don't go along with the rich ladies who give you 200 yuan. 12k Pure Ugly gives away the supreme wedding dress. The popularity of Ren Fan's live broadcast room is skyrocketing. Even the backend of Doushao Live detected it as abnormal data and triggered the system alarm. Because the speed at which people appeared in Ren Fan's live broadcast room was too fast, as if he was cheating. How could a new account that had just been applied for have such a terrifying data growth? The operations department did not inform them that a well-known anchor would be arriving today, so Ren Fan's live broadcast room attracted the attention of the backstage operations and maintenance personnel. However, through data comparison, it was found that these people were not robots, and their IP addresses and network interfaces came from all over the country. To put it simply, the data in the live broadcast room are normal and not manually manipulated. Report this matter. Ren Fan didn't know that his live broadcast room had already been targeted by the Doushao staff before it even started. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because money has blinded his eyes. A rough estimate shows that the rewards received in this half-hour amounted to nearly 20,000. This couldn't help but make Ren Fan sigh. Live streaming makes money quickly. You just said that giving gifts can start the live broadcast earlier, but you should tell me the number. That's right. We will continue with $1 and 10 million. Give us a definite answer and weigh the strength of the netizens. No way, you really want to give him gifts. If this can make you money, then come and scold me. I admit that I was jealous. At first I thought he was a clown, but now I think the clown is actually me. I don't understand why you guys give him gifts. He is such a person with corrupt morals and low quality. It's our fault if he makes even a penny. Hey, then don't come to the live broadcast room. If you come to the live broadcast room, it will only increase the number of online users. What difference does it make if I'm more or less? Well, that's what you think. So now there are more than 10,000 people in his live broadcast room. Ren Fan felt that what the barrage said was right. There had to be a number on how many gifts to give to start the live broadcast in advance. After thinking for a moment, Ren Fan changed the title of the live broadcast room. 10 Super Rockets, start live streaming immediately. 10 Super Rockets are equivalent to 100,000 yuan. A Super Rocket costs $10,000. Ren Fan really wants to become a big fat man in one bite. However, he still underestimated the financial resources of netizens. The last thing the big guys lack when they come to watch the fun is money. Zixi sends out Super Rocket X1. Zixi sends out Super Rocket X1. There was a 30-second interval between the two rockets, and the live broadcast room was completely boiling. I have decided. I will scold the netizens tomorrow. They are really stupid and have a lot of money. This is ridiculous. Isn't it just to watch his live broadcast in advance? There are all kinds of idiots these days. I've already privately chatted with Zixi and left him alone. I'll curse him a few times and see if he gets a gift. I clicked on private chat, but I sent a message of hi. You guys are really crazy. We are here to laugh at him and condemn him, not to give him gifts or money. Please make your purpose clear, okay? Brother, is it possible that you are just here for fun, but they are not? Half an hour passed by unknowingly. Except for Zixi who didn't hang up the big abyss species, no one else gave Ren Fan super rockets. However, during this period, there were people who kept sending him rotten eggs and other negative gifts. But no matter whether it is positive or negative, anyone who gives him gifts is a good person. With your limited strength, you still want to challenge me? Do you know who my dad is? I can revoke your driver's license with just one sentence. If I don't see the remaining 8 super rockets in an hour, I will not broadcast live today. Ren Fan was shouting wildly on Weibo. He has to trick a few more great abyss species into giving him super rockets. As long as these guys want to watch his live broadcast, he will ask for gifts as much as he wants. They are all family, don't be polite. 7 p.m. The official announcement of the Champions Cup states that the top 10 players in each city's points ranking will be able to unlock the advanced board. The rules for advanced boards are different from those for basic boards. The basic board is win 1, lose 2, and MVP gets an extra point. The advanced board is win 2, lose 3, and MVP gets 2 extra points. In other words, when playing on the advanced board, you can get up to 4 points in a game, but if you lose, you will lose more, with 3 points deducted each time. And only the top 10 in each city are eligible for the advanced board. Those who fall out of the top 10 will be automatically disqualified, and those who make it into the top 10 will automatically qualify. For Ren Fan, if he can survive in the advanced field, he will definitely not survive in the basic field. The efficiency of gaining points is one aspect, but the key is that you will always encounter crappy teammates in the basic field, while the possibility of encountering crappy teammates in the advanced field is very low. After all, they are the top 10 in each city, which is equivalent to the best of the best. This is another new player pool with a higher threshold. Ren Fan opened the interface of the advanced board, and there was only 12 Nightmare Dream Capturers. This board is indeed a relatively complex and brain-burning board. If the difficulty is rated on a 5-star scale, this board would get 3.5 stars. The Pre-Hunter White and Wolf King guard he had played before were almost all 1 star. The Gargoyle and Magician boards barely get 1.5 stars. 2 points for a win and 2 more points for MVP. It seems like I need to give it a try. Thinking in his mind, Ren Fan started the game match. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, 12 Nightmare Dreamers. All players please note that this board is a 12-player Nightmare Capturer. Board configuration. Good Guy Camp, Seer plus Witch plus Hunter plus Dreamcatcher plus 4 civilians. Werewolf Camp, 3 ordinary werewolves plus Nightmare. Speech time, 3 minutes. Witch, you can't save yourself in the whole process. There is a police chief, who has the right to return votes, and has 0.5 more votes and 30 seconds to speak. 2 brand new characters appear on Nightmare Catcher's board. They are Nightmare and Dreamcatcher respectively. Dreamcatcher, a clergyman in the good camp. 1 player can be chosen to be a sleepwalker every night. If the same player is chosen to be a sleepwalker on consecutive nights, that player will die. The person who is chosen by the Dreamcatcher becomes a sleepwalker and becomes immune to night damage that night, not only the wolf knife, but also the witch's poison. If the Dreamcatcher dies at night, the sleepwalker will be eliminated with him. However, if the Dreamcatcher is exiled or shot by a hunter during the day, the sleepwalker will not be affected at all. From the skill description, it can be seen that the Dreamcatcher is an enhanced version of the guard. Oh no, it is a guard with a knife. Not only can he defend, but he can also attack. If you go shooting after the werewolves for 2 consecutive nights, you can let the dead wolves help the good guys chase them for a round. If this card is played well, it will undoubtedly be a werewolf's nightmare. But the real nightmare belongs to the big brother of the werewolf camp. Its skill is that it can scare a player every night, and the player will not be able to use skills that night. If the opponent is a werewolf, the wolf team cannot kill anyone that night. But Nightmare and Little Wolf actually do meet each other, and can communicate with each other and act together. It's just that on the first night, Nightmare opened his eyes first and had not yet met the Little Wolf, so he was frightened. Therefore, it is recommended not to activate skills on the first night of Nightmare, so as not to backfire. Nightmare cannot terrorize the same player 2 nights in a row, but can terrorize the same player repeatedly, and its skills can be used continuously without a limit on the number of times. The name of this card is really not wrong, it is indeed a good guy. Oh no, to be precise, it is the Nightmare of the God card. No matter if you are a witch, a dreamcatcher or a prophet, you have to give in when you meet a nightmare. As long as the nightmare wants to mess with you, you won't even have the chance to use your skills. There is no doubt that the wolves are quite strong on this board. It is a board where the wolves are strong, and the odds of the good guys winning are relatively low. But who wins or loses in the end still depends on the operation and level in the game. Players, please check your identity cards. The voice of the system sounded in Ren Fan's ears. Immediately, various trump cards flashed quickly before his eyes. Finally it stopped on the Dreamcatcher. Dreamcatcher? A magic card that can create miracles, a magic card that can fight nightmares. Ren Fan's goal is to kill 2 wolves. Even if he fails, he will have to shoot Christmas Eve or kill one wolf. All in all, if he gets the dream catcher, he must chase the good guys for at least one round. All players please confirm their identity cards. Ren Fan took a look at his seat number. Number 7. Woohoo 7 fly. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After nightfall, the first thing that opens your eyes is nightmare. Then came the werewolf, the prophet, and finally Ren Fan, the dream catcher. Dream catcher, please open your eyes. Please choose a player to become a sleepwalker. The dream catcher is different from the guard. The guard can choose to guard alone, but the dream catcher cannot. A player must be chosen to become the sleepwalker. If the player does not choose, the system will randomly select a sleepwalker for the player. There was nothing special about the first night, so Ren Fan took a photo of player number 8 next to him. 8 blind shots on the first night. If you hear 8 talking like a wolf during the day, you can just shoot him to death at night. If 8 does not speak like a wolf, go to the outside position to find a target, and decide whether to play defense or offense based on the actual situation. If they play defense, they must use the prophet or other god cards, so that the wolf sword can't do anything to them. If you want to attack, just go after the wolf. This way, even if you get stabbed, you can still take the wolf away. If you don't get stabbed, you can kill a wolf in your sleep for 2 consecutive nights. Generally speaking, you play defense before your identity is exposed, and play offense once your identity is exposed or you feel that your identity has been exposed. The night operation was quickly over. After daybreak, the system's beep sounded immediately. Players in this bureau who want to call the police please light up to signal. It didn't take long for the police report to come out. 124567810. Randomly starting from player number 2 to speak in order. Player number 2 please speak. I'm the first to speak. First of all, I'm not a prophet, but I'm definitely not a wolf either. I went to the police mainly because I didn't want to vote under the police because I was often on the wrong side. Every time I voted wrong, many people would label me a charging wolf. The key is that I am not very good at showing off. I don't know how to prove to the good people that I am not a wolf. So, I rarely stay under the police. To be honest, the environment under the game police is quite bad now. If you vote right, you may be blocked. If you vote wrong, you will definitely be charged. Anyway, whether you vote right or wrong, you may be pointed into the wolf pit. Many people are keeping an eye on the police. If the players under the police make any comments that are slightly flawed or bad, they will be suspected of being wolves. Fortunately, I was wise enough to call the police. Player number 2 is a typical example of a police fair evader. He knew that he had no ability to take sides and often took the wrong side. Once he did, he would be led into a wolf's den, so he simply became a police officer to get by. Oh, by the way, let me talk to the prophet. I get carried away easily and often get swayed by my emotions. If you think I'm a good person, I'll really want to stand by you, but if you say I'm a wolf, I basically won't stand by you unless there's no other way. So, if you want my vote, I don't need to tell you what to do. Player number 2 is quite cunning. He warns everyone in advance that he gets easily impatient and is not a very tolerant and generous person. If anyone hits him, he will most likely hit back. In this way, the prophet or the tough wolf will not easily cause trouble to him, but will try their best to win his favor and votes. To put it bluntly, player number 2 is like a child. He likes to be coaxed. He wants to stand on the side of whoever makes him feel comfortable chatting. On the contrary, he wanted to beat the other person as a wolf. Player number 4 please speak. Prophet, I tested 3 last night and I'm a good person. If the police badge shows, I'll press the police button twice. 9 and 12 are fine. Although I haven't heard the police officer's speech yet, if there is no accident, at least one of the 4 police officers will appear, right? To say that all the police officers are good people, I think the possibility of 4 wolves coming to the police is too small. Player number 3 is Jin Shui, and 1 wolf or even 2 wolves will appear among players 9, 11, and 12. 4 he got up and jumped into a prophet. There is no problem in testing people's thoughts. Since he found out on the first night that player number 3 was Jin Shui, and number 3 was under the police, then looking for the wolf under the police was naturally the first choice. There are 4 people under the police in this game, so there will definitely be a wolf, maybe 2 wolves. Player number 4 wants to open a gap under the police to find the wolf, which fits the perspective of a prophet. Let me talk to 9, 11, and 12. Although I think 1 or 2 of you 3 will become wolves, I definitely don't intend to use you as resistance. Well, there will always be a wolf among the police. I don't know who it is now, so I can only point them all out. Of course, if you can all vote for me as the police badge, and if there are no major problems or explosive points in the speech of the police officer, I can make the 4 wolves the police. In other words, if you are a wolf, and you vote for me and make a negative comment, and speak a little better, I will basically accept you. But if you vote for a bandit, and your comments don't sound like a good person who is on the wrong side, then I will definitely point you into the wolf pit. It's hard for the good guys to win this board because the wolf team has nightmares. I almost don't have the chance to check the people for 2 days. So, it's crucial for the good guys to stand on the right side on the first day and push the wolf team out. I hope good people don't sneak into the wolf team to do banditry. Otherwise, I will mistake you for a wolf, and I will beat you up. Then you will beat me up. Then, good people will beat each other up, and the werewolves will just watch the fun. It can be heard that player number 4 is an experienced veteran. He knows very well that the nightmare board wolves are quite strong and have a particularly high winning rate. Therefore, every good person must be extremely alert, listen carefully to the speeches to distinguish true and false prophets, and carefully look for wolves or identify good people. If there is a good person who joins the wolf team, the game will most likely be over. Especially witches and dream catchers. These two god cards are both capable of catching up with the rounds. Not to mention standing on the wrong side, as long as they don't help the good guys catch up with the rounds, it will be difficult for the good guys to win. On the other hand, if the witch and the dream catcher both play very well and each kills a wolf, then they will basically win. The number 2 player in the front position will not be defined for now. His speech can be summed up in one sentence: he doesn't want to stay under the police to vote, so as not to be beaten. Such a speech can be discussed by wolves and good people, so I can't judge his identity. Under the police, please see which side player 2 is standing on. You can vote if you don't want to stay under the police, but after listening to the speeches, you still have to make your attitude and position clear, right? If, when they get to the police station, player 2 says he doesn't know who the prophet is and doesn't know which side to take, then he's a bandit. At least in my eyes, there is, because I am very hostile to people who do not take sides and speak ambivalently. I always feel that they are playing tricks on me. Finally, let's talk to player number 3. I found out you are the good guy last night. Anyone in the external position can stand on the wrong side and do something bad, but you can't. If you also join the wolves, I, as a prophet, will lose my mind. Once I lose my mind, I will basically lose the game. So, player number 3, you must stand by me. I think about what else I can talk about in my position, but it seems there is nothing to talk about. There are only 2 people speaking in the front position, and they are just slacking off. The information I get is limited, and I can't figure out any logic. When I get to the police station and listen to the speeches I need to hear, I will have a high probability definition of everyone's identity. Not only will I point out the wolf pit, but I will also clarify the common border relations. This is my habit as a prophet, but now I can't figure out anything. I'll repeat myself one last time. I'm a prophet. I tested player number 3 last night. He's a good guy. For the badge flow, I'll tentatively test players 12 and 9. I passed. After listening to player no 4's speech, Ren Fan thought it was okay. The chat went pretty standard. There was nothing eye-catching, but there was no explosive part either. Overall it was just above the passing line. But precisely because of this, it is difficult to judge whether 4 is a prophet or not. He has the aspects of a prophet, but he may not be a prophet. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. It still depends on how the prophet who takes off from the later position talks. However, if player number 4 is a wolf, this game will definitely not be a 4-wolf police game. If there are 4 wolves on the police, he will not throw the golden water to the number 3 player under the police. It would be great if he could check and kill the number 5 player after the police. Maybe he can fight for the prophet. The probability of this is very high. 4 wolves are on the police. How many good people are left in the back position? The probability is about 1/3. But he didn't do that, so if he was a wolf pretending to be a wolf, there would be no need to think about calling the police. But then again, nothing is absolute. Ren Fan was only thinking about normal situations, and he couldn't think of extreme situations for the time being. Player number 5, please speak. I don't know how you feel after listening to the 4 prophets. Anyway, it feels like drinking plain water to me. It feels very bland and tasteless. I don't have the urge to stand with him. Maybe I have too high expectations for the prophet. After all, the number 4 player starts from a high position. I should give him some tolerance and not hold too high expectations. In fact, the prophet in my mind has to speak to my heart or have a certain point that makes me feel that he is a prophet. It's a pity that player 4 didn't do it. The things he said will be discussed by the prophet and the wolf, so I don't really want to take sides now. Let's talk about it after the police. Player number 5 was not very satisfied with the speech of the 4th prophet. In his opinion, the speech of player number 4 was too bland and without any passion. After listening to it, he had no desire to stand on his side at all. People often say that if logic is not enough, you can make up for it with status. As a prophet, regardless of whether the logic is good or not, the status must not fall behind. But looking at player number 4, his condition was average, and his speech lacked momentum, as if he was just doing his job, which he felt was not good. But there are always only 4 people in the front position who can jump into the role of prophet, and you can't just attack him directly to be a strong jump. Therefore, 5 can only say that he will listen again and the police will not take sides for the time being. Although there was nothing remarkable about 4's speech, the fact that he threw gold water to 3 under the police did raise his prophetic status to a certain extent. If player 4 was a wolf, he could have chosen to throw a check to me and go after the prophet, but he didn't do that, which is good. That's the only way he's more like a prophet. But this alone doesn't prove anything. After all, there's no wolf king on this board. Player 4 is afraid that the kill will be thrown to the god, so it's normal for him to choose to settle for the second best and give the police 3 gold water to canvas votes. Player number 5 is right. There is no wolf king on this board. If the wolves don't want to play too aggressively, they probably won't choose to throw checks and kills, but will throw money at the police to attract votes. Therefore, we cannot say that 4 is like a prophet just because he did not throw a check to the police. This logic is too far-fetched. As for player 2, I think he's more of a good guy. Judging from his words and the emotions he showed at the time, he doesn't seem to be lying. The current logical environment is not very friendly to the players under the police. For example, after player number 4 checked that 3 was gold and water, he immediately locked his eyes on 9, 11, and 12. Similarly, if I were to side with 4, 1 or 2 wolves would appear in 9, 11, and 12. Then the 3 of them would have to fight each other, and the situation would be quite difficult. But there are pros and cons. As long as one wolf is found among the police, the others will be relatively safe. And those who voted for it, even if they are going to turn against it, will have to wait until after the 3rd day, unless the speech is too bad. Speaking of the police, I think player 3 is most likely a good guy, regardless of whether player 4 is a prophet or not. Imagine if player number 4 is a tough wolf. Would he throw golden water at his teammates, making them the focus and sending them into the prophet's field of vision? I think most people would not do that. 4th place throws gold water to 3rd place just to solicit votes. If there is another teammate under the police, he can get at least 2 votes. If one of the remaining 2 people stands on the wrong side or abstains from voting, the prophet will not get the police badge. In general, it is in the best interest of the wolves for the 4 players to throw gold water to the police to solicit votes and get the police badge. Player number 5 directly recognized the policeman's 3, so there was no big problem with the logic. Generally speaking, wolves are unlikely to throw gold water to their wolf teammates, especially to wolf teammates under the police. 4 as a wolf, as long as you can get the vote of player number 3, even if you can't get the police badge, you can ensure that you have the opportunity to speak in PK. And what about the prophet? Unless you speak particularly well, it will be difficult to get a police badge. Because 4 guaranteed votes are 2, the advantage is huge, and the prophet has no team. What can he use to compete with the tough wolf? If you have to play the double wolves 3 and 4, the only way is for player 4 to be the identity of player 3 and let player 3 do the reverse hook. This routine does exist. But there is no polling station yet, so there is no need to think about it in that way. But one thing to note is that compared to other boards, this board is much more likely to have wolf gold as its identity. Because there is a nightmare. Even if the prophet suspects that there is something wrong with the gold and water thrown by the wolf, there is a high probability that he will not have the opportunity to verify it. In this case, it will be difficult for the werewolf who receives the gold and water to catch him. Based on this, the wolves can be bolder. As for other boards, wolves don't dare to play like this, because you can't stop the prophet from testing people. Therefore, it is somewhat hasty for 5 to recognize player 3 as a good person. Player number 6 please speak. 12 gold water, police badge flow 11, 8 goes smoothly. As soon as player 6 opened his mouth, all the good people present frowned. This hand is a bit too long, it even reached player number 12. I guess there is a reason for it. I know you're all wondering why I reached so far and found 12. There must be a reason. Indeed, the reason is because of me. Player number 12 is the position I have always particularly liked. Every time I use the prophet, I will check number 12, unless I am number 12 myself. This mental journey sounds a bit fake, like it's made up, but I'm telling the truth. I hope no one will use this to criticize me. This is a personal habit, and it's not a big deal, right? If anyone wants to beat me up and say I'm a wolf, please use logic. If they say there's something wrong with my human testing, then that's a strong beating. The mental journey of player number 6 when testing number 12 was quite unexpected, but it seemed to be nothing wrong. If you play this game a lot, you will meet all kinds of people. Everyone has his or her own habits and preferences. For example, 6 likes position 12, and wants to test 12 on the first blind test on the first night. What can you do? It's not very appropriate to hit him with this. To be frank, the prophet can test whoever he wants on the first night, so don't meddle in other people's business. My first police badge flow test player number 11 wants to define the pattern of the police first. 12 is my gold water. There must be a wolf among 3, 9, and 11. Player 3 took the gold water from 4. Normally, 3 and 4 should not meet. The reason was just discussed by player 5. There is no need to throw gold water on teammates when the wolf jumps. This will easily make teammates the focus and attract the attention of the prophet. Instead of doing this, it is better to throw gold water to the good guys to win votes. But player 5 overlooked an important point, which is that this board has nightmares. In other boards, when wolves throw gold water to wolves, they still have to worry about being checked by the prophet. The initiative is completely in the hands of the prophet. But this board is different. Nightmare will not give the prophet this opportunity, no matter if he has the police badge or not. It is precisely because of this that the probability of wolf gold appearing on this board is much greater. Therefore, I cannot be like player number 5 and just hastily recognize player no 3. I want to see 3's vote type and his police officer's speech before considering whether to recognize him as a good person. Although I can't recognize him as a police officer, it's okay to say his preference. After all, wolf gold is a small probability event, even in this board. Listening to the speech of player number 6, Ren Fan nodded secretly. As expected of a prophet, he indeed thinks more than player number 5, and his logic also appears more rigorous and comprehensive. Although we can't rule out the possibility of 3 or 4 being double wolves, we must treat 3 as a good guy first. In this way, the wolf under the police will be between 9 and 11, so I put the first police badge flow on player no 11. I know that if I say something like this, it will inevitably cause 11 to feel disgusted and resistant. He will think that I am checking him out to kill him, but there is no other way. From my perspective, 9 and 11 must be the wolf. Whether it's number 11 or number 9, it doesn't matter who you test without hearing their comments. You can't say that I used my first badge flow on number 11, but I think he's more of a bandit than no 9. Then we'll have to see if player number 11 is Jinshui or Chizamo. If 11 shows that he is a good guy, then player 9 should take the resistance unless his identity can be revealed. If 11 is found to be a wolf, then player 9 can be put aside temporarily, but not completely, because the police may not only open one wolf. Not bad. Player number 6 has a very broad perspective, dares to talk, dares to fight, and dares to tell the truth. He verified that player number 11 was going to look for the wolf, even though saying this might cause resistance and disgust from the other party. If 11 has a bad temper, maybe because of this sentence, he will stand on the side of the prophet opposite and not look back. But even so, player number 6 still talked openly about his thoughts and logic. As for what kind of reaction player number 11 would have after hearing it, it is unknown. There is no logic or reason behind the second badge check for player number 8. He just played randomly. I can't be like player number 4 and double press the police, right? Player number 5 in the front position should be a good person. Instead of helping player number 4 to incite, he said that player no 4's speech was too bland and did not make him want to take sides. If there are 2 wolves at 4 or 5, he probably won't say that. Instead, he should help the 4th player to set the pace or secretly induce the good guys to stand on the side of 4. He will never suppress the prophet at 4. It can be seen from this point that players 4 and 5 are unlikely to be teammates with wolves. As for player number 2, I can't understand him. His speech was too weak. Let's see how he stands on the sidelines. Player number 6 recognized number 5, but for player number 2 it was a big question mark. It was impossible to define whether he was a wolf or a good guy for the time being. Finally, I'd like to talk to the players under the police. I hope you can all vote for me. If you vote for me, I will naturally have a good impression of you. When the time comes, the police will choose the wolf pit, and I will choose you if I can. But if you vote for the tough wolf, unless you can take a photo to prove your identity, I will definitely point you to the wolf pit. You can understand this, right? I can't admit that you are a good person just because you vote for the gangster, right? Player number 12, you are my Jinshui. Others can stand on the wrong side, but you can't. This is the conversation between the tough wolf and player number 3 just now. I will tell you the same thing. I tested you as Jinshui on the first night. I hope you won't let me down. You have to shoulder your responsibilities as Jinshui and lead the good guys to victory after I turn the cards over. That's it. I passed. Player number 7 please speak. 4 and 6 are jumping to the prophet. Based on the current comments, I am more inclined to stand on the side of player 6 for 3 reasons. Ren Fan stood up and stated his position and attitude. First of all, I am very satisfied with the definition of the relationship between 6 and 3 by player 4. It is obviously too hasty to directly recognize 5 as a good person like player 3 did. Player number 6 is right. This board has a nightmare. The probability of the wolf giving gold water to the wolf is greatly increased, because the prophet has almost no chance to verify the gold water given by the wolf. In this case, the wolf will become bolder. Suppose 3 and 4 are both wolves, and they play a routine at night. For example, player 4 jumps in and throws gold water to player 3, and then player 3 tries to hit the hook. At night, the nightmare will use the fear prophet to stab him. Who can predict that player 3 is the hook? Player number 6 is acutely aware of this problem, but player number 5 has not thought of it. What does this mean? It means that player number 5 has not thought enough and his thinking is too restricted. He is not as flexible and open-minded as player no 6. Player number 6 talked about what I wanted to hear, and I felt like he was a prophet. Secondly, player 6's speech is more authentic and sounds better to me. He knew that attacking player 11 might cause 11 to be disgusted and make him vote for player 4, but he still talked about it without hesitation, which shows that player 6 is very frank. The tough guy would not be so direct. In the end, the identity definitions of 6 versus 2 and 5 are similar to what I thought. It is true that it was a bit hasty for player 5 to recognize 3, but his overall speech was relatively benign, so he can be recognized for the time being. Player number 2 is hard to define. His comments can be either good or bad. We can only wait and see which side he stands on. Ren Fan stood up and talked out 3 reasons why he stood on the side of player number 6. And these 3 reasons are enough to support him to temporarily recognize 6 as a prophet. Although I tend to side with player 6 and think he has a better chance of being a prophet than player 4, I am not stubborn because the police's comments in this round cannot determine anything and are only temporary. Moreover, player 4's comments are not explosive and he still has the potential to be a prophet. Also, in this game, those who are good at chatting may not be prophets, and those who are bad at chatting may not be wolves. You have to be more careful. If there is a new situation in the comments of the police 4 and 6, I will consider changing sides. So player number 4, if you are a prophet, don't be discouraged, and don't attack me as a charge wolf just because I'm standing on the side 6. Speak nicely and I will turn around. Oh, by the way, you are a prophet who started from a high position after all, so it's understandable that you are not as good as player number 6 in the conversation. I am tolerant of you, but since I have listened to the conversation between the two of you, I have to have an attitude, right? Ren Fan was really trying to hide himself. While standing by player number 6, he also did not forget to comfort player number 4, to prevent the 4th police from hammering him to death and calling him a wolf. It can be predicted that after this wave of speeches, even if player number 4 is hostile to him, he will not attack him too harshly. Even if player number 4 is a wolf, he cannot play 6 or 7 double wolves. Forcing it will only expose his murderous intentions. Because if Ren Fan was a wolf, there wouldn't be the following paragraph. Both ways. This is the brilliance of Ren Fan. When you are not sure whether you are on the right side, you should leave room for yourself. In case you are on the wrong side, you can turn back and not force yourself to go down the wrong path. 3911121114. I won't say much about the fact that player number 12 is Jin Shui. Although I can't completely accept player number 3, he is most likely a good person. There is no need to rush to play 3 or 4 double wolves on the first day. Player number 4 played the badge flow with 12 and 9. I feel that these two people are most likely canvassing for votes. After all this, player number 11 is the most embarrassed and has the biggest chance of being a bad guy. I am very satisfied that the first badge of player number 6 was cast on player number 11, but I guess player number 11 will not get the vote from player no 6. Assuming that player 3 doesn't betray, then it depends on which side player 9 chooses. If 9 is willing to vote for 6, there should be a tie for PK speech, but if 9 does not vote for 6 or abstains from voting, player 4 will get the police badge directly. In other words, player May 9th decide who holds the police badge. I definitely hope that player 9 can cast his vote for player 6. At least he can listen to a round of PK speeches, and let players 4 and 6 have another round of speeches. This will always be more beneficial than harmful to the good guys. The prophet is not afraid of talking too much, but the more the werewolves talk, the more they are exposed. Moreover, after the tie ticket PK, we can also see everyone's ticket pattern. Once the team is separated, it will be easier to find the wolf. Player number 9, I've said so much, do you understand what I mean? Yes, I'm here to help 6 get your ticket. If possible, you can give it to him. Of course, it's up to you which side you stand on. I won't force you to vote for 6. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'm on the side of player 6 for now. I'll tell you later if the other officer will change his mind. That's it. I passed. Player number 8 please speak. If we are to take sides, we must first take sides with player 6. Player 7 has already made it very clear. Compared with the speeches of players 4 and 6, there is no doubt that player 6 is better. Although being a good speaker doesn't mean you're a prophet, I can't stand by those who are bad speakers, right? But I have tolerance for player 4. After all, he speaks in a high position, and player 6 has an advantage in a later position. Therefore, we cannot define the side based on just one round of speeches. Good people should not be too stubborn, but it is okay to recognize player 6 as the prophet for the time being. Player number 8 completely agreed with Ren Fan's idea. The police officer can stand on the side of 6 first. His speech is slightly better than 4. But one round of speeches cannot determine who is the prophet. It mainly depends on the speeches of 4th and 6th police officers, the wolf pits they choose, and the logic of the game. It is understandable that it is difficult to come up with any useful logic when police 4 starts speaking from a high position. If player 6 were to speak in position 4, he might not be able to talk as well as player 4. Therefore, the fact that 6 spoke well in this round does not mean that he is a prophet. When you get to the police station, if the ratio is still 6 to 4, then play 4. There is nothing much to say about this. Otherwise, you have to consider whether to go back to stand on the side of 4. If you side with player 6, then player 7 must be the good guy. In fact, regardless of whether player 6 is a prophet or not, I think player 7 cannot hold the wolf card. If there are 2 wolves, 4 and 7, and player number 7 makes a barb, he will not talk about so many ways in which 6 is like a prophet, and it will be all with positive logic, unless he wants to hook the hook to the end and does not plan to look back. But if 7 was going to go all the way, how could he say that the police officer might turn around after listening to the statements of 4 and 6? This doesn't make sense. Therefore, if the number 7 player stands on the side 6, it is a reverse hook. And if 6 and 7 are 2 wolves, his statement clearly shows that he is going to set the pace and charge. In that case, why is 4 a prophet? Based on this, player 7 doesn't look like a charge wolf. That's why I said that no matter who the prophet is, 7 should be a good guy. If he is a wolf, this game will be a failure because he can't be defeated. Player number 8 was a good person, so he stood up and used logic to recognize Ren Fan. The reasons are quite good and totally defensible. Just as player number 8 said, if Ren Fan meets any of players 4 and 6, they will not chat like they did just now. If he can say that kind of words, he must be a good person. There is a saying that goes return a favor. After player number 8 recognized him, Ren Fan had a special liking for him. As long as the speech under police number 8 was not particularly explosive, he would also recognize number 8 as a good person. As for player number 5, I don't think he is a good person, or I don't recognize player number 5. In my opinion, one of the two must be a wolf. If 2 cannot be defined for the time being, 5 cannot be recognized. Because the 3 wolves are on the board, 6 is the prophet, and 7 is the good guy. If I don't call 2 and 5, the 1 and 10 who haven't spoken after the call will be the 2 wolves. This will definitely not work. So, I can't acknowledge 5. Once I acknowledge him, I will be in an awkward situation. In fact, when I choose to stand with player number 6 and recognize player number 7, I have to find 2 wolves among players number 1, number 2, number 5, and number 10. The pit is quite crowded. If 1 or 2 of them can identify themselves, my wolf pit will probably have no margin for error. Player 8 did not follow suit and recognized 5. He felt that the wolf pit was a bit crowded, but it was barely acceptable to find 2 wolves among 4 people. However, if he recognized player number 5 and 2 wolves appeared among 1, 2, and 10, he could guarantee that the 1 and 10 after the alarm would hammer him into the ground. At that time, 3 people will lead the rhythm and beat him. Who can stand it? And once there is a magic card among 1, 2, and 10, he will be miserable. Therefore, he absolutely could not be like Ren Fan and directly admit that 5 was a good person, lest his retreat would be blocked. If a wolf is going to appear under the police, I don't think it will necessarily be player number 11. Although the police badge flow played by player number 4 is 12 and 9, it seems that they are canvassing for votes, and player number 12 is indeed a good person, but some wolves like to put their wolf teammates into the second police badge flow to cover up for the vote rush. So, it's hard to say who is the wolf between number 9 and number 11. It depends on the vote type and the speech. I say this just to hope that player number 11 will not be too hostile to number 6 and number 7. They are both straight-headed and do not understand the art of language. They do not know that speaking more tactfully will make it easier for others to accept. Anyway, if nothing unexpected happens, the wolf under the police will be in 9-11, but we should not jump to conclusions too early to avoid preconceived ideas about which of the 2 is the wolf. Okay, that's all I have to say on the police. I'm a good guy, and I hope everyone can recognize me. That's it, pass. Player number 10 please speak. Tisk tisk, everyone is siding with player 6. Why does it feel like this game is going to be one-sided again? Player 6's speech is indeed better than player 4's. It's normal for everyone to recognize him as a prophet, but I want to support player 4. Although there are no highlights in 4's chat, they always start from a high position, so we should be more tolerant. You all rush to support player 6. It would be fine if player 4 is a wolf, but what if he is a prophet? I'm afraid he will lose his mind and just give up. He was lying alone, and 8 people lost. In order to give player number 4 some confidence, I stood by him on the police. Listening to player no 10's speech, Ren Fan frowned. Knowing that 6's speech is better than 4's, 10 runs to stand on the side of player 4. What is this guy doing? 10 said that the reason why he took sides like this was because he was afraid that in case 4, the prophet's mentality would collapse, which would affect the entire good team. It sounds reasonable at first, but it just feels weird. Let's say he is a wolf. For a wolf to use this reason to charge his teammates is a bit arrogant. You might say he is a good person, but he chose to stand on the side of player number 4 who spoke less well. His behavior was really bad. 436122612. For positions like 3 and 4, it's better to just give the gold water to your teammates. It's more natural and will not attract the attention of good people or prophets. But it's different for player 6. He threw gold water to player 12 from a distance, which is too easy to attract the attention of good people. I don't think it's likely that player 6 would insist on making his wolf teammate the focus. He should be trying to get votes from 12. After all, 3 has already received the gold water from 4. If he doesn't throw some gold water to the people under the police, he will lose at the starting line. For this reason, player 6 might have made up a story about his mental journey and thrown gold water to player 12, who is also under the police, to solicit votes. So, I think that since player 6 and 12 don't meet, player 12 should be a good person. 461034612. Player number 6 just jumped, but there was no need to throw the gold water from a long distance onto his teammates. Wouldn't this forcefully make his teammates the focus? It was not in the interest of the wolves. Therefore, if plate 6 and plate 12 do not meet, it is more appropriate that player 12 is the good guy who is being canvassed for votes. Player 12 is a good guy, 3 is gold water, and the wolf under the police is between 9 and 11. But player 6, including player 7 who stands beside him, are hostile to 11. Ruling out the possibility of intentional identity manipulation, 11 cannot be in a relationship with 6 and 7. In other words, player 11 cannot be a good teammate with players 6 and 7. Player 6 is a tough guy, and player 11 is the good guy. In this case, the only player who can start the wolf under the police is player no 9. Player number 10 chatted with all the people under the police, and finally came to the conclusion that player number 9 was a wolf. Ren Fan didn't know what others thought, but after hearing what 9 said, 10 must have been so angry that his nose was crooked. And 10 is on the side of player number 4, and it is estimated that player number 9 will also develop resistance to 4. If 4 is the prophet and 10 is the wolf, this is a very classic way of padding. If a prophet stands on the side and talks well, it is a barb, but if he deliberately talks badly and makes himself sound like a wolf, it is a cushion. In Ren Fan's opinion, no matter who the prophet is, the identity of player number 10 is very poor. The police need to open 3 wolves. I think player 8 is a good person. Although his side is different from mine, he dares to take down players 6 and 7. He has a good mentality and the banditry is not big. The most important thing is that I can't play 6, 7, and 8 as 3 wolves. I can only play 6 and 7 as 2 wolves. Player 7 is helping player 6 to set the pace and incite. He told player 4 not to hit him because he is a wolf. He will listen to the speech after being warned, and maybe he will turn around or something. I'm afraid he is trying to appease player 4. Believe it or not, in the end, player number 7 will still stand on the side of 6 and play 4. When the time comes, he can just say that player number 4 is not as good as player number 6 in chatting. Anyway, it's up to him to decide whether it's good or not. Of course, there is another possibility. Player 7 might be talking like this because he is afraid that his teammates will speak poorly. Then he can naturally make a hook and turn around to stand on the side of player 4. After all, he has already laid the groundwork. So, player 8, don't think that just because 7 and 4 had such a conversation, you think he must be a good person. You are still too young. When player number 10 revealed 6 and 7 pairs of wolves, Ren Fan marked the wolf for this guy. Joke. How can he be a wolf teammate with player number 6 after hearing what he said on the police? If his trump card in this round was the wolf instead of the dream catcher, he would definitely rush up to help player number 6 to set the pace. What's more, he also had the prophet on number 4, warning that he might turn back, which was simply a waste of effort. How could player number 10 be a good person when he interpreted his speech so maliciously? If this guy is a good guy, he is the 5th wolf on the field. Anyway, no matter what, Ren Fan has already given 10 standard wolves. Either 4 or 10 are 2 wolves, with 10 biting the bullet and charging 4. Either 10 is flying the 4th player. Ren Fan is definitely leaning towards the former. After all, he is the number 6 player on the side. I haven't listened to the speech of player number 1, so I can't click 1 to enter the wolf pit. In this case, I can only choose 1 wolf among 2 and 5. 2's speech is not nutritious, and I can't tell whether he is a good person or not. Wolf. Player 5 doesn't seem to want to side with player 4. He said player 4's speech was too bland. I think player 5 has a bit of a bandit side. To be honest, how good and passionate can a prophet's speech be when he's in a high position? But 5 didn't hit 4 too hard. In the end, he even said that 4 was a bit like a prophet, that is, he didn't send a check to the police. This statement actually made 5 look good. So, I am only suspicious of 5 now. I am not sure whether he is a wolf or not. Let's listen to his speech again. If the police say this, it will be like throwing a small water bag at him. I know that most good guys now side with player 6. If I play like this, there will inevitably be people who criticize me for being a bad teammate of player 4, saying that I'm inciting and setting the pace for player 4. It doesn't matter. I said that I'm standing with player 4 to give him some confidence. It's not certain who I stand with, police, or who I will vote for in the end. If you think I'm a wolf, you can fight me, but I understand. But I have to say that I'm not a wolf, I'm definitely a good person. Alright, that's all I have to say for now. I'm on the side of player 4. I'm giving you a chance to beat me up, wolf. Let's see if the wolf can seize the opportunity and pin me to death. That's it, pass. After listening to player No 10's speech, Ren Fan redefined his identity. Either a wolf or a god. To dare to speak like this and say give the wolf a chance to beat him is definitely not something a commoner can say. If 10 is not a wolf, it can only be a witch or a hunter. But in the nightmare board, how dare the god card be so arrogant? He really doesn't take nightmare seriously, and his mentality doesn't seem like that of a god. Therefore, Ren Fan still thinks that player number 10 is more of a wolf. End of this chapter. Chapter 37. I suspect he is flying with a mat. Player number 1, please speak. Player number 10, do you really like courting death? Are you afraid that others will ignore you, so you have to make yourself the center of attention? You are the kind of person who seeks to attract attention. You said you supported player number 4 because you were afraid that his mentality would collapse. You gave him some confidence so that he wouldn't give up and start to play badly. This shows that you tend to bet that he is a prophet, right? But you also think that player No 6's speech is better than that of player number 4. You also say that No 4's conversation is quite average and has no highlights. I don't understand this. What side do you rely on? What do you rely on to identify a prophet? Is it the logic of your speech or your feelings? If you rely on speech, then you should stand on the side of 6. If you rely on feeling and think that may 4th be a prophet who speaks badly, then I can only regard you as a charge wolf. To be frank, even if 4 is really a prophet, I feel like you are playing a backhook game. Oh no, a backfly game. You can't even get the backhook card for your comments like that. Player number 1 is quite hostile towards player 10, and he thinks that there is something obviously wrong with what player 10 said. Since the speech of police officer 6 is slightly better, then we should side with 6 first. There is no reason to side with 4 just because we are afraid that 4 will lose his temper. To be honest, as I can reach this score range, my mentality is not that fragile. But 10 just had to make trouble and stand on the side of 4, which was very bad behavior. I'm not saying he is definitely a wolf, but he has to fall into the wolf's pit. Even if 4 is a prophet, 10's remarks are probably a cushion. Player 7 is the only good guy I recognize. Just like what 8 said, no matter who is the prophet between 4 and 6, they can't predict that player 7 is the wolf. His conversation with player 4 was very good. He was a good guy. He told player 4 not to worry. His decision to side with him was only temporary. He was not stubborn. As long as player 4 had a good conversation, he would consider coming back. Can this statement be attributed to a wolf? As a result, player 10 interpreted it differently, saying that player 7 was leaving himself a way out, and if the conversation between player 6 and him didn't go well, he would make a back hook. Player number 10, I just want to ask you a question. Do you have a grudge against player number 7? Or do you just dislike him and have such strong malice towards him right away? Player number 1 recognized Ren Fan while chatting. With so many people speaking in the front position, he felt that Ren Fan spoke the best and could be recognized, but the others might not be. Even if player number 8 stands on the same side as him and recognizes everyone as a good person, he does not think that player number 8 is necessarily a good person. He can only say that player number 8 has a relatively good identity and is most likely not a wolf. The police are looking for the wolf, probably between 9-11. The logical premise has been discussed by others, so I won't repeat it here. But we can't completely give up on player number 3. Although the possibility of 3 or 4 double wolves is very small, it is still a possible situation in theory, so we still have to play it. But on the first day, let's put player number 3 aside for now and focus on players 9 and 11. In fact, I quite agree with what player number 10 said, that 3 and 4 can make 2 wolves, but 6 and 12 are not. How can you play as a wolf? You have to throw gold water to your wolf teammates, which is not profitable. Unless this is some tactic they use, that's another story. Normally speaking, even if player number 6 jumps hard, number 12 is still a good person to be canvassed for his votes. It's already the last time you come to me. Please click on the wolf pit. After all, I have listened to all of you. According to the pattern of 3 wolves above the police, I think 2, 4, and 10 are most likely the 3 wolves, and the wolves below the police are between 9 and 11. The outer positions cannot be played for the time being. For example, player number 7 can be recognized directly. Player number 8 has a small bandit group and can be put aside for the time being. Players number 4 and 5 don't sound like they will meet. Player number 2 is a bit lazy on the alert, so he was squeezed out by using the pit position. Of course, this is the wolf pit that player number 6 picked on my side. If I'm on the wrong side, number 4 is the prophet. I'll then recalculate the logic and pick the wolf pit. Just point it out like this for now, and then slowly change it based on the comments. This is just the first round of comments. Even if you point to the wrong wolf pit, it's normal. Okay, that's all I have to say. You can vote. 4 people, 4 votes. It would be best if you can have a tie PK, but I will never take the initiative to arrange a tie PK for you because I want to see the real voting pattern. Player 1 admitted that he really wanted to see a tie PK, so that players 4 and 6 could have another round. Especially player number 4. When he jumped into the prophet role, there was no information and his speech seemed rather pale. Now the police have listened to all the speeches in the previous round, so it is a good opportunity to see how he will work out the logic. If there is a tie vote PK, it can be said that this is the fairest one, with 4 and 6 on the same starting line. That's the time to speak up. If you speak well, you will get a police badge. If you speak poorly, you will not blame others. The speech for the sheriff's election is over. Players under the police are invited to start voting. As soon as player number 1 took the microphone, the system prompt sounded. 3, 9, 11, 12. Their choices determine who will get the police badge, and no matter how lively the police chat, it will be of no use. Ren Fan estimated that it was possible to get a tie. 3124646. The so-called player No 4's speech is not as good as No Six's, that's because he started from a high position. Generally speaking, No 4's speech is above the passing line. In this case, player 3 will not go to stand on the side of player 6. As for the remaining 9 and 11, one entered the police badge flow of 4, and the other entered the police badge flow of 6. If they both followed the police badge flow to get votes, then they would be tied. 10 seconds later, the result came out. 311 chooses to vote for player number 4. 912 chooses to vote for player number 6. Very compatible ticket type. 9 and 11 did not even vote for the police badge for the prophet who hit his own police badge. Player number 4 wants to check 9, and 9 votes for 6. Similarly, 6 needs to check 11, and others go to stand on the side of 4. They are all tough guys. Although it was somewhat unexpected, at least the result of the tie PK was the same as Ren Fan expected. For good people, this is a good result. After listening to one more round of speeches, the possibility of standing on the right side is much greater. There is no need to worry about the wolves rushing for votes. If the team can be separated by this, it would naturally be better. The only thing to worry about is that some people will be too cowardly to take advantage of the wolves and try their best to hit the hook, which would be a headache. If the votes are the same, then we will enter the PK speaking stage. A prompt box appears on the screen. Player number 6 please speak. Change the badge, 2, 3, check. After listening to the speeches of this round, I feel that the wolf pit is relatively clear. The alarm is probably 2, 4, and 10, and the tolerance rate is on player 5. I heard that the speeches of 1, 7, and 8 all sound like good people, especially player 7. I can't think that he is a wolf anymore. Unless his comments are explosive or the wolf pit he points to has obvious problems, otherwise, his status is almost the same as Jinshui. I hope he is not a wolf, otherwise, it will be difficult for the good guys to win. As for player 1 and player 8, the good guys can use their imagination and think that they are good at speaking. This possibility is entirely possible. Every game has 1 or 2 good speaking wolves. I still think that player number 11 is more of a bad guy, and player number 9 is probably a good guy. In fact, the vote pattern is the same. 11 went to vote for player number 4 in my badge flow, and player number 9 came to vote for me in player no 4's badge flow. When you compare 2 of them, it's clear who is the wolf and who is the good guy. As for player 3 casting a vote for player 4, I can understand that. After all, he received the gold water from player 4. Without turning on the perspective, it is expected that he would get the bandit vote. But player 3, I still hope you won't be fooled by a gold water. You can be braver and betray when it's time. Don't follow the wolf all the way. Believe me, player 4 is a tough wolf who is trying to get your vote. PK speech is very important. If the prophet wants to get the police badge, he must talk in a way that satisfies the majority of people. After all, the second round of voting for sheriff will not be voted by those few police officers, but by all the good people. If you want to be recognized by good people, it is crucial to set the wolf trap. So, the first thing player number 6 said was to point to the wolf pit. According to the pattern of 3 wolves above the police and 1 wolf below the police, he believes that 2, 4, and 10 will all fall into the wolf pit. Although the speech of player number 2 on the police was rather dull, and it was hard to tell whether he was good or bad, he was the one who was chosen for the pitfall. 15782. However, player number 6 still left some room for maneuver. He did not kill 2 and said that 5 was the tolerance rate. He even said that 1 and 8 were wolves that had made their own speeches. This showed that he was not sure whether the wolf pits he selected were all correct. After all, this game is often far from as simple as it seems. For player number 3, the identity definition of player number 6 did not change because he voted for player number 4. Putting himself in others' shoes, he could indeed understand why 3 voted for 4. After all, he had received Jinshui and had a certain favorable impression on 4. Moreover, number 4 is a high position statement and should be given some tolerance. In this case, it is not realistic to turn against it. If it were him, even if he accepted the gold water from the prophet, he would not betray it unless he was more than 90% sure. To put it bluntly, player no 3's vote for number 4 is consistent with the mentality and choice of a good person. There is no need to think that he is a wolf simply by looking at the result. Player number 10, your speech on the police post was the most outrageous and the funniest. You were afraid that player 4 would lose his mind, so you stood by him. Why aren't you afraid that I would lose my mind? I've seen a lot of charging wolves, and I've heard all kinds of reasons for charging, but your reason for charging is really fresh and unconventional. It is precisely because your reasons are so fresh and unconventional that they are even more deceptive and will give good people an illusion. If you were a wolf, you wouldn't talk like this, right? And you are taking advantage of this mentality. Brother, I have to admit that your plan was very good. It's a pity that you ran into me. Then I must explain your routine to the good people. Of course, if you dare to talk like this, you may have a hidden card and want to show off. After all, it is not your turn today. When it is your turn, you should show your identity. If you can show it, it means I have hit you wrong. If you can't show it, you will be rejected. Player number 6 almost killed player 10. The identity definition given to 10 is actually similar to Ren Fan's, either a wolf or a god, and the wolf side is bigger. From the perspective of 6, it is really hard to have any good feelings towards 10. He stands on the side of player number 4 for no reason, and his reasons are so laughable. If he is not beaten for his remarks, he will be a wolf. What will the good people in the external position think? If player number 10 is really a good guy in this round, we can only say that he doesn't want to win, but wants to be a good person and help the wolves win this round. Or maybe he is just an idiot who is deliberately trying to mess with people's mentality. But at this score range, they are all the best in the city, and there is no reason for them to do such disgusting things, so number 10 cannot be causing trouble on purpose. Player number 2, I told you that your speech was too weak and I couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. Now I also didn't listen to your speech, but I sent you into a wolf pit. I must make this clear to you. You are a wolf not because of your speech, but because of your position in the pit. I'm looking for the 3 wolves on the police. The identities of 1, 5, 7, and 8 are all higher than yours. In this way, I can only click you in first. If you are not, then you are most likely player 5, or you have 2 wolves under the police. In fact, I put you in the first police badge stream because I was afraid that I had misjudged you. It would be more appropriate to test you. I hope you don't have too much hostility towards me. Officer, if I hear you speak like a wolf, I will kick you out. Don't worry about that. Player number 11, if you are a good person, don't vote for the bandits anymore. I said to the police that we should look for wolves below. You have the biggest bandit face, but I definitely don't mean to use you as a resistance. You vote for player 4 because you are hostile to me, and when I see you vote for player 4, I feel even more confident that I am right. It's a vicious cycle. It would be fine if you were a wolf, but if you were a good guy, the wolves would have a perfect anti-push position. I'm still not going to kill you now. I'm just going to push you into the wolf pit because I haven't completely given up on player 3. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pushed him into the second badge flow. This is also to put pressure on him and give you a chance. If you are a good person, think carefully about this round of voting and stop doing banditry. Finally, I'd like to talk to all the good people. I don't need to say how important the police badge is to a prophet. I hope you can vote for me and let me get the police badge. Perhaps this police badge will determine the final victory or defeat. I don't have a team, so I can only rely on speaking to get the good guys to side with me. Player 4 has 3 wolf teammates, so he has a natural advantage. So, good people must not make mistakes at this critical moment. You must stand on the right side and vote for me for the police badge. That's it. It's over. Player number 4, please speak. I knew it was hard to play as a prophet, especially a prophet who speaks in a high position. It's even harder. There was only one person on the police who stood by me, and he was on the friendly side. To be honest, even though player number 10 stood by me, I didn't recognize him. I even suspected that he was just a cushion to fill in my wolf pit. I think 10 will be disappointed when I say this, but this is exactly what I really think. Player No 4's tone was extremely heavy. He had been under a lot of pressure since the moment he got the prophet. He was afraid that his words would not be accepted by the good guys and that his police badge would be snatched away by the tough wolf. As a result, the house leaked and it rained continuously. After he went to the police, he still spoke from a high position, which made it even more uncomfortable. Before player number 6 jumped out, he was secretly praying in his heart that the person sent by the wolves to jump out would be worse off, and it would be even better if he could be killed directly. However, reality is always cruel. Player No 6's tough speech was so good that all the good guys stood on his side. My police badge number will be 8 or 1, and the police badge will not be tested. As soon as this ticket type comes out, I already know who is the wolf. Player number 11 admitted it, because 6 was obviously hostile to 11. I think he wanted to use 11 as a defense. 9 was the missing card in his perspective, and 9 was the one on the bandit ticket. If there is no accident, the wolf under the police should be 9. As for player number 12, he is most likely a good person who was solicited for votes. I expected him to be on the blacklist vote. If he voted for me, I would have doubts. Player number 4 is self-aware. According to the police officer's speech, 6 is indeed better at talking to him, and 12 is the one who receives gold and water. In this case, there are only 2 possibilities for 12 to vote for him. Either player number 12 is a top master, and I heard that he is a prophet, and number 6 is a fierce jump. But this possibility is too small. How many top gods can be so perverted? Then there is only the second possibility left, player number 12 wants to hit the barb. But luckily this didn't happen, otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to define 12's identity. Even though he is a good person, I still have huge doubts in my heart. You say he is a wolf, but he turned against you and voted for you. How can you beat him? How can you bear to beat him? What will the good people in the external position think if you beat him? What can I say about player number 7? I don't know if he is a wolf, but he is quite a good person. I had labeled him a wolf, but his conversation with me later made him seem like a good person who stood on the wrong side. I don't know why, but I feel like I was slapped in the face and then given a sweet treat. I'm afraid 7 is CPUing me. I'm telling you, player 7, if you're really not a wolf, then you're definitely on the wrong side. Maybe police 6 is a little better than me in the conversation, but no matter how good he is, he's still a tough guy, and that will never change. I'll see if you'll look back. Is your so-called prophetic side just empty words? Or will you give me a surprise? I won't point you in the wolf's den now, because your speech is better than 1 and 8. At least you have more good reputation than them. The police officer No 5's speech was rather vague. He didn't mean to take sides with me, nor did he try to call me a wolf. He just said that my speech was too bland and did not meet his psychological expectations. There's really nothing I can do about this. I'm the second speaker on the police show. What earth-shattering things can I talk about? I'm sorry that I didn't touch you, but I still hope you can stand by me and not join the wolves. Player number 2 temporarily accepts it because 6 forced 2 into the wolf's pit. Without questioning their identity, 2 and 6 do not meet each other. 2 is a good person. In this way, the police's wolf hole is almost out, which is 1, 6, 8. The fault tolerance rate is player 7. As for 10, although I have some doubts, I really can't play him. From listening to these speeches, it became clear that player number 4 was worried about too many people. Like Ren Fan, he clicked on the error tolerance. Like player number 10, he suspected that it was a missed move, and like player number 5, he also had doubts. However, he couldn't point everyone into the wolf pit. There were only 4 wolves on the field. As a prophet, he had to do his best to find the wolves from those who stood on the wrong side. Judging from the current situation on the field, he might be eliminated today. If the good guy can turn back in time the next day, he can still fight. But if the good guy is still trying to get close to the wolves the next day, he will be completely gone. PK speech is over. All players please start voting. In the first round of sheriff voting, only players under the police can vote, but after a tie PK, in the second round of sheriff voting, everyone can vote. At this time, it is easy for the wolves to rush tickets, because the probability of getting a police badge is very high. Of course, the premise is that the speech of jumping wolf is similar to that of the prophet. If there is too much difference, it would be a bit stupid to charge votes. After all, cheating will expose one's identity. Once the good guys identify the prophet, the wolves will be unable to fight at all. It is precisely because of this concern that the wolves generally do not rush all the votes, and some people will hit the barb. Ren Fan thought about it and voted for girl number 6. Frankly speaking, Player No 4's PK speech was not bad, but number 6 was also not bad. If he didn't have any preconceptions, Ren Fan would probably have a headache, wondering who 4 or 6 should side with. But due to the first round of speeches by the police, his heart was already leaning towards player 6, so he must subconsciously want to stand on the side of player 6, which is normal. Not long after, the results of the second round of voting came out. 235101114, 17891126. A dramatic scene unfolded. The second round of voting for sheriff was still a tie. The probability of this situation occurring is really very low. After all, there are so many people voting, and it is rare for them to cast an equal number of votes by chance. But this game happened. This means the loss of the police badge. Because there can be a maximum of 2 rounds of voting for sheriff, if the number of votes in the second round is still the same, the police badge will be removed directly. Before this, no one expected the ending to be like this. On the surface, it looks like the good guys and the wolves are evenly matched, but that's not actually the case. The wolves are the ones who benefited. After all, the police badge originally belonged to the prophet, and now that the prophet didn't get it, it's a loss for the good guys. Due to the loss of the police badge, this department will no longer have a police chief. Randomly starting from player number 12 to speak in order. Player number 12, please speak. Player number 6 stood next to me. He came all the way to throw money at me. I will definitely not betray him on the first day. What's more, I think player No 6's speech is much better than that of player No 4. As for the definition of the identities of 3 and 4, I have the same idea as player 6. His level of thinking and logic are consistent with the prophet in my mind. On the contrary, it was player 5 who hastily recognized number 3. He didn't think about the special features of this board, so his logic was a little poor. From what 5 said, it seems that he doesn't want to side with 4. But when the sheriffs voted, he voted for 4. This makes me doubt his identity. He says no, but his body is honest. Player 5's actions are inconsistent with his words. I suspect he might be a wolf. Good people should be careful. Player number 12, as a gold player of 6, will definitely not rebel on the first day. This doesn't mean that he will never turn against the gold and water after accepting it. The key is to look at the speech. If player 6's speech is not good, he will not hesitate to turn against him when it is time to do so. The problem is that 6's speech is better than 4's. In this case, how can he turn against us? On what basis can he turn against us? Why should he turn against us? He voted for 6 for the police badge in both rounds, which means that he has decided that 6 is a prophet and will not look back for the time being. The one who made the most explosive statement on the police officer was player number 10. To sum up what he said, I want to side with the wolf. You can't say that he is a jerk just because his speech was not good. What if his mentality breaks down? If player 10 is a good person, his mind would not be so strange. He actually worries that player 4 will lose his mind. Can't you just think that player 4 is a tough guy who doesn't talk well? If you have to say that 10 is a good person, then he must have an identity. He thinks that everyone else is on the wrong side, and he is the only one who is sober and has not been bewitched by the werewolves. Otherwise, he would be a charging wolf, the kind that charges without thinking. Before 10 takes his identity photo, I will always click him into the wolf pit. When 10 says he is a hunter or a witch, and there is no one on the field to jump against him, he can climb out of my wolf pit. The police said 4 and 10 are double wolves. If we look for another wolf, the ticket pattern shows that it is between 2 and 5. Player may second be a bit more of a criminal. From what the police heard, player 5 didn't seem to be meeting player 4, but his words and actions are inconsistent, so his identity is questionable. But think on the bright side. Maybe there is some reason that caused player 5 to change his mind. Just listen to what he has to say later. If it doesn't work, go check him out tonight. It depends on whether Nightmare will give you a chance. The wolf under the police should be player number 11. Player 9 is on the opposite side and voted for 6 in both rounds. He is the wolf if he is not dealt. 3 receives the gold water from 4. It is reasonable to keep voting for 4. Can be forgiven. There is only player number 11. If he is not a wolf, I can't think of anything he can do to keep voting for 4, so I can only consider him as a charging wolf. 2, 4, 10, 11, the error tolerance is between 3 and 5. This is what I think of as the wolf pit. Today, I should vote for 4, unless there are special circumstances. With the police badge gone, the situation on the field is very unfavorable to the good guys. Once the prophet is pushed out today, it will be difficult for us to win. Player number 1, please speak. Player number 4 put me in the wolf's pit. To be honest, I thought about it when the police came to stand on the side of number 6. However, I will not say that he must have jumped because he hit me like a wolf. Even though I voted for 6 for the police badge, I still think 4 has a certain prophetic aspect. After all, his speech was not explosive, but it was not as eye-catching compared to 6. Player 1's words are thought-provoking. When he was on police duty, he recognized player 6 as the prophet, and then player 4 was a tough guy. After that, he voted for player 6 for the police badge. Whether it is speech or behavior, one has clearly stated his position. In Ren Fan's opinion, he should just hammer player 4 to death. However, player 1's emotions were not as radical as he imagined. He was very calm. He did not doubt that player 4 was a prophet anymore just because player 4 called him a wolf. On the contrary, He thought that the PK speech of the 4th police officer was okay, but compared with the 6th, it was still a little bit lacking. Therefore, he still tends to stand on the side of player number 6, thinking that player number 4 is more like a tough guy, but he will never think that 4 is a strong jump, at least not now. Be careful when standing on the side, especially when player number 4 does not have a burst point. The most important thing is that a person without bright spots is not necessarily a wolf, and a person with bright spots is not necessarily a prophet. I only found one wolf on the police, that is player 10. Just now, player 4 said that he suspected player 10 was the one who flew away. Very good. This is where his PK speech is most like a prophet. If he hadn't played 10 to make the pad fly, I really wouldn't have thought about whether he was a prophet, but when he did, I had to wonder if 6 could be a good speaker. Everyone sitting here is considered a veteran, right? You must have come across many situations where the prophet's speech was bad and the wolf's speech was good. Who can guarantee that this will not be the case? So, let's stand on one side and don't be stubborn. When we feel something is wrong, we should turn back. Don't insist on being on the right side. That won't work. In my opinion, 10 is similar to a wolf. It is a card that is waiting for a kill. He voted for the badge for player 4. The correct logic is that he must play 4 and 10 as a double wolf. The counter logic is that 10 is trying to make 4 fly away. No matter what the situation is, 10 either takes an ID photo today or eats poison tonight. I'm not trying to scare you, player 10. If I were a witch, you wouldn't live to see tomorrow. It can be heard that player number 1 is very hostile to number 10. Even though he was a wolf at point 4, he didn't say that point 4 must be a tough guy, but he directly killed player 10, a person who didn't hit him. This shows how explosive player 10's statement was. So far, the only good person I recognize is player number 7. As for the reason, I have already discussed it with the police, so I won't repeat it now. 62410254. I remember clearly that player 5 said that player 4's speech was too bland and he didn't want to side with him. But when player 6's speech was very good, he voted for player 4. This is obviously wrong. I suspect it might be 4 or 5 double wolves. Originally, player 5 wanted to play Hook, but when he saw that Hook didn't work well, he decided to rush for votes and get the badge, so he voted for the badge for his wolf teammate. Anyway, in my opinion, since player 5 voted for player 4, he is more of a bad guy than player 2. Although 2 is also on the bandit ticket, he has excusable circumstances. In the first round of speeches, 6 didn't vote for 2. In the second round of PK speeches, 6 directly voted for 2. In this case, 2 must be disgusted with 6, so it's reasonable for him to vote for 4. If I were player 2 and was called a wolf by player 6, I would also vote for player 4. I can't believe that someone is a prophet just because he calls me a wolf. I don't have such a big heart. I won't do anything that would please others. Player number 1 is still the same as the police officer, continuing to accept good people. But if player number 6 chooses wolf pit, he has no problem with it. Because player number 5 is a person whose words and deeds are inconsistent, and player number 2 may be a good person who is forced to commit fraud. Therefore, player number 1 believes that player 5 should enter the wolf pit before player 2, and his reputation is greater than that of player 2. The wolf under the police, if there are no accidents, should be player number 11. When it comes to the issue of 11 being a wolf, I very much agree with the idea of player number 12 just now. Although numbers 3 and 11 were both lucky in 2 consecutive rounds, number 3 always received gold water. I have some tolerance for his cheating behavior, but I have no tolerance for 11. But there is one thing I still have to say. Pan 11 is a wolf. Pan 11 is a wolf. You can't kill it directly. You have to listen to what he talks about. What if he is a good person who is on the wrong side? Everything is possible. After all, the ticket type cannot represent his identity. It can only represent that he behaves like a wolf, nothing more. As for whether 4 or 6 will be played today, it depends on what they both say in this round. I am on the side of player number 6, so naturally I am inclined to play 4, but I still say the same thing, not to be stubborn or preconceived. I hope good people can be like me. Well, I've talked about everything that needs to be talked about, so let's do this for now. Player number 6 stands aside. It's over. After listening to player no one's speech, Ren Fan felt that it was pretty good. One can be regarded as a two-sided game. He did not kill player 4, which is already a great honor to 4. If it had been someone else who had been thrown into the wolf pit by 4 o'clock, I'm afraid the police officer would no longer think about whether 4 was a prophet or not, and the hammer would have been over. One didn't do this, and behaved quite well. In addition, all 5 police officers, both high and low, recognized him as a good person, so Ren Chin naturally had a good impression of him. In fact, there are many ways to identify a prophet. The first one is, of course, based on the 2 prophets' own speeches and logic. This is the most accurate, most reliable, and least prone to error. But at the same time, other things must be supplemented to make further judgments, such as common relations, emotions, status, etc., and some secondary factors. If nothing else, aside from comments 4 and 6, it all depends on the teams of both sides. It was obvious that SIX's team was cleaner, and this strengthened Ren Fan's determination to recognize 6 as a prophet. However, as one said, it is not that 4 does not have a prophetic aspect, but compared to 6, his prophetic aspect is smaller. As a good guy, it's best not to beat him to death with a stick. Because of this ghost game, there are often situations where the prophet's speech is not as good as that of the jumping wolf. And so, if you realize something is wrong, you still have to turn back. Even on the second or third day, as long as you feel that you are on the wrong side, you must turn back and you cannot just go all the way to the dark side. Not to mention that the prophet doesn't deserve to win. Player number 2 please speak. Player number 4 is standing next to me. Although number 6 has a good conversation, I can't recognize him as a prophet because he inexplicably led me into the wolf pit. The first time the police officer said I don't have a definition for the time being, but when the PK spoke, he called me a wolf. Such a big change before and after, which is obviously abnormal. If 6 listened to my second round of speeches and sent me to the wolf pit, I would still be able to accept it, but after I had an embarrassing conversation with the police, 6 actually gave me 2 different definitions of identity, which made me uncomfortable. I don't think he's a prophet. He forced me to be a wolf. I'm afraid the wolf pit couldn't be filled up, so he used me to make up the wolf pit. Player number 2 is very hostile to 6. This hostility is not only because he entered the wolf pit at 6 o'clock, but also because 6's definition of his identity is inconsistent with common sense. It would be normal for 6 to give a new definition of his identity after listening to his subordinate's speech. After all, he may make new discoveries every time he listens to his speech. But 6 didn't hear what his police officer said. From not defining his identity to being called into the wolf pit, player number 2 felt that 6 didn't have a prophetic mentality, which was a bit wolfish. As for the relationship between number 3 and number 4, I think there is no big problem with player no 5's chat. If there are no accidents, number 3 and number 4 will never meet. There are a few fierce jumping wolves who will throw gold water at their teammates and beat him, enter the side of the prophet and become the focus of the field. If 4 is a fierce jumper, and he throws gold water to 3, the purpose is obvious, which is to attract votes. After all, one of the purposes of the wolf jump is to grab the police badge. If the policeman shoots a wolf, and then attracts 3's vote, then there will be a tie vote PK now. If you fool a good person into standing on the wrong side, you can get the police badge. 4 Why do you need to throw gold water at your teammates? Make the good guys suspect they are the twin wolves? And by doing so, you lose a great opportunity to win votes from the good guys. It's not worth it. So, I think 3 and 4 must never meet. Regardless of whether 4 is a prophet or not, player 3 can let him go. As a result, player number 6 and player number 7 are both playing 3 and 4, so they may not be 2 wolves. They said this board has nightmares, and the chances of getting wolf gold have skyrocketed. It sounds like that, but it feels to me like they are laying the groundwork for playing 3 or 4 pairs of wolves. 3-3-3-4-3-4. Anyway, the top police has laid the groundwork. It won't be abrupt for the bottom police or playing 3 or 4 pairs of wolves in any future rounds. Even when there are not enough outside positions, player number 3 will be used by them to join the wolf pit. Just like me, they can play me if they want to be a wolf. Whether I am a wolf or not depends entirely on whether he needs it or not. Player number 2 does not think that number 3 and number 4 can become 2 wolves. The probability is too low. If you have to discuss low probability events, then there are too many things that good people need to question. For example, is a person who speaks well a wolf who speaks well? If you say he is a good speaker and you recognize him, then who can guarantee that he is not a wolf who is a good speaker? Similarly, if you are poor at speaking, you are a wolf, right? What if he is a good person with poor speech? Once this happens, logic is completely lost. In fact, the so-called logic is all high probability events, all positive, and all negative mentality and so on are excluded. 6-3-4-3-2. 6 and May 7th be 2 wolves in my case. Player number 8 sides with 6 and thinks 7 is a good person. His identity is also very bad, but I feel that he may be a good person who is on the wrong side. Of course, there is a more important reason why I don't want Pan 8 to be a wolf. Player number 1 is also in my wolf pit. If I play the 3 wolves of 6, 7, and 8, I won't be able to target player number 1. I can't target the 4 wolves to call the police, right? So, I can only say that may 8 be a good person who is on the wrong side, and 1 is the one. Charge wolf. However, 1's speech in this round was not bad. It had a bit of a bilateral meaning, and he was a good person in the conversation. He should not be stubborn and should turn back when he should. This mentality makes him look like a good person. And 1 didn't kill player 4 either, which also shows that he is a good person. Actually, I'm a little confused about who is the wolf between 1 and 8. Let's listen to it again. 816788141167. As for player number 10, no matter if he is a good guy standing on the opposite side, or a padfly or a hook, as long as he follows player number 4, I will not click him into the wolf pit. When will player 10 be the wolf? It's on the 3rd day. You don't need to worry about him on the first 2 days. But if he suddenly finds a reason to side with player 6, then he is the wolf. Player number 2 has never talked about 10. It's not that he doesn't have 10 in his eyes, but that he feels there is no need to spend time on 10. There are only 2 number 10 players on the police side. Is it appropriate to ask someone for a barb or something like that on the first day? Anyway, as long as you have this awareness in your heart, wait until the time comes to play. The game now has no meaning. It will make player number 10 feel conflicted. Why bother? In this regard, player 2 is much smarter than player 4. If the wolf wants to hook, let him do it. Now is the time when we need tickets. As long as player number 10 can follow suit, it doesn't matter whether he is a wolf or a good person. When the good guys take control of the situation on the court and take the lead in the round, we can then look back at whether game 10 is about Barb Wolf. This is burning bridges across rivers. When player number 4 made a PK speech, he said that number 10 was like flying on a pad. This is a bit heartless. You haven't even crossed the river, so you started to tear down the bridge. Isn't this a trap for yourself? There's no need to talk about the wolf under the police. It must be player number 9. He voted for player number 6 for 2 consecutive rounds. If it's not a charging wolf, what else could it be? Taking a step back, what comes out of the pit is also 9. Player number 11 is on the right ticket in 2 consecutive rounds. Player number 3 is Jin Shui. Player number 6 and number 12 have a high probability of not meeting each other. If a wolf appears under the police, it is 9. 67918. If nothing unexpected happens today, my vote will definitely go to 6. That's it. I pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 give you a chance to be a good person. Player number 3 please speak. One of the important reasons why I voted for 4 in 2 consecutive rounds is that he lost the gold. I didn't want to betray him on the first day, and I felt bad about it. Secondly, police officers 6 and 7 are secretly suspecting that player 4 and I are wolf teammates, which makes me feel a little disgusted. Just like what player 2 said, I feel like they are paving the way for resisting me. No matter whether it is or not, my ticket will follow player number 4 on the first day, unless I hear his explosive point, otherwise, I will most likely not turn against him. If you don't trust me, you can come and test me. Nightmares can only scare you for one day, but there are still dream catchers who can protect you for one day. So, you still have a chance to report to the tester. 34634. Fortunately, this emotion is not particularly strong. Some people won't follow you logically when they are emotional. For example, I will stand by him. Even if he is a wolf, I will not look back. I would rather let the wolf win. When encountering this kind of player, the game experience will become very bad. Player 3 does not behave like this, which shows that he is not someone who is completely controlled by emotions. Looking for wolves on the police. Judging from the current situation, there are probably 3 wolves, 6, 7, and 8. Originally, the number 1 player has a large number of bandits. The police are at the end of the position to help 6 to incite, but he talks like a good person under the police. If 1 is a wolf, when 4 has clearly pointed him into the wolf pit, he should not say that 4 has a prophet face, and the good guy should not be so stubborn as to stand on the side. No matter from the mentality or behavior, 1's comments this round make me feel that he and 6 cannot be wolf teammates. In this case, we can only say that player 8 is the wolf, and maybe the tolerance lies with player 10. To be fair, 10's speech while standing next to 4 was indeed not very good. The police officer gave 9 a vote to death while chatting. Isn't this forcing 9 to vote for 6? The most important thing is that the reason he sided with 4 was because he was afraid that 4 would lose his mind. How can such a statement not make people call him a wolf, and not suspect that he is a cushion? Player number 3 is worried about number 10. This person's speech was too strange, his reason for standing aside was unreliable, and the police officer's behavior of directly beating player 9 to death seemed like he was deliberately trying to bring hatred to player number 4. To be honest, he really suspected that 10 was here on purpose to knock player number 4 off the ground. But in the current situation, he couldn't push 10 too hard. After all, 10 was on the side of 4. If he made him angry, he would go to stand on the side of player 6. Wouldn't 4 have even fewer votes? Therefore, he took player number 10 lightly and just mentioned it briefly without making it a focus of discussion. For the wolf under the police, I can only point to 9. Although I cannot completely rule out the possibility of 12 and 6 double wolves, but based on the fact that I am a good person who receives gold and water, I think 12 should be the same. Player number 11 has been voting for 4 all the time. Now he can't judge someone as a barb, right? After all, 9 can only be a wolf, and he still got votes in 2 rounds. After a pause, player 3 continued, although I am on player 4's side, I won't vote or help player 4 to incite others, because I don't know if I am on the right side. But if player 4 didn't blow up on the first day, I can't oppose this. If you are a prophet, player 6, I hope you can understand that it is easier said than done. Of course, if I realize that I'm on the wrong side, I won't hesitate and will definitely turn back. This round, I will stand on the side of player number 4 first. Player number 3 knows very well that Six's speech is better than 4's, and his fortune as a prophet is greater than 4's. If 4 hadn't thrown gold water at him, he wouldn't have voted for player number 4. And it is precisely because he received the gold water of 4 that he could not directly rebel. Just because 6 talks a little better than 4, he can't stand aside 6, right? What if 6 is just a tough guy who is good at speaking? He needs to listen again, be cautious, and think carefully whether to turn against them. Player number 4 please speak. Although I didn't get the police badge, which is a loss for good people, but think about it from another perspective, the wolves didn't get the police badge either, which is a blessing among misfortunes. In fact, I was prepared for the possibility of my badge being snatched away by wolves, or even being driven out of office, but seeing that half of the people voted for me, to be honest, I was quite relieved. As a prophet, although I wasn't very successful and couldn't get all the good people to stand on my side, I didn't seem to be that failed. At least there are people who believe in me and people who stand by my side, which is good. Player number 4 has a good attitude and is not frustrated because he did not get the police badge. After all, he had already prepared himself mentally for player number 6 to get the police badge with a large number of votes, but in the end, the two of them had the same number of votes, resulting in the loss of the police badge. This is good news for 4, because compared to having the badge taken away by the wolf and losing the badge, he will definitely be more accepting of the latter. It's the lesser of two evils. Therefore, player number 4 was not discouraged at all. Instead, he felt that he had a good chance of winning this game. Because most good people were not fooled by the words of player number 6, they saw the situation clearly and made the right choice. Player number 7, you told me that as long as I spoke properly, you would consider turning back, but you voted for player number 6 after all. I'd like to believe that you're a good person, but the shape of your ticket makes me doubt your identity. After the number 6 player on the police line finished speaking, you were the first one to stand beside him, and you set the pace very well. Now I think you 6 and 7 might be the double wolf. If you are a good person, don't blame me for beating you. Your behavior is really like a charge wolf. You said give me a chance and listen to my speech. I will give you the same words. I hope you can come back this time. Let's put it this way, as long as you put your ticket on player number 6, I will not send you into the wolf pit unless absolutely necessary, because your conversation with me as a police officer really made me like it. But my good impression of you can't hide the fact that you are on the bandit ticket. So, you decide whether to continue to join the wolves or turn back to be a good person. Before you make a statement and stand by me, I can only deal with you 6 or 7 wolves. When you talk to the police, I said, don't be hostile to you just because you stand by 6, then don't be hostile to me just because I selected you. The wolf pit is hostile to me. Player no 4's last words were somewhat ironic. The policeman Ren Fan did say something similar, but when the policeman arrived, 4 was returned. This is really dumbfounding. However, Ren Fan had good intentions. He was afraid that he was on the wrong side, and player number 4 would call him a wolf because he was on the wrong side. And if number 4 called him a wolf, he would not believe that number 4 was a prophet. Clearly, this is a vicious cycle. It's just that hearing these words in 4's ears made him very unhappy. You're like a wolf and you're beating me up. I can't pretend that you're a wolf. Isn't this only allowing the state officials to set fires but not the people to light lamps? The most important thing is that he has already backed down in his defense, saying that Ren Fan is most likely a good guy who is on the wrong side. But what he got in return was that Ren Fan continued to drill into the wolves, which he couldn't stand anymore. This time, he must order 6 or 7 double wolves, whether right or wrong. This round, player number 1 had a pretty good chat. When I called him into the wolf pit, he didn't show a strong reaction. He even said that I still have a prophetic face, which made me like him immediately. But I'm afraid that player 1 will be like player 7, saying sweet words but having a hidden agenda. He will hypocritically say that he still has the face of a prophet and will consider turning back, but when it comes to the crucial moment of voting, he will still stand with player 6 without hesitation. I hope you're not like that. For the time being, I'll just treat you as a good guy on the wrong side. Player number 2 is probably a good person. You can tell from his speech that number 6 is quite hostile to him. I'm afraid he wants to use him as an excuse. This means that number 2 and number 6 will most likely not meet. Player number 5, the police officer, doesn't really want to side with me. If he is a wolf, he can vote for number 6. After all, he has already laid the groundwork. But 5 didn't give 6 a charge, but chose to stand by me. Then he can no longer use the wolf card. If he is the wolf, in this case, charging is more profitable than hooking. As for player number 10, I talked about it when PK was speaking. He is the only one on the police who stands by me. Logically speaking, I should recognize him as a good person. But I always feel something is wrong with 10's speech. 2 and 3 in the front position just talked about this problem, but I don't have the heart to directly hit 10, so I will click him into the error tolerance rate. Player no 10's turn will come after player number 6, 7, and 8. Player number 8 believes that player number 7 is a good guy, so player no 7's turn will come after 8. Player number 6 will definitely go first today. The witch believes me and can poison player number 8. Tomorrow, player number 7 will have to show off his skills. Of course, if you put your ticket on 6 today, you won't have to watch tomorrow. How about that? I'm very nice to you, player 7, it all depends on your choice. When player number 4 was on guard, he clicked 1 and entered the wolf pit, but when he was off guard, he was chosen out again. The reason is that 1's speech in this round was better and his behavior was not like that of a wolf. As for player number 5, although the police officer did not want to side with 4, in the end he still voted for 4 for the police badge, which directly made 4 recognize 5. In this way, the police wolf pit is locked among the 4 persons 6, 7, 8, and 10. The wolf appeared under the police. It was undoubtedly player 9. He went to vote for player 6 in my police badge flow. I don't know what he was thinking, but this behavior is extremely bad and will definitely lead to him falling into the wolf's pit. Player number 12 can be temporarily recognized. Although he is still in the drill wolves, it is indeed impossible to click on the 6th and 12th wolves now. Player number 11 must be a good person. He joined the police badge flow of number 6 and still came to vote for me. He can't get the wolf card. If he was a wolf, he would have voted for number 6 long ago. Today I hope that the good people on the right side can stick to their side and not be shaken by the werewolves' speeches and instigation. The good people on the wrong side can stand back, the werewolves who charge can fight back, and the werewolves who fight back can continue to fight back. If you believe in me, put your vote on player number 6. If you don't believe in me, try not to vote for me. If you really can't, just give up your vote. Alright, that's all I want to say, officer. Player number 6, that's it. Pass. Player number 5, please speak. Let me tell you first why I voted for the police badge for player number 4. There is only one reason. If he dares to click 10, it will be missed. In terms of speech, let's be honest. Player 4 is indeed not as good as player 6, but the quality of speech is not the only criterion for identifying a prophet. Sometimes some details can better reflect who is a prophet. If player 4 is a wolf and player 10 is his wolf teammate, I don't believe that player 10 would use the excuse that no one is standing by player 4 because he is afraid that his mentality will collapse when he charges. I can only say that 4 and 10 don't meet. Either 10 is a good person who is on the wrong side, or 10 is a wolf who is trying to make a fool of himself. His so-called reason for being on the side is to lower his own status and thereby bring down 4's profit. Noodle. When player 4 was speaking in park, he was able to point out that 10 was a cushion. I think his profit level suddenly exceeded 6. Yes, it was this sentence that touched me. In the police, I always said that player no 4's speech was too bland, but in the PK speech, his 10 points may have been a missed move, which makes me very satisfied. This was the only reason why player number 5 finally chose to vote for police badge 4. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this reason was a bit far-fetched, but for him it was enough. Moreover, he believes that 4 and 10 will never meet, and it is difficult for player 10 to get the good guy card, so isn't 4 a prophet? Some people have compared 4 and 10 wolves before. To be honest, such a comparison is too natural. If you think about it a little deeper, you will know that 4 and 10 cannot be wolf teammates in person. If a wolf wants to charge, there are many reasonable excuses, but player number 10 just came up with an extremely unacceptable reason. Isn't this just to break up the team? Does 10 have a grudge against player 4, or does he not want to win? It's definitely not either of them. If it's not, we have to think about why 10 did this. Then there is only one possibility left, that he wants to discredit 4's identity and lower 4's status as a prophet. In my opinion, 6 and 10 are two wolves. As a prophet, 4 is embarrassed to break the window paper, or he still wants the ticket of player 10, but I don't care about that. I'll just say this, 10 is definitely the werewolf who comes to beat the flying cushion. There is another wolf between 7 and 8. Player 4, go to 7 and 8 to check at night. Don't worry about the police. If you can't identify player 9, just mark the wolf and fight him. If the identity of player 9 can be photographed, then player 12 is questionable. I don't think player 11 is a barb. If there are two wolves between 6 and 11, 6 should not beat the wolf teammates so hard. Doesn't that push the votes of the teammates to the prophet? It is not logical. So, I think the two of them can't be a pair of wolves. 11 is a good guy on the other side. Either 12 is a wolf or 9 is a wolf. Judging from the current situation, the probability is 9. Player number 5 directly recognized the police officer number 11. In his opinion, if 6 and 11 are two wolves, even if 6 is a wolf stepping on a wolf as an identity, there is no need to beat 11 so hard on the police. Doesn't this mean that his teammates' votes are given to the prophet? No wolf would be so generous. If he didn't attack player number 11, he would basically get the police badge. Why bother? It can only be said that player number 6 played 11 on the police because he wanted to use 11 as a counter push, but it was self-defeating. Originally, I wanted to point player 1 into the wolf pit and put down 7 and 8, but 1's speech this round was beyond my expectations. He seemed like a good guy on the wrong side. In this way, I know that there are charging wolves who set the pace and incite among 7 and 8, but the two of them talked well, so I didn't think they were wolves. But after selecting one, the police will look for the 3 wolves. One of the 7 and 8 must be selected. Let's listen to their chat later. Didn't player 4 just have a conversation with 7? Let him turn around and play player 6 today. If 7 turns back, tomorrow we can play player 8 first. If 7 doesn't turn back and 8 is stubborn, then the two of them will just PK. My trump card must be a good person. I can't be teammates with 4, and I can't be teammates with 6 either. If 4 and I were teammates with the wolves, my statement would obviously be a barb when the police came to police, and it would be impossible to give him any more votes. If 6 and I were teammates with the wolves, and he spoke better than 4, there would be no reason for me not to charge. My vote for player number 4 means that I am a good independent person. To put it bluntly, even if I am on the wrong side, I cannot afford the wolf card. Alright, that's all I have to say. I'm on the side of player 4. Today's number is 6. Pass. Player number 6, please speak. It seems that I must have recognized the wrong good guy. Before player 5 spoke, I still thought that the second bandit was more likely to be a wolf. I hit him and he rushed forward. Now it seems that I was wrong. Player 5 is the wolf. It was a waste of time for my police to say that he was most likely a good person. I was just wondering what made player 5 suddenly side with player 4. Was it because of something I said that made him unhappy? How about I explain it to him again? So all this fuss is just because when player 4 was speaking in park he clicked 10, which might be to block his wolf from flying. Is this logic worth making such a fuss? A fierce jumping wolf, he can completely substitute his own perspective into the profit. In addition, the speech of the 10ND police officer is strange. 410 may be a werewolf flying on the pad. It is normal. How did it get to you? What particularly remarkable speech did you make? In my opinion, you are just looking for an excuse to cheat the ticket. It just so happens that player number 4 clicks 10 to fly, which sounds more appropriate and reliable, so you said 4 and it got to your heart. Actually, you know exactly what is going on. If you are a good person, you won't take sides just because of this logic. Comparing speech, logic, team, and many other aspects, I am better than player number 4, okay? Why do you ignore it completely? Are all these factors combined not as good as your one reason? Player number 5, although you package your charging behavior very well, it is a pity that a wolf is a wolf after all. You have committed a gangster thing. It is impossible to get away with it. Player number 6 really didn't expect that 5 could be a wolf. After all, he made the wrong payment, and the police officer thought that 5 was most likely a good guy. To be honest, when he saw 5 votes for police badges being voted for 4, he really couldn't understand it. But now he understood that he was a wolf, and he didn't want to hit the barb anymore, so he just charged. But this is okay, the wolves will charge, and as long as the good guys stand on the opposite side, the game will be stable, and there is no need to deal with the deep water barb wolf, which is quite a headache. Player number 1, as a good person with your eyes closed, you don't dare to stand aside and die. I can understand whether you may be a prophet in Pan 4, but you have given the wolf the opportunity to fool you. Look at player number 4, who reacted very quickly and immediately picked you out of the wolf pit, saying that you might be a good person. What's the purpose of doing this? It's not to win your vote. Oh, by the way, player number 10 was pushed out by 4 for 2 rounds, but he still resolutely voted for 4. This can no longer be explained by fear that his mentality will collapse. I want to hear what ridiculous reasons 10 can come up with to side with player 4. Also, those who told me that player 10 and I were teammates of the wolf, don't forget that I told you that player 10 can take poison. If we form 2 wolves, will I ask the witch to poison my teammates? There's no such thing as that, right? Of course, if someone tries to challenge me by calling me 10 for my identity, then I have no choice but to accuse me. If you want to accuse me of being a wolf, you can find a reason no matter what, and you can even think of good things as bad, isn't it? I say this just to hope that good people will not be led by wolves. Don't think that because he recognizes you as a good person and behaves well, you wonder if you are on the wrong side. And don't think, how could a wolf recognize me as a good person? It's simple, he just wants to win votes. Player number 6 said this just because he was afraid that player number 1 would be confused for a moment and stand aside from number 4. After all, no 4's speech was quite confusing. Including Ren Fan, 4 has been talking to each other, saying that if Ren Fan wants to side with him, he will not have to show off tomorrow, otherwise he will have to show off his identity, making it seem like he has become a prophet. As for player number 10, 6 defines his identity as a wolf. A person who doesn't even think about logic will find a ridiculous excuse to go to the wolf team for no apparent reason. If such a person is not a wolf, it will be difficult to win this game. Anyway, 6 doesn't think 10 is a good person who plays around. In his opinion, this guy must be a wolf, and he can only judge him as a wolf. Player number 2, I made a mistake when I ordered you to enter the wolf pit before, but I hope you won't be too hostile to me. After all, no one can guarantee that the wolf pit you ordered is correct, right? What's more, I only listened to the police's last round of speeches. I also emphasized that you were sent to the wolf pit not because you were not good at speaking, but because you were put in the queue. I said if you were a good person, player 5 would go into the wolf pit. Now it seems that you are the good person and player 5 is the wolf. Go back, player 2. You can't assume that I am a tough guy just because I alerted you to go into the wolf pit. The only one who will be happy is the wolf. Player 6 finally realized that he might have clicked on the wrong player 2, so he quickly made up for it. He was just a prophet, not God, so who could guarantee that every wolf pit he clicked would be a good one? If you make a mistake, the opponent will go to the wolves with all their strength and never look back. Then it is almost impossible for the good guys to win this game. Player number 6 didn't know if 2 could listen to his words, but he had already persuaded him what he needed to say, and said what he needed to say. If 2 had to trick the wolves, he had no choice. Finally, click on the wolf pit. The police below is player 11, and the 3 wolves above the police are players 4, 5, and 10. The fault tolerance rate is player 3. Today, the 4th place will be chosen. Good people who stand by me must not split their votes and abandon their votes, because in this round, the wolves will definitely charge forward. If you abandon your votes and split your votes, you will send the wolves to win. I'll say it one last time. Go poison player 10 tonight and stop him from talking nonsense. Player number 7 please speak. It's not that I don't support you, player number 4. The point is that your speech is not as good as that of player number 6. How can I support you? I said it on the police station. Regarding the definition of the identities of 3 and 4, I think player 3 cannot be completely put down, because this board has nightmares, and the probability of wolf throwing gold water to wolf is high. Player 6 thinks the same as I do, which means there is nothing wrong with his perspective. The amount of thought he gives is consistent with that of a good person. I am definitely inclined to believe that he is a prophet, right? Besides, I'm very satisfied with player 6's definition of everyone's identity. The police officer thought that 5 was probably a good person, and there was nothing wrong with him at all. 5 acted like he didn't want to side with 4. He didn't want to see 4 or 5. This is very logical. Similarly, just now he clicked 5 to enter the wolf pit, and the player number 2 is the good guy who was hit by mistake. This is no problem. The logic of 5 recognizing 4 as a prophet cannot be said to be wrong, but this logic alone is enough. It's not a good mentality to beat 6 to death and stand on the side of 4. Moreover, player number 6 corrected the mistake in time when he hit the wrong person, and explained why he hit the wrong player. This is a very good attitude. Who can avoid hitting the wrong person and clicking the wrong wolf pit? Ren Fan was defending player number 6 in his words and deeds. That's for sure. Since he chose to stand on 6's side, he naturally has to speak for 6. In fact, whether it is speech, logic, or perspective, 6 is better than 4. Player 4 asked him to turn back. How could he turn back? He couldn't turn back, at least not now. Even putting that aside, look at the teams on both sides. Player number 1 is a good guy recognized by Ren Fan, and so is player number 8. If player number 6 is a tough guy, what about the wolf? Could it be that all the wolves went to fight Barb? How is it possible? 6 is better than 4. The wolves can completely charge the tickets, and they will definitely get the police badge. In this case, it is impossible for the wolves to hook the number 4 player. To be honest, I didn't expect the badge to be lost. After listening to the PK speeches of 4 and 6, I thought player number 6 was sure to get the police badge. However, the number of votes was exactly the same and the police badge was lost. This is a loss for good people. The wolves must be very happy. Player number 5 was originally a good person that I recognized, but he turned out to be a gangster. I was quite surprised. Just vote for the bandit. I thought he would talk a lot about the reasons for voting for player 4, but he told me that it was because 4 was a pad at 10, so he recognized 4 as the prophet. Do you think he can be a good person with such a speech? In other words, does his logic of standing on the sidelines make sense? Isn't this a charge? Just now, many people were talking about me and player 6 being teammates of the wolf. Logically, if that was true, I would definitely lead the pace and hammer player 4 into the ground when I was on guard. I would also say that those who are good at speaking are not necessarily prophets. After I was off guard, I had to listen to player 4 and player 6 talk again. Regarding this point, the police talked to players number 1 and number 8. Their logic was correct and their behavior was good, so I recognized them both. Ren Fan felt very sad when he thought about losing his police badge. According to the speeches of 4 and 6, player number 6 should definitely get the police badge, but the result was a tie vote, resulting in the loss of the police badge, which is simply outrageous. Looking at the vote count, there were 5 people voting for player number 4. Even if the wolves all charged, there were still 2 good people standing on the wrong side. Ren Fan was very confused as to what those 2 people were thinking. But the matter has come to this, and it is useless to say more. Next, we should think carefully about how to make the good guys believe that 6 is a prophet and eliminate 4 from the game. Click on the wolf pit. Actually, the wolf pit I played is similar to that of player number 6. The 3 wolves on the alarm are 4, 5, and 10, and player number 2 is eliminated. The wolf that appears under the alert is most likely player 11. Player 3 is probably not a wolf, and player 9 doesn't look like a hook. So we can only say that player 11 is a charging wolf. On this point, everyone has the same idea. But we still have to listen to 11's speech. I don't rule out that he is a good person with a strong heart. If it weren't for the fact that there are more people under the police in this station, there is a high probability that a wolf will appear. I might have asked the 4 wolves to go to the police, because 2 also has a gangster side. You can't just say that player 5 is a wolf. He's a good guy. The reason why I recognized him now is because it is inconvenient to put the 4 wolves on the police. Player number 2, if you are a good person, put yourself in his shoes and think about it. If you were player number 6, how would you click on the wolf pit? Just because he clicked on you by mistake doesn't mean that he is a wolf, nor does it mean that he wants to use you as a counter push. Didn't player number 1 say that? Don't be stubborn, think more, and think about whether you are too ahead of yourself. If player 6 is pushed out today, the dream catcher will go and capture player 4 at night. Don't play defense, play offense. Capture player 4 2 nights in a row and kill him. Go and poison player 10 directly, unless he shoots a god later. You can wait a bit. As long as player 10 doesn't jump out of the god's body, you can safely poison him. You will definitely not make a mistake. And I have a hunch that 10 will turn around and stand next to player 6. He is a yin-yang barbed wolf. He will charge 4 in the front, and the dirty 6 team will come from behind. Don't worry about 10, as I said, as long as he doesn't jump. Whether he is standing on the side of 4 or standing on the side of 6, no matter who his ticket is on, just feed him coke at night. Today I am still standing next to the number 6 player, and I play 4. I hope the good guys can play 4 with me. Once the good guys fall behind in the round, it will be difficult to win, so we can't make mistakes. For this reason and with this level of logic, if there are still people who are not on the right side and can't tell the difference between the prophets, then there is really nothing we can do. Ren Fan was telling the truth. Player number 6 had already dealt out everything he could. Status, logic, speech, none of them is bad. How can you be recognized if you want 6? A prophet who talks like this can still be voted out. This is the problem of being a good person. Player number 8, please speak. It's so simple to stand aside, but there are good people in the wolf team. I can't figure out why. How do you all identify the prophets? When it comes to speaking, it is better for player number 6 to speak than no 4. When it comes to logic, the logic of player number 6 is better than that of player no 4. When it comes to status, if player number 6 dares to talk and play, it is still better than no 4. When it comes to the team, look at how many of the 4 players standing next to you look like good people, and then look at how many of the 6 players standing next to you look like wolves. No matter from any angle, 6 is more likely to be a prophet than 4. It stands to reason that 6 should be able to get this police badge, but it didn't happen. What the hell happened? Do you know how important a police badge is to the prophet and the entire good team? Player number 8 stood up and started complaining and blaming the good guys on the field. To be precise, he was scolding the good guys who had voted for the bandits. Just as Ren Fan thought, even if all members of the Panlang team charged, there were still 2 good guys on the wrong side. This is equivalent to giving the wolves 2 anti-push positions, which is painful to think about. Player number 3, I think you should be a good person. The reason has been mentioned by many people in the police. You received the gold water from the wolf, and you are a little biased towards him psychologically. This is normal and understandable. But when it comes to the critical moment of the exile vote, you can no longer treat it as a joke like you did with the police badge vote. You have to turn against them when it's time to do so. SIX's speech is worth your turn against them. Player number 2, are you so glass-hearted? Number 6 just put you into the wolf's pit, and didn't say you must be a wolf. Is it necessary to go online like this and hold on to you? What's more, in this round, player number 6 has already recognized you. Pan 5 is a wolf. It's time to turn back. Brother, don't be stubborn. You have deceived yourself and others. To be honest, no one is God. You can accurately point out the 4 wolves, but when something is wrong, can't you give player number 6 some tolerance? If you were a prophet, I'm afraid you would have chosen the same wolf pit as 6. Why can't you put yourself in their shoes? Player number 8 is very angry, really angry. Ren Fan listened to 8's angry speech, afraid that he would swear the next second. It's no wonder that player number 8 is so angry. Player number 6 was originally able to get the police badge for sure, but now he has lost it. It's depressing just thinking about it. The key is that some good people don't listen to advice. The more you persuade them, the more excited they become. They think you are a wolf and are fooling them. Therefore, playing this game will easily cause your blood pressure to rise, and your good temper will be wiped out. The wolf on the police is already very obvious. It's 4, 5, 10. 104410410104. To put it bluntly, if I stand next to a prophet and he accuses me of being a wolf, then I will stand next to the other person. If it doesn't work, I will give up my vote. Anyway, he will not be voted for. Player number 10 is really good-tempered. Even though he was almost defeated by others, he still voted for the other party calmly. His broad-mindedness is definitely a role model for our generation. How come I met such a good guy who only appears once in 1,000 years? I don't believe it. I would rather believe that player number 10 is a charging wolf who is playing tricks. He deliberately engages in some weird behaviors and speeches to make good people confused about his identity. If it doesn't work, he just shows off and makes a contribution to the wolves. I agree with player number 7. If number 10 cannot be identified today, he will take poison at night. If he jumps to the hunter, just take him out and let him try shooting. If he is a dream catcher, the witch should not poison him at night, but let the dream catcher capture him at night, and just capture him to death for 2 consecutive nights. If he jumps to the witch will poison him at night. In short, if he jumps twice, the magic card in the outer position will be responsible for killing him at night. Player number 8 directly hammered 10 into the ground. In his eyes, 10 is definitely an iron wolf and cannot afford the good guy card. In order to prevent the 2 powerful Tiao Shen cards, he also specially arranged work. This move simply cut off 10's retreat and gave him no chance of survival. Tough enough. But he is also smart enough. Ren Fan said that he really likes the speech of player number 8, which is unique. However, player number 8 may have exposed his identity a little, and he dared to say with confidence that if he jumps to the hunter twice, he will directly show the perspective of the second person. Doesn't that mean he is a hunter? If 8 is not a hunter and dares to say this, then he is too brave. Today, all the good guys' votes should be placed on player 4, especially players 2 and 3. Stop fooling around with the wolves, okay? Help the good guys do something. Player number 6 is too embarrassed to criticize you. I helped him say what he wanted to say. The wolves should not win this game because their speech was not as good as ours. If it doesn't work, you two will give up your votes and don't make the game more difficult for us, okay? I've already said this. Player number 2, player number 3, do you know how to cast your vote? I hope you know this, otherwise, you will definitely make me vomit blood. Okay, I've said everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. There may not be too much logic in the game, but it doesn't matter, because all the logic is played out by the players number 6 and 7 in the front positions. As for me, I'm responsible for waking you up from behind and saying something that they didn't say. That's it. Give me a unanimous vote to knock out player number 4. That's over. Player number 9 please speak. There are two main reasons for voting for player no 6. One is that no six's speech is better than that of number 4 player. In my mind, he is more like a prophet, so I will definitely give him the police badge ticket. The second aspect is to have a tie PK. I think everyone could have guessed the situation at that time. 3 and 11 would basically vote for player 4, and if I voted for player 6, there would be a tie. I will continue to vote for player 6 in the second round because I am a wolf at 4, and 6 thinks I am a good person. In addition, 4's speech is still not as good as six's. So how should I vote? Is there any need to say more? Player number 9 got up and first talked about why he voted for 6, so that no one would hit him with a charge or a barb or something. When you stay under the police, you not only have to get the right vote, but you also have to explain the reasons why you get the right vote to people's satisfaction. Otherwise, someone will hit you as a hook. This person may be a suspicious good guy, or he may be a werewolf who stirs up trouble. What it is depends on your own judgment. Now the teams of both sides have completely spread out. The player number 4 on the side is almost 6 equal to the player no on the side. Honestly, regardless of what 4 and 6 said, it is obvious that the team of player 6 is cleaner. Players 7 and 8, who I recognize as good guys, are both on the side of 6. I thought player number 1 might be a wolf before, but after listening to no one's speech this round, I feel that he is also a good person. In this way, the 6 people standing next to him are basically good people. If he is a wolf, what about his wolf teammates? Are they all going to hit the barb? I don't believe it. With such a good speech, all the teammates are hitting the barb. If I were, my mentality has exploded. Since we can't figure out this logic, there is only one possibility left. 6 is a prophet, and those who stand beside him are all good people. There are a lot of wolves standing next to 4, and 4 is undoubtedly jumping. Player 9 used several methods to identify who 4 and 6 were the prophets. The first is the speech, which is undoubtedly the victory of player number 6. But as Ren Fan said, a good speaker may not necessarily be a prophet, so further judgment must be made. Player number 9 feels that their respective teams are very telling. The good guys are on the side 6, and the wolves are on the side 4. Who is the prophet and who is the wolf is already clear. In addition, there are wolf pits at 4 and 6 points, which is also one of the important logics for identifying prophets. Player number 4 always thought he was a wolf, but number 6 recognized him. As a normal good person, how can he stand at 4 on the side and make a strong jump on 6? Therefore, 9 has sufficient reasons to vote for the police badge for 6, and each of them is enough to support him to stand on the side of player number 6. 6 is the prophet, and the wolf under the police is between 3 and 11. If the identity of 11 cannot be revealed, he can only be a charging wolf, and player number 3 should be a good guy. But if 11 is not the wolf, 3 must be the wolf. The police got 6 and 7 right. The wolves played a trick. The wolf threw gold water to the wolf, but the strange thing is that 3 did not hit the hook. It is precisely because of this that I say 3 should be a good person. If he is a wolf and wants to be identified, he must be the player number 6 on the side of betrayal. Only such a good person will be difficult to control him. Listening to 9's speech, Ren Fan couldn't help but smile, thinking that this 9 was a little silly. Even if it is a 3 or 4 pair of wolves, if player number 3 wants to use the barb as an identity, he has to do so at the stage of banishment voting. It is impossible to betray the police badge vote. In this case, it is easy to attract the attention of prophets and good people. After all, no one is a fool. It is too easy to rebel and it will be counterproductive. If 3 is really a wolf, he is very good at this aspect. As a result, 9 fell into a misunderstanding, thinking that 3 did not take over the Jinshui hook as an identity. In fact, the time has not come yet. 4510252. Why do I say this? Because I have met such a person. Just because a certain point touches him, he will stand by the prophet next to him. Listening to 5's speech, it seems that he is this kind of person. Of course, I don't rule out that 5 is a werewolf who takes the opportunity to charge. I have to listen to this again. I think we should not kill 5 for the time being, and leave some room. After all, there will always be unexpected things in this game. However, player no 5's reputation as a gangster is now greater than that of player number 2. There is no doubt about this. After listening to his speech, the police officer thought that he would not be able to side with player number 4. In the end, he voted for no 4. 646454. It is precisely because it is abnormal and does not conform to the logic of good people's behavior that we say that 5 is more gangster than 2. This is all based on basis and reason. Player number 2, if you are a good person, think carefully about whether you are on the wrong side. Who of the people who are on the wrong side of player number 6 speaks badly and acts like a wolf? Who is not beating people with logic? On the other hand, the people standing next to 4, like player 5 and player 10, all spoke and behaved strangely. They all voted for 4 unanimously. Doesn't this explain the problem? Having said all this, I just want to persuade you to turn back. I also hope that player number 2 can also turn back. Maybe the good people on the wrong side are the 2 of you. In the second round of police badge voting, 5 people voted for player number 4. Among them, players number 2 and number 3 are most likely to become good people. The remaining 3 fell into the wolf pit, unable to crawl out. It is normal for them to charge for votes. After all, the trump card is the wolf, but 2 and 3 can no longer help the wolves. If the votes are tied again, or continue to be tied, the wolves will be happy. Because they can kill people at night, but the good guys can't drive the wolves out during the day. If this continues, it's not a losing outcome. End of this chapter. Chapter 39, you even dare to borrow the hunter's clothes to wear? Player number 10 please speak. I didn't expect so many people to be hostile to me. They all pointed me into the wolf pit and asked me to take photos of my identity, right? I don't want to take photos of myself. Let's put it that way. Those who want me to take photos of my identity are all wolves. This board has nightmares. If I shoot a witch, I can't use poison at night because of fear. If I shoot a hunter, I can't shoot because of fear. If I shoot a dreamer, I can't shoot people at night because of fear. Anyone with a good attitude would not ask me to take a photo of my identity today. Especially player number 7, who directly led the rhythm by saying that if I didn't take a photo of my identity, I would eat poison at night. Isn't this a wolf? But just because 7 is a wolf, it doesn't mean that player number 6 is also a wolf. I'm going to turn around this round. I want to stand aside and take out player no 6. Player number 10 came up and gave Ren Fan a hard hammer, saying that Ren Fan was a rhythmic werewolf and wanted to force him to reveal his identity, but he refused to do so. As for whether the witch would poison him, he didn't care, since she just didn't give up her identity. When this was said, any normal person would think that after 10 had beaten Ren Fan so hard, he would continue to side with player number 4, but he suddenly changed the subject and said he would side with player number 6. This made everyone stunned, wondering why 10 suddenly recognized 6 as a prophet. If he believed that 6 was a prophet, he shouldn't have beaten Ren Fan as a wolf. Player number 4, you disappoint me so much. I was the only one on the police station who stood by you, but you said I was a scapegoat and that my speech was not good. It was the first time I was treated like this, so I just put up with it. Because I think you might have been fooled by player 1. Maybe things will change after you get to the police station, but if you're still playing tricks on me after you get to the police station, I'm a pushover. And even players number 2 and number 3 who are standing next to you call me a wolf. I'm sorry, the clay figurine is still earthy, so why don't I take you off? I'll charge with player number 6. I'll show you today. If you are a prophet, I can only say that you personally forced a good person to join the wolf team. To be honest, I don't expect you to recognize me as a good person, but I can't stand being turned into a loser by you. I said to the police that no one will stand by you. If you are a prophet, your mentality will collapse. Now it seems that there are quite a lot of people standing by you, so you don't need me. Player no 10's attitude towards 4 suddenly took a degree turn. From the original belief that 4 is a prophet, to the current situation of hammering 4 to death. This time, everyone was a bit unable to react. Many people even suspected that this guy had a problem with his brain. Otherwise, why did he seem to have a split personality? His attitude changed so much without any warning. Although I am on the side of player number 6, the wolf pit I ordered is different from yours. Player number 7 is a barb to me, and players 2 and May 5th be double wolves. You have always called the police on 3 wolves, but after listening to the speeches, I think there may be 4 wolves on the police. 1, 4, 5, 7. I know you all don't agree with what I said. How could there be no wolf among the 4 police officers? Think about it from another angle. Maybe the wolves took advantage of our habit of looking for wolves under the police, so they all chose to go to the police. And it just so happened that there were a lot of good people under the police this round. Really, good people can't be too rigid in their thinking. When the 4 wolves come to the police, they have to do it. So what about the 4 policemen? Who said that the 4 policemen must be the wolves? It's okay to play player number 4 first today, but you can't let number 7 go. Player number 6, if you can test someone tonight, test number 7. There is a high probability that there will be a surprise. Dreamcatcher, protect player number 6 and don't let him get stabbed. I'm sure Nightmare doesn't dare to let player number 6 check player number 7 because player number 7 is the last hope of the wolves. So far, I'm the only one who figured out that 7 is a wolf. You've all been fooled by his words and still think he's a good guy. It would be strange if we didn't lose. Ren Fan seriously doubted whether 10 had a grudge against him. If you want to play side 6, you can use a hook, but why point the finger at him? But then again, since the other party likes to challenge the hell difficulty, he must let this guy know what regret is. Until now, Ren Fan has somewhat understood why 10 spoke so much and took sides. Grandstanding. The weirder his conversation, the harder it will be for good people to accuse him of being a wolf, or they will subconsciously contradict logic. It would be enough for a wolf to speak normally, so why should it be like this? If he dares to be so high profile and keep his identity so low, there is a high probability that he is a good person who is always high. Once a good person behaves like this, he falls into 10's trap. However, playing this way is extremely risky, and it is too easy to be beaten by the bad guys. If the good guys don't follow your logic, you will be completely finished. Finally, let's talk about the witch and the dream catcher. Don't be stupid and believe player number 7. Come and mess with me at night. Think about it. If I were a wolf, would I dare to do this? Only good people are not afraid of being the center of attention. Wolves try their best to hide and talk well. Just like player number 7, it is easier to win if you hit the barb to the death. I have to admit that he is a good player and his winning rate is definitely higher than mine. But in this round, no matter how much he talks or hooks, it can't change the fact that he is a wolf. I hope the good people can think about my words seriously. That's it. I stand by player number 6. It's over. Player number 11 please speak. What is Tu Kang Dian Jian? This is Tu Kang Diao Jian. As soon as player number 10 saw that the cushion could no longer be used, he wanted to rush forward. Anyway, they now have an advantage. As long as they can rush out player number 4 in one wave, the game will be stable. Good people, wake up. You 2 and 8 are 2 wolves. Since he has already charged, why bother to hit him with a barb? Can you hook him? You can't hook him. In this case, he can only bite the bullet and continue to charge, trying to push the number 6 player out. This is the only chance for the wolves. If 4 and 10 were 2 wolves, player 10 would not say that he would turn around and stand with player 6, but he did say it anyway. There is only one possibility, that 4 and 10 are not the wolf teammates they met. Player number 11 stood up and started hammering at player number 10. According to his logic, 10 can stand on the side of player 6 in this round, so 4 and 10 cannot form a double wolves. You know what player 11 said makes a lot of sense. 4-10 double wolves. Player number 10 has been labeled a wolf by everyone in the field. It is a bit stupid for him to hook the prophet to turn his teammate into a wolf at this time. Now, the most correct approach for 10 should be to play the God card and help player 4 to incite in the last position, so as to push 6 resistance out of the game. In this case, even if he takes poison or gets pushed by a good person tomorrow, it will still be acceptable, at least his death will not be in vain. But instead of helping player 10 to fight incite, player 4 chose to stand on the side of player 6 who wanted to play player 4. This is not right. Continuing to play 4-10 double wolves doesn't make sense. But the double wolves at 6 and 10 don't seem quite right. Ren Fan was quite speechless. Whether this 10 is a wolf or a good person, he is always a troublemaker. After a pause, player number 11 said again, how about this? Today we will play player number 10 first, leaving number 4 and number 6 untouched. Anyway, number 10 has become a public wolf pit now. Pan 4 is a prophet. The 10 police officers jumped up and down repeatedly. After being regarded as a padfly, they stopped pretending. They stood on the side and made 6 out of 4. Isn't this a wolf? Pan 6 is a prophet, and 10 is a yin-yang barb-charging wolf. Even if he says he wants to side with player number 6 this round, you can't recognize him as a good person, can you? In that case, why not play 10 first? Why would a dinglang leave him on the field? Don't tell me that today is the round of 4 and 6. I know it is the round of 4 and 6, but now everyone has different opinions on who is the prophet between 4 and 6, except for the fact that 10 is a wolf. There was a consensus. Then I think it would be a good choice to change the round today and play him. Player number 11 is on side 4. But after listening to everyone's comments, he felt that player number 4 might not be able to defeat player number 6. What should he do? It can only divert attention and point the finger at player number 10. In fact, whether 4 or 6 comes out today, it is possible that the prophet will appear. Even if he stands on the side of 4, we dare not say that 4 will definitely be the prophet. But if you choose 10, you can't go wrong. Therefore, he hopes that good people can be more flexible and not stick to the rounds. Just put out 10 today and keep 4 and 6 for another round tomorrow. The wolf under the police has a high probability of being 9. I heard that player number 12 doesn't sound like a wolf. At least the gangster face is much smaller than 9. 3 is gold and water. There is no one else but 9. Actually, I don't distinguish between the two prophets 4 and 6 very clearly. I have to admit that 6 is better than 4, but I really don't want to side with him. I might be the wolf in the 6th round of the police. It feels to me that he wants to use me as a defense. I am quite disgusted with 6 in my heart. I have an inexplicable resistance to everything he says. It's because of this that I gave 4 2 rounds of police badge tickets in a row. I know, me doing this will make 6 think that 4 and I are wolf teammates, and I am a charging wolf. It doesn't matter, I am not afraid of being beaten. And since I was allowed to speak at the end, it must be God's will. Even though this is a nightmare board, God shouldn't jump out too early. But there is no other way. If I don't change my identity, I won't be able to return the ticket. You will suspect that I am a wolf and want to force a change of rounds to resist the push of player number 10. In order to dispel your concerns, I can only bid for my identity. But after I take a photo of my identity, I hope the dream catcher will come to protect me at night. After all, the nightmare can only scare me for one night. On the second night, even if I lose the cards, I can still shoot. Now that I've said this, you all have heard it, I'm a hunter. I really didn't want to jump, but I wanted to protect player 4, and player 10 was chatting so loudly, I felt sorry for his words if I didn't get him out first. In order to gain the trust of the good guy in the outside position, and in order for the good guy to listen to him and issue tickets with him, player number 11 simply shot the hunter. Although he shouldn't take a picture of his identity in this round, as he said, the situation forced him to return the vote to the number 10 player, so he had to take a picture. But in this way, SIX's prophetic potential becomes smaller. Because he had always pointed to 11 as a wolf, but 11 jumped to the hunter, so who is the wolf under the police? 12934111634. Player number 6, you said I am a wolf, but my trump card is a hunter. How do you feel now? Don't worry, I won't give the vote to you. After all, your speech is better than player 4's. I can't vote you out just because of my personal emotions. But I hope you can play 10 with me today. There is also player number 4. You have always suspected that 10 is a pad. Now 10 is no longer on your side and wants to play you again. This time you know what kind of card it is. Bar. I won't say anything else. As a hunter, I only have one request. Give me all the votes to defeat player number 10, and the Dreamcatcher will come to protect me at night. That's it. I've passed. After listening to player No 11's speech, Ren Fan couldn't help but frowned. 11 when shooting the hunter number in the last position, the ticket came out as 10. There seemed to be no problem, but for some reason, Ren Fan always felt that something was not right. If 11 is a hunter, the wolf under the police can only be player 3. You can't play 9 as a wolf, right? Police officer 9 did a good job in this round of speech. He didn't hear any banditry at all. Moreover, police officer 9 was able to vote for player 6 for 2 consecutive rounds. It was illogical for him to be a reverse move. Is it possible that 11 is not a hunter? If 11 is not a hunter, he can return the gun card in the last position and get 2 benefits. One is to resist the push of player number 10 to grab the turn. The second is to force out the real hunters. In this case, disc 10 must be the good guy. But when he thought about asking 10 to be a good person, Ren Fan thought it was better to forget it. How could 10 get the good person card with his speech and behavior? Since player number 11 wants to return ticket number 10, he just follows the ticket. If nothing unexpected happens, most people will put their votes on 10. After all, the hunter jumps out at 11 just to get 10, and you can't let it jump out for nothing. Everyone has finished speaking and the exile vote begins. The system's beep sounded in everyone's ears. Ren Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally he chose player number 10. At this time, there is no point in voting for player number 4, as he will definitely not be able to vote. It didn't take long for the results to come out. 1 2 3 4 5 7 8 9 1 1 1 2 1 0. 6 10 choose to vote for player 4. As expected, the hunter's return ticket of 11 to 10 was quite effective, and 10 was directly knocked out by the big ticket type. Player number 10 is out. Please leave your last words. Player number 11, you are really good at jumping into a hunter and trying to push a civilian. I don't know where you got the confidence to say that I must be a wolf. No matter who is on my side, I am a wolf. You are really a big deal clever. You could have knocked out 4, the fierce jumping wolf, today, but because of your self-righteousness, the wolves inexplicably gained a round. And you've exposed your identity. Even if the Dreamcatcher can protect you at night, have you ever thought that if the wolf team finds out who the Dreamcatcher is, the good guys will collapse with one knife? To be honest, what annoys me most is people like you who think they are great players. You want to show off your skills, but end up failing every time. If the wolves can win this round, it will all be thanks to you. After player number 10 was pushed out of the game, the first sentence of his last words revealed his identity. He was a civilian. But his words were full of ridicule for 11. It sounded like 11 had received the wrong vote, otherwise 10 would not have such emotions. But then again, emotions, just like speech, can be deceptive. Who knows if this is a true expression of true feelings or if it's just an act. But if 10 is really a good guy, it may be difficult to win this game. Originally, in this game, the good guys are relatively weak. If someone makes a mistake on the first day, it depends on whether the wolves give them a chance. If they don't give them a chance, the good guys basically can't win. I know that many people don't believe me when I act like a civilian, but my trump card is indeed not a wolf. If you try to treat me like a wolf, this game will go completely wrong. Everyone can hear the speeches of 4 and 6 on the police stage. 6 is better than 4. I stand on 4's side just to show my support. In the end, I voted for 4 because 4 clicked I am a wolf during his PK speech. I thought that player number 4 would recognize me and not challenge me again. It turned out that he still did this, so I can no longer stand by him. 4 disappoints me. If he is a prophet, he can only say that good people are unlucky. If someone stands by him, he will feel like a bad person. If he doesn't stand by him, he will feel like a good person. This is outrageous. Player number 11 is a hunter. Player number 9 is standing on the opposite side and voted for 6 in 2 consecutive rounds. Player number 3 and number 4 are unlikely to meet each other, and player number 12 is Goldwater. In this way, the police officer may really not play wolf. 245767. Believe me, there's a saying that goes, a dying man's words are good. I'm already out. If it was a wolf, there's no need to trick you into checking player number 7. At night, the witch can poison 4, and the Dreamcatcher will protect player 6. As for the hunter 11, it doesn't matter. Even if he gets stabbed and can't shoot, that's fine, lest he takes the wrong person. And if Nightmare goes to Terror 11, player 6 can check people. Using his life to create an opportunity for 6 to check people, I think it's worth it. I'll emphasize again that I'm not a wolf. Whoever tells me I'm a wolf is an iron wolf. That's it. It's over. Please close your eyes when it gets dark. After player number 10 finished his last words, the system immediately announced that the game had entered Dark Night. However, everyone can't agree on whether 10 is a wolf. Some insist that 10 is eliminated by wolf, such as Ren Fan. He doesn't think that a good person will talk like that and do so many things that he knows are gangsters. 10 There must be a deeper reason behind doing this. Either he was messing up the situation on the field, failed, and was forced out by the hunter. Or you're giving someone an identity. If 11 hadn't photographed the hunter, he would have suspected 11 and 10 of wolves stepping on wolves, but if 11 had photographed the hunter, it would be completely different. Because if 11 is not a hunter, his identity will be exposed the next day. In this case, he will not be able to establish his identity at all. Therefore, in Ren Fan's opinion, 10 should belong to the former. He is a crazy wolf who wants to be a good person, but he got too high and got himself high to death. Of course, some people also think that 10's last words may be a good person. If he was a wolf, there was no need to make himself like this. Besides, it doesn't make sense that there are two wolves at 4 and 10, and 4 was 10 yesterday, which further proves that 4 and 10 will never meet. This way, Plate 4 is a strong jump, so you have to recognize that Plate 10 is a good guy, but he is just a good guy who gets crazy and is playing blindly. If there is a wolf on Plate 10, you have to side with player number 4. You cannot think that 6 is a prophet and 10 is a wolf. This is completely illogical. In fact it is. Ren Fan also doubted whether he was on the wrong side. If the two wolves of 4 and 10, when his identity has been exposed, do not want to play a magic card in the last position to save his life, but also help 4 with a wave of instigation, why do they go to the side of the 6th player? The behavior of 10 made it impossible to play the double wolf of 4 and 10. But he couldn't get the good guy card, so the identity of player 6 was very questionable. A headache? Ren Fan shrugged helplessly. He originally thought that this game was already clear. The prophet was found and the wolves charged again. All he had to do next was to follow the lead. But now it seems that the situation on the field is far from as simple as he saw. Dreamcatcher, please open your eyes, please choose a player to become a sleepwalker. Ren Fan was player number 8 on the first night. If he takes player number 8 again tonight, he will be killed. But from listening to what he said during the day, 8 is most likely a good person, so Ren Fan can't have any thoughts about 8 tonight. In this way, Ren Fan has 3 choices before him. The first thing to do is to protect hunter number 11, so that he won't be frightened by the nightmare and get stabbed again, and then be unable to shoot when he wakes up the next day. The second one protects number 6, the prophet in his mind. The third one is to attack and shoot player number 4. If player number 4 is not pushed out during the day, he can shoot number 4 again at night and kill him. If you want stability, it is definitely best to protect the hunters. After all, this is a magic card that can chase rounds. If the wolf kills him in vain without being able to shoot, the loss will be relatively large. As for player 4 and player 6, no matter which of them is the prophet, there is a high probability that he will not have the opportunity to check people tonight, unless the nightmare fear hunter kills him, then the prophet can check people. After thinking about it, Ren Fan decided to save the hunter. Although he didn't really want to save the hunter, he had no choice. If nightmare really attacks the hunter tonight, he will be stabbed so that he can't shoot. The next day, the good guy stood on the wrong side and gave away the prophet, and the game was basically over. Although the prophet and hunter were dead, as well as him and the witch, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat the 4 wolves. What's more, there are more than 4 wolves on the field. Some of the good guys are more like wolves than wolves and do more bad things than wolves. The night operation was quickly over. After dawn, a prompt box immediately appeared on the screen. The person who died last night was player number 12, without any last words. Player number 12 dies alone. This means that the witch did not use poison last night. If she had, there would have been 2 deaths. Unless the witch poisoned the sleepwalker selected by the dream catcher, but this is impossible, because Ren Fan photographed player number 11, and the witch can't poison the hunter, unless he is crazy. Therefore, Ren Fan could be sure that the witch did not prescribe poison. As for why the witch didn't use poison, it was probably because she hadn't made up her mind yet and was still hesitating. The witch is very afraid that she will poison the wrong person, and there are so many witches who have poisoned the wrong person. It's like a curse. The poison wolf is not effective, but the poison god is always successful. Therefore, good people often jokingly call witches wolf wizards. After all, his poison could save the wolf team a lot of trouble. Since there is no police chief in this game, player number 11 will randomly speak in order. Player number 11 please speak. Okay, it's great that I'm the first to speak. I'll be honest, I'm not a hunter. Player no 11's first words stunned everyone. This guy brought a gun back to player number 10 yesterday, but today he got up and took off his clothes. What the hell is going on? I know you must be confused. My trump card is not a hunter, so why did I vote for the hunter yesterday? I've spent all my time this round explaining this. In fact, I chose to jump to the last position yesterday to vote for the hunter to return to the 10th player. I went through a fierce ideological struggle. I was afraid that my jump would break up the good team and make the hunter misunderstand me as a wolf. But when we can't tell which one of 4 and 6 is the prophet, and everyone has a big disagreement, there is a fixed wolf in the external position, why don't we play him first? I already ran the game yesterday. No matter who is the prophet between 4 and 6, 10 cannot play the good guy card. There is nothing wrong with him. But if I shoot a civilian, you will most likely not follow the vote. The trump card is not convincing, right? Once the hunter is photographed, it will be easier for you to believe what I say and listen to it. I don't dare to dance as a witch, for fear of being poisoned at night. I don't dare to dance as a dream catcher, for fear of the dream catcher coming to catch me at night. In this case, I only have one choice left, which is to dance as a hunter and take off my clothes the next day. But I'm also afraid that the hunter will speak before me. If he speaks before me and directly attacks me, it will be awkward. It's like I'm helping the wolf find the hunter, and I have to sacrifice myself to be the anti-push. But God wants the good guys to win. This order of speeches is brilliant. Once I take off my clothes, the hunter won't have to jump out and shoot me. The explanation given by player 11 is barely reasonable. It can be summed up in one sentence. He thought player number 10 must be the wolf. There were risks in picking between 4 and 6 yesterday, and picking 10 was definitely the safest. In order to attract the votes of the good guys, he jumped to the hunter. Judging from the behavior, player number 11 should be a good person. He was able to lead the team to vote for player number 10, which means that he could not be teammates with player number 10, and player number 10 was beaten by the wolf. After all this analysis, it is very likely that 11 is a good person. To put it another way, if the 11 hole card is a wolf, he probably won't take off his clothes and just fight the hunter. Anyway, he has eliminated 10, so his identity is good. Even if a real hunter jumped out to shoot him, good people might not believe it. If the hunter can be held back during the day, even if he is shot and taken away, it will not be a loss. Therefore, player number 11 does not need to take off his clothes if he is a wolf. He will only take off his clothes in a hurry if he is a good guy because he is afraid of forcing the real hunter out. No matter in his mentality or behavior, 11 seems like a good person, and it is hard to tell whether he is a wolf for the time being. The vast majority of players on the field thought so, except Ren Fan, who questioned 11's identity. He wondered if it was possible that players 10 and 11 were twin wolves, with player 11 selling out his teammates for identity. Although this is a bit outrageous, sometimes the more impossible something is, the more likely it is to be the truth. It just depends on whether the other party is capable of doing such a thing. 11 You can't accept it completely, you have to be careful with him. I have explained clearly why I changed my status as a hunter and took off my clothes yesterday. You can say I am a wolf, which is normal, but you can't say I am definitely a wolf. After all, I forcibly voted for player 10 for the sake of good people. The one who got stabbed last night was player 12, and he died alone, which means he wasn't the dream catcher, and the witch probably didn't poison him either. On the bright side, 12 should be a civilian card. He is the gold water of player 6. From this perspective, the profit side of 6 seems to have become a little bigger, but I still don't want to take the side of 6. Frankly speaking, it's because he is more alert and I am a wolf. But this round, I will carefully consider the profit side of 6, and I also hope that player 6 will stop calling me a wolf. If you call me a wolf under the warning, either you call 3 or 4 double wolves, or you call 9 a hook. Anyway, I am definitely not a wolf. From my perspective, player number 9 has the biggest potential. Plate 4 is the profit, 3 is the gold and water, and plate 4 is the tough jump. 3 and 4 can't be made into 2 wolves. So, who else can be the wolf under the police if not 9? And player 9 is firmly on the side of player 6. Given that you speak better than player 4, do you think he is more likely to charge or hook? I think if he's a wolf, he'll charge forward and try to get the badge. This is one of the main reasons why I don't want to side with you. Let's see how you talk later. Who do you think it is? Player number 3 or player number 9? Or do you think it's me? Let's put it this way, your answer will determine my final side. After listening to the speech of player number 11, Ren Fan smelled a hint of conspiracy. This guy seems to be forcing player number 6 to express his position. Who is the wolf? If 6 is the wolf in the 9th round, he will most likely go far away, and 9 will definitely run to stand next to player 4. 6-3-4-3-4. By then, 6 will be like being roasted on the fire. If 11's trump card is really a wolf, this move is too insidious. Not only does he make his own status extremely high, but he also forces player number 6 to offend good people. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Player number 1 please speak. That's outrageous. Player number 11, you are so courageous. The last position wearing a hunter's clothes belongs to player number 10. What if player number 10 is a witch? If he is a witch, he can speak without fear. He doesn't need to show his identity. Anyway, no one can poison him at night. If you dare to expose him directly, aren't you afraid of destroying the good team? Fortunately, player number 10 is just a civilian, and there is a high probability that he is even a wolf. Besides, the hunter is quite smart and didn't vote for you just because you wore his clothes. Therefore, your operation was a near miss. Player number 1 really didn't expect that player 11 would dare to wear hunter clothes and return the ticket in the last position, even though player 10 is a wolf in the eyes of many people and cannot get a good guy card. But no matter what, objectively speaking, may 10th indeed be a god. The return ticket of 11 is a bit risky. If 10 is a witch in this round, the good guys will collapse immediately. Even if 10 is not a witch, the hunter was tricked out by 11, and the good guys are at a loss. Fortunately, neither of these situations happened. Although 11's behavior is somewhat aggressive and risky, I don't think he is likely to be a wolf. If 11 is a wolf, there is no need for him to take off his clothes. Even if a real hunter jumps out from the outside, he may not be able to beat 11. He only needs to push the hunters out during the day. Even if he is shot and taken away, the wolf team will still win. But 11 didn't do that. Instead, he quickly took off his clothes and recognized him as a civilian. His mentality and behavior were good, so I recognized him. Player 1's definition of 11's identity is in line with what most good people think. Even though 11's behavior yesterday was a bit crazy and inappropriate, it's hard to argue that he is a wolf. Quite the opposite. His behavior of voting for player number 10 and taking off his clothes to identify himself as a civilian shows that he is a good person. 111239111239. If board 3 is the wolf, board 4 must be the tough guy. If board 3 is the good guy, then player 9 must be the wolf. In other words, no matter how you play, 4 and 9 must not share the same side, and one of them must be the wolf. I'm still more inclined to side with player number 6. Plate number 9 is a good guy, and the warning is for the double wolf number 3 and no 4. 3, 4, 5, 10 are most likely 4 wolves. Although the last words of player number 10 before he left tried hard to prove that he was a good person, and he also told us not to think that he left as a wolf. I'm sorry, I can only think that he was a wolf, and I can't think that he left as a good person. If play 10 is a good guy, look for the 3 wolves on the police. In addition to players 4 and 5, you have to put play 2 inches. The remaining 7 and 8 are all good people I recognize. I can't say they are barbs, right? So, whether from the speech or from the wolf pit, 10 cannot be a good person. Player number 1 thought about it and chose to side with player number 6. 4681067107878. In addition, the speech of player number 6 is better than that of player number 4, so he feels that it is better to side with number 6. Actually, I was thinking, why don't the witch come out and lead a team? Tell us who Silverwater is. Don't be afraid of the nightmare scaring you. We have the Dreamcatcher anyway. Let the Dreamcatcher protect you at night, and the wolf team won't be able to do anything to you. You come out to lead the team and return a vote, and you will return between 4 and 6. Today, you can no longer return from outside positions. You must face the question of who is the prophet between 4 and 6. Player number 11, I think you are most likely a good person. Come back and don't be so hostile to player number 6. It's not your fault that he's on alert. 41291229. 3, 4 There is a high probability that they will not meet. The police will call you a wolf. You are indeed the most likely to be a bandit. This is just a logical speculation, which does not mean that he has determined that you are a wolf. Besides, no matter if he is a prophet or a good guy, there will always be times when he hits the wrong person. You can't just stop standing by him because he hit you wrongly. Player number 1 thinks that at this time, it is better for the witch to come out and lead the team, so that everyone has a backbone, and the Silverwater can also eliminate pitfalls. As for the problem of being afraid of being frightened by nightmares and not being able to poison, there is no need to worry so much. With the Dreamcatcher around, you can protect the witch for one night and it will be the same if you poison her the next night. No matter how powerful the nightmare is, it can only scare the witch for one day. Player number 2 please speak. Last night, it was player 12 who got stabbed. On the surface, it must have improved the profit level of player 6. However, I felt the same as player 11. We both didn't want to side with player 6. It's too much of a joke to have someone on the police point enter the wolf pit, as if they were frantically looking for a position to resist the push. I admit that SIX's speech was slightly better than 4's, but in terms of mentality, I think 6 didn't do well. But I will consider siding with player 6. After all, he recognized yesterday that I am most likely a good person. In fact, 4 has already talked about the most prophetic aspect of 5. He was able to say that 10 might be a failure when only 10 was standing by him on the police. This is not something a tough wolf can talk about. If 4 and 10 are 2 wolves, and 4 knows that his teammates are charging, it is impossible to say that 10 is a cushion. If 4 is a wolf, and 10 is a good person, why did he push away a good person who was standing on the wrong side? Only a prophet would say that someone who stands on his side is a scapegoat when he hears that person's speech is not good. Based on this, the profit level of 4 is very high. It can be heard that player No 2's attitude is changing, and this round he is already thinking of turning back to stand on player No SIX's side. At least his hostility towards 6 was much less, unlike yesterday when he stood up and hammered 6 as a wolf. I think player 11 is a good person. His behavior doesn't make him a wolf. If he is a wolf, there is no need for him to vote against player 10 in the last position. It would be better for him to just use the hunter number to vote for player 6. But 11 didn't do that. He just eliminated the person everyone thought was 10. And he took off his hunter's clothes when he got up today, for fear that the real hunter in the external position would misunderstand. This move was quite good. In this way, the wolf under the police is between 3 and 9. I very much agree with the logic of player number 1 just now. No matter how the game is played, 4 and 9 are definitely not on the same side. Played 3 is a good guy, and 9 must be a wolf. There are 4 people under the police, and there is not a single wolf. I don't believe it. 3 is a wolf, 4 is a tough guy, 9 voted for 6 for 2 consecutive rounds. He can't be a teammate of 4. If the police really opened 3 and 9 as wolves, 4 would have got the police badge in the first round, and there would be no PK speech. So, 4 and 9 are opposites. If 4 is the prophet, 9 is the charging wolf of player 6, 4 is the tough guy, and 9 is the good guy on the opposite side. Player 2 agrees with the definition of the relationship between 1 and 4 and 9. The two of them are opposites logically and behaviorally. If player number 9 can take a picture to reveal his identity, such as a hunter or a witch, then there is a 4% chance that player no is just a fake. But if 9 can't reveal his identity, we can only judge by his words. After a pause, player 2 said, the first two players, 1 and 11, should be good people. 12 is down again. I am a good person. In this case, 1, 2, 11, and 12 are all good people. If plate 4 is the prophet, and plate 3 is gold and water, then it means 6 consecutive good people. Although positional science is not logic, it is probability. It cannot be said that there are no 6 consecutive good people, but the possibility of their occurrence is too low. 6451011. Don't say that I'm a loser and fall on both sides. Yesterday I didn't stand by him because he accused me of being a wolf. He already accused me of being a wolf, so how could I stand by him? But he didn't point me into the wolf pit, and he accepted me. I am definitely inclined to stand on his side. There is nothing contradictory about this. Don't let anyone say that I am wavering and that I might be a yin-yang wolf or something like that. There is another point. I don't know if you noticed it. Player 10 kept attacking player 7 yesterday, saying that player 7 was a hook. I always felt that 10 against player 7 was a bit too deliberate. So, I'm wondering if 7 and 10 could be two wolves. 10 talks like a wolf and madly beats up player 7, trying to give him an identity. Especially since 10 kept talking to 6 and asked him to check 7 at night. Isn't this just a false sympathy? He knew clearly that there was a nightmare and that player 6 couldn't check 7, but he still said he would check 7. It was more or less like trying to cover up one's own faults. The identity of player number 7 is questionable. Although there is nothing wrong with his speech, because of No 10's strange attitude towards him, I think good people should be more careful with No 7. After listening to player No 2's speech, Ren Fan rolled his eyes. 10 deliberately talk about it to give him an identity. Isn't this a bit of a mess? Speaking of establishing an identity, he still suspected that 10 was establishing an identity for 11. 1011121111. What would happen if this 11 was a wolf? End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Details of speech determine success or failure. Player number 3 please speak. As soon as player number 12 folds his cards, player number 11 can be recognized again. In this way, I understand how to stay on the side. Player number 3 had been in a rather confused stage before. In terms of speech, player number 6 was better than player number 4, but player number 4 threw gold water at him, causing him to not know which side to stand on. But today, his perspective is clear. 11 and 12 are both good guys. His trump card is not the wolf. Who is the wolf under the police? It can only be player 9. It stands to reason that the prophet cannot be identified by the side of the person in the external position, but 9 has always stood on the side of 6 and incited 6 to vote, and it is obviously inappropriate to hit him. If there are no accidents, 9 must be the charging wolf. Under the police, 6 was given 2 rounds of votes, including 1 and 2 in the front positions. 4 and 9 are opposites. Among them, they need to use wolf, and they can only use it. A wolf. Now 9 is a wolf in his eyes, so 4 cannot be a wolf, but can only be a prophet. I stand on the side of player 4. In my eyes, 9 is the wolf. The wolf card under the police is 9, because player 12 has been attacked, and player 11 can't afford the wolf card. I can't play as the wolf, right? I can't play as 4 wolves and police, right? In this case, player 9 will have to fall into a wolf pit, and he won't be able to climb out. Looking for 3 wolves on the police, player 5 can accept it. He can vote for 4, which means 5 and 6 can't be a pair of wolves. What's more, 5 was beaten so hard by 6 yesterday. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem to be teammates. I recognized player 1 yesterday. If he was a wolf, it would be impossible for him to enter the wolf pit at 4 o'clock and then talk to the good guy and say that he could stand with player 6, but he should not be stubborn, so as not to stand on the wrong side. His behavior and mentality are good. Player number 10 is most likely the wolf. Looking at the pattern of votes in yesterday's exile vote, player 6 did not vote for player 10, but for player no 4. If I remember correctly, he kept saying that 10 was the wolf during the PK speech, but when it came to the voting, 10 was not mentioned. Isn't it obvious that 6 and 10 are both wolves? 10 was trying to block 4th player, but his level was not good enough, so we heard it. This time, player 3 clearly stated his attitude and position. He wanted to stand on the side of player 4. Player 6 is the tough guy. Then, he recognized players 1 and 5, and was certain that player 10 was the wolf. At the same time, I would like to remind the good people that in yesterday's exile vote, 6 did not vote for 10, but for 4. However, the first person to attack 10 as a wolf was none other than player number 6. Words and actions are inconsistent. The meaning of player number 3 is very obvious. 7 and 10 are the 2 wolves, and the task of 10 is to fly on the pad. In this way, it can be explained why Jingsheng 10 found inexplicable reasons to side with player number 4. He just deliberately made a poor conversation and acted as a prophet with a low number 4. It can also explain why after being pushed away by player 10, player 4 turned around and ran to stand next to player 6, because he could not continue to push and could only charge. 6 and 10 are both wolves. The third wolf on the police is between 7 and 8. Player 8 has recognized 7. Logically, his status is lower than 7, so he should click 8 to enter the wolf pit first, and 7's turn will be after him. But I think what player 11 said makes sense. Player 10 was hammering player 7 yesterday. It is possible that he was trying to give 7 an identity. So, between 7 and 8, I am more inclined to think that 7 is a wolf, a charging wolf who speaks very well. Player 5 on the police said that we 3 and 4 don't meet. Even if 4 is not a prophet, I have to be a good person. 6 and 7 stood up and refuted 5's logic, saying it was not rigorous. This board has nightmares, and the probability of wolf gold is very high. Before, I just thought they were thinking too much. Now I understand that they are thinking too much, but they are not thinking about good people. Instead, they are thinking about how to play 3 or 4 double wolves and make me a push-resistant position. After player number 3 recognized the prophet, he immediately connected all the previous events together, and through his own processing and imagination, he came up with 6 or 7 pairs of wolves. At first glance, it sounds quite reasonable, but in fact, depending on how you think about some things, whether it is good or bad, it can make sense. For example, Ren Fan said that 3 and May 4th not be 2 wolves. His original intention was not to let go of player number 3 easily. After all, this was a board with nightmares. He had to prevent the wolves from playing the wolf and wolf gold hook routine. This was a good mentality and there was no problem with the amount of thinking. But once you think about the bad side, you will become like player number 3, saying that he is laying the groundwork for the 3rd and 4th double wolves. Both logics make sense, it just depends on which side you sit on. Player 1, your speech on the police station was not very good. I did not recognize you, but as soon as you finished talking, I knew you were a good person. Come back, player 4 is the prophet. Although 4 is not as good as 6 in speaking, this is a fact and we should have the courage to admit it, but logically, 4 is a wolf. If disc 4 is a wolf, then disc 10 must be a good person. Then who are the 3 wolves on the police? Excluding yourself, does it mean that no matter who you stand on, the wolf will be found among 7 and 8? And 7 and 8 are all belonging to player number 6 on the side. Do they look like they are doing barbs? It's obviously not the case. It can be said that the wolf among 7 and 8 must be charging. So, player 6 is a tough guy, and player 4 is the prophet. If we let them knock player 4 out today, our great advantage will be gone. Believe me, the good guys are all on the side of player number 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 4 wolves among the 5, and today there will be player no 6. I don't know if player number 4 checked last night. If not, I will check player number 7 tonight to see if he is a good person who is on the wrong side or a charging wolf. Let's talk to player number 2 at the end. Don't worry about the position at this time. I admit that what you said makes sense. From a probability perspective, the possibility of the 7 consecutive good guys is indeed very small, but this is the distribution of the wolf pit in this game. Positional science must be subject to logic. When the two conflict, logic must prevail. I hope you understand. Anyway, I will definitely play player number 6 today. That's it. Pass. Player number 4 please speak. It's not easy. My gold water has finally distinguished the prophet. No matter whether I will be eliminated by the wolf today, as long as you don't rebel against the diamond wolf team, I will be very happy. It's a pity that I was frightened by a nightmare last night and couldn't check anyone. If I could check anyone for a day, this game would be easier to win. Actually, after listening to the speeches of 1, 2, and 11, I feel that the situation on the field is not optimistic. Player number 1 still tends to side with 6, and even players number 11 and 2 who originally sided with me have begun to waver. If the 2 of them are really fooled by 6, there is a high probability that I will be kicked out today. To be honest, I'm not afraid of being pushed. What I'm afraid of is that good people will always be on the wrong side. If my elimination can bring good people to the opposite side, then I'll be very happy. Anyway, one of the wolves has died, and there are still 3 wolves on the field. At night, one is poisoned by the witch, and one is captured by the dream catcher. Our rounds are enough, but I'm afraid these 2 gods can't do it. Player number 4 looked very happy. It was a gratifying thing for the prophet that Jinshui could stand on the right side. Especially in this situation, most good people tend to stand on the side of player number 6. 3 resolutely recognizes him as the prophet, and the ticket comes out as 6, which gives him confidence again. However, he and player number 3 alone will definitely not be able to compete with the entire Wolves team. More good people are needed to stand on the opposite side and see the situation on the court clearly. Last night, player number 12 turned over the cards, and the situation under the police became completely clear. I was a little suspicious that 6 and 12 were double wolves, but player number 6 did the opposite, and wanted to throw gold water to his teammates from a long distance as an identity. But now it seems that I thought too much. 12 is a good person, and 11 voted for me in 2 consecutive rounds, and he was able to vote 10 in the last position yesterday. This is no longer worth it in my eyes. Wolf card. In this case, the wolf under the police is the same as what I had arranged before, which is 9 is correct. 6, 9, and 10 should be the 3 wolves. There is 1 wolf left. I think it may be player no 7. I had a conversation with 7 yesterday. If he turns around and sides with me, I will recognize him. After all, his behavior as a police officer is not like a wolf. But if he continues to side with 6, I can only click him in. The wolf is trapped. In addition, player number 10 has been crazy about 7 being a wolf, which is a bit like a wolf stepping on a wolf as an identity, so I think 7 is the third wolf on the police. Player number 4 finally pointed the finger at Ren Fan, which was completely expected by him. It was already obvious in 4's conversation with him yesterday. 2 roads lay before us. If Ren Fan recognized 4 as a prophet, he wouldn't have been pointed into the wolf pit. But if Ren Fan doesn't recognize 4 as a prophet and insists on standing aside 6, unless he reveals his identity, he will definitely be beaten by 6 or 7 wolves. Player number 4 had already laid the groundwork yesterday, so it was natural for him to handle the double wolves 6 and 7 with ease today. Player number 8, although you joined the wolf team to commit gangster crimes and thought 7 was a good person, I think there is a high probability that you are not a wolf. If you are a wolf, 7 must be a good person, and Pan 7 is a good person. You should not directly recognize him on the police station and compress your own living space. If I were you, I would definitely stand at side 6 and secretly lead the rhythm plate 7, which may be a barb. This is more in line with the wolves' benefits. But you didn't do that, so from a behavioral point of view, you are more like a good person who is on the wrong side, while 7 is a charged wolf who fights incitement. I hope you can turn back, but if you can't, it's good if you give up your vote, but if you follow the wolf and betray me, you will go completely far away. Now player number 3 and player number 5 are on the right side. I believe player number 11 can make the right judgment. The fact that he can get the right vote for 2 consecutive rounds shows that his ability to take sides is still very strong. 3, 5, 11, plus my vote, that's 4 votes, player 1. I know you're leaning towards 6, but I sincerely hope you can turn back or abstain from voting. Player 2, starting from the police, 6 points out that you are a wolf, and I am talking about your identity preference. Between me and him, who is the prophet? You should weigh it carefully. Don't think that just because he recognizes you as a good person, you think he is a prophet. Have you forgotten how the police beat you? And why do you think 6 changed his story and recognized you? Isn't it because he doesn't have enough votes? It's your vote. Today, if you can stand on the right side, then join me in voting for player number 6. If you can't, then just abstain from voting, and you won't be guilty of any crime. The witch poisoned 9 tonight. I'll go check 7. The dream catcher will protect me. That's it. I passed. Player number 5, please speak. It's a pity that I can't test you. Although I expected that Nightmare would be afraid of you, I still had some hope. In the end, they really didn't give you any chance. But it doesn't matter. For me, the wolf pit is quite clear. The wolf under the police is player 9. Before, I had to ask whether 9 was a good guy standing on the wrong side, and 11 was a barb, but yesterday 11 was able to jump to the hunter in the last position and return the ticket to player number 10. Today I woke up and took off my clothes, so I couldn't play him. It's a wolf. As player number 1 said, if 11 is a wolf, there is no need to take off his clothes and force the hunter out. He is a wolf anyway, and 10 who is pushed out must be a good guy. It means there are 4 wolves on the field. 11 is afraid what a hunter. But the way he stood up and took off his clothes, and the emotion of being very happy that he was the first to speak, I don't think a wolf can pretend. So, in my opinion, player number 11 must be a good guy. Last night, player number 12 died alone. If there were no accidents, he must have been killed. Then 12 is a good guy, and 3 is Jin Shui. The wolf nail under the police dead is 9. Player number 5 had already given up his side, and from the moment he voted for number 4, he never thought about turning back. The only reason that made him so determined to side with player number 4 was that 4 was on the police board and player number 10 was on the wrong side. 1064410104. I think the wolves on the police are 6, 7, and 10. As for player number 8, there is a high probability that he is a good person who is on the wrong side, but it seems that it is impossible to get him to turn around. Because it can be heard from 8's speech that he was too deeply poisoned and subconsciously wanted to recognize 6 as a prophet and thought that 7 was a good person. In this case, asking him to come back and stand by 4 is tantamount to a fantasy. 81212686. Vice versa, if 1 and 2 are on the wrong side, even if 8 turns around, there is still no way to push back 6. Therefore, whether you can win this round depends on your players number 1 and no 2. Listening to the speech of player number 5, Ren Fan was even more sure that number 11 was a wolf. Because it can be heard from 5's speech that in his subconscious, it is uncertain who 1 and 2 will vote for, but 11 seems to definitely vote for player number 6, which is a problem. If 11's bottom card is a good guy, how can 5 have the awareness that 11 will definitely vote for 6? You know, in this round, player number 11 said he wanted to turn around and stand with player 6. 512111. This is definitely not normal. Ren Fan thought that there was only one possibility for player number 5 to have such an idea, that 5 and 11 were both wolves, and 5 knew that his wolf teammates would definitely rush for votes in this round, and what they said about standing by were all lies, so he ignored player number 11. This is 5 accidentally selling perspective. Actually, I've been thinking about how to make you believe that 4 is a prophet. After thinking for a long time, I came up with an idea. Player number 6 calls me a wolf and calls us 4 or 5 wolves, right? And in his eyes, number 10 is also a wolf. In other words, we 4, 5, and 10 are 3 wolves. In this case, if 4 jumps hard, how about going directly behind the police to fight the prophet? Before, the number 6 player could still play 4 to the police's 3 to win votes. This is also in line with the wolves' profits, but now they have started to play 3 and 4 double wolves. That is to say, throwing gold water for 4 to 3 is not canvassing for votes, so what is the benefit of throwing gold water for 4 to 3? I think they can only say that 4 threw gold water to 3 for the purpose of gaining an identity, so that player 3 could go for the hook. But compared to giving 3 an identity, the benefit of 4 fighting the profit seems to be greater and more logical. There weren't many people left behind the police. Apart from me and player number 10, there were only players 1, 6, 7, and 8 left. There was a 1 in 4 chance of fighting the prophet. If player number 4 was a wolf, he would definitely not give gold water as an identity to the wolf teammates under the police. 43467734. Player number 5 racked his brains and came up with the idea of using the behavior of policeman 4 to not throw a killing blow behind the policeman to prove that 4 was a prophet. Not to mention, this logic is quite misleading, and good people can easily be misled by it. In fact, there are many reasons why player number 4 does not throw the check behind the police. Maybe they have a good plan at night, maybe 4 is afraid of being kicked on the iron plate, maybe 4 is afraid of selling his perspective. In short, we cannot say that just because 4 does not throw the check to the police, he is a prophet. This logic is untenable. Anyway, I have talked to player number 4 about everything that needs to be talked about. I hope that all the good guys can stand on the right side. I will send player number 6 out today. If player number 4 is unfortunately eliminated by the wolf, I will trouble the witch to poison player number 6 tonight. In this way, the good guys will never fall behind in their turns. It's like 4 people exchanging 6 or 10 wolves. But if the witch doesn't poison 6 at night, the situation will be bad. At this point, it's over. How you vote, how you prescribe drugs, it all depends on your own choice. That's it, I've passed. Player number 6 please speak. First of all, I didn't check anyone because I was frightened by the nightmare last night. This should be within your expectations. Secondly, player number 7 and I are definitely not teammates of the wolf. I can understand if you are playing with 6 or 8 pairs of wolves, but if you are playing with 6 or 7 pairs of wolves, it is really outrageous. What did player 7 talk to the police about? In the first half, he said he was on my side, but in the second half, he was basically talking to player 4, saying that if he spoke well under the 4th policeman, he might come back, and that those who spoke well might not be prophets, not to mention that player 4 started from a high position. These comments all show that he has a very high tolerance for player 4. Imagine if 7 is my wolf teammate, and he wants to stand by me, obviously he wants to charge. A charging wolf will tell the good guys not to recognize me as a prophet just because I speak well? And he has such a high tolerance for 4. Can this be something a charge wolf would come up with? Only a blind good person who is not sure if he is on the right side would talk like this. Player number 4 has a pair of wolves of 6 and 7. He obviously wants to use 7 to join the wolf trap. I must talk about this clearly to prevent any good people from falling into the logical trap of 4. Player number 6 did not check anyone last night, which is normal. After all, there was a nightmare, so it would be strange to check anyone. But what he said next was interesting. I can't accept other people's 6 or 7 wolves, but I can accept 6 or 8 wolves. The reason is that Ren Fan's statement from the police officer means that it is absolutely impossible to become a wolf teammate with him. If Ren Fan is a wolf, since he has decided to stand on his side, he will charge forward and definitely set the pace and incite people. Why would he suppress his prophet? Why would he tell the good guys to be tolerant of player number 4? Ren Fan's behavior is not consistent with the relationship between the 6 and 7 wolves, so Ren Fan must be a good person and cannot control the 6 and 7 wolves. This logic is quite convincing. Since a wolf has decided to charge, it is impossible to say that he has tolerance for 4. He must be trying to find loopholes in 4's speech, or twisting the speech, misinterpreting 4's meaning to lead the rhythm. This is in line with the situation of 6 and 7 pairs of wolves. Ren Fan is just the opposite, so he can't play 6 or 7 double wolves. Player number 8, I won't hide anything now. Yesterday I heard you mention your identity in your speech. It's either a witch or a hunter. Why don't you just reveal it today? Once you reveal your identity, they won't be able to tell that you are a wolf, and player 7 and I can't be teammates with the wolf. This way, the good guy's perspective becomes clear all of a sudden. Of course, don't think that I'm trying to tell you your identity or force you to reveal your identity. I'm just too lazy to reason with them, so I'm just suppressing them with my trump card. They are trying to trick good people into questioning my identity by using 6 and 7 as twin wolves. I have already figured out the logic why 6 and 7 cannot be twin wolves. If you take another photo of your identity, they won't be able to figure out 6 and 8 as twin wolves. Then it will be clear who is the prophet and who is the fake wolf. Today, we must push player number 4 out of the game no matter what, otherwise the good guys will be in real danger. Because I can't guarantee that player 10 is definitely a wolf. Even if there is only a 1% chance that he is a good person, I still have to prepare for the worst. I don't know if you understand. Whether you understand it or not, as long as player 8 can reveal his identity, it will be easy to choose a side. This is ironclad logic. I don't want to think about the rest anymore. Because no matter how you put it, no matter how reasonable it is, you will question it. After all, logic has both positive and negative sides. Some people like to think the worst, but identity is unique. Player 6 is really smart and can find ways to prove himself as a prophet in difficult situations. He first used logic to eliminate the 6 and 7 pairs of wolves. This is tenable. Regarding the question of whether Ren Fan is a good person or a wolf, most people prefer the former. Player 4 will definitely not agree with the double wolves 6 and 7 in the 1th game. Player 2 doesn't know, but if he has a little logic, he can also know that 6 and 7 cannot share the same edge. After ruling out the 6th and 7th pairs of wolves, and then ruling out the 6th and 8th pairs of wolves, there is no wolf teammate of player number 6 on the field. So what else could he be if not a prophet? And so, next, it depends on whether player number 6 is accurate in judging the identity of number 8. If 8 is indeed a hunter or a witch, player 4 will definitely be eliminated today, but if 8 is not a hunter or a witch, it depends on what choice the good guy makes. That's all I've been talking about this round. One is that player number 7 and I can't be 2 wolves, and the other is to tell you that player number 8 has revealed his identity. Everyone put their votes on no 4. If I am wrong about 8's identity and he is not a god, then just watch and vote. In this situation, those who can stand on the right side will stand on the right side no matter what. As for those who don't stand on the right side, no matter how much I say, it will be useless. Finally, click on the wolf pit. 3, 4, 5, and 10 are most likely 4 wolves. The wolf under the police can only be player 3. If 9 cannot be counted, it is a hook. That's it. Pass. Player number 7 please speak. I am still siding with player number 6. Not to mention that SIX's speech is better than that of 4. The wolf pit pointed out is similar to my perspective. Just because 4 directly beats the 2 wolves of 6 and 7, I can't side with him. We can't compare with number 10. Number 10 is magnanimous, but he called him a wolf and I voted for him. I am a fragile person and cannot be beaten. If anyone beats me, I will beat him back. So in my eyes, number 4 is a tough guy. If his trump card is the prophet, there is no way he would point me into the wolf's pit. Although I tend to side with player 6 on the police, I didn't attack player 4. Instead, I told him that if he was a prophet, he didn't need to worry. As long as he spoke well, I would be able to hear it, and I would turn around when the time came. And I have enough tolerance for him. After all, he started from a high position. I also said that player 6's good speech does not mean he is a prophet. It mainly depends on how the two of them talk under the police. But player number 4 is just trying to get the 6th or 7th pair of wolves. He even told me that if I turned around and stood by him, I wouldn't have to show my identity the next day. Otherwise, I would have to show my identity the next day, and if I couldn't show it, I would be out. Once this statement came out, I knew that player 4 didn't want my vote. If he wanted my vote, if he was a prophet, he wouldn't talk to me like this. Because such a tone and attitude will obviously offend people. Player 4 must have known that he just wanted to force me to stand on the side 6, and then play the double wolf 6 and 7. Ren Fan stood up and knocked player number 4 to the ground. Anyone could tell from his conversation with player 4 that it was in favor of player 4, otherwise, no one would have identified him based on this. But player number 4 seemed to not understand what he was saying. When he saw that he was standing on side 6, he played 2 wolves at 6 and 7. He didn't even want to use words or logic to pull him back. He even threatened him directly that if he didn't turn around, he would be beaten to death if he couldn't reveal his identity. If anyone hears this, anyone with a bit of temper will no longer stand on the side of player number 4. The wolf pit I ordered may be different from yours. If there are only 3 wolves on the field, I think they are 4, 5, and 11. If there are 4 wolves, they are 3, 4, 5, and 11. They are outside positions. They should all be good people. Player number 3 in the plate went into the wolf pit, and player number 5 in the plate went into the wolf pit. You can all understand this. Someone has already discussed these logical prepositions. But you guys definitely don't understand why player number 11 of my game went into the wolf pit, right? 11's identity is relatively good, especially the behavior of getting up and taking off clothes today. It doesn't look like a wolf at all. Yes, at first I thought the same as you guys, and I directly recognized player 11, but then I realized something was wrong, especially when player 5 was speaking. He sold the perspective, and sold out player 11 as his teammate who was harming him. Ren Fan's words completely whetted the good man's appetite. 5 Are you selling your perspective? And he sold 11 to be his wolf teammate? How do you say that? Not only the good people in the outside position, but also the number 5 player himself pricked up his ears, fearing that he would miss something important. Ren Fan said calmly, standing on the side of player number 4, 5 will eventually fall into the wolf's pit. Is there anything wrong with this? 5 is the wolf. I don't know if you have noticed a small detail in his speech this time. 51261224. He didn't talk about player 11. From his perspective, player 11 seemed to have disappeared. Is this normal? 11121112. There is only one possibility. 5 will ignore the existence of 11, and that is that he knows that 11 will definitely produce player number 6 this round. 11651211. Because 1 and 2 are the good guys, and player 11 is the wolf. This is the perspective that 5 sold in his speech. Ren Fan's words were deafening. The more good people think about it, the more it makes sense. 5's speech in this round did ignore player 11, which should not happen. Normally, player 5 should have a crazy conversation with player 11, persuading him to turn back and not to join the wolf team. It is impossible for player 1 to go out with player 2 only after talking to players 4 and 6. But then again, 11 doesn't act like a wolf. Whether it was player number 10 who returned the vote yesterday or the action of taking off the hunter's clothes when he got up today, it made people feel that he couldn't win the wolf card. If 11 is a wolf, there is really no need to take off your clothes, because it is in the interests of the wolf team to find the hunter. In that case, why did he take off his clothes? If this point is not explained clearly, most good people still think that 5 and 11 double wolves are unlikely to be established. The so-called 5 selling perspective is most likely because Ren Fan is overthinking. I know that you may think that 5 is abnormal for not talking about player 11, but you don't think that 11 is a wolf. After all, his behavior is good. In fact, this is the brilliance of 11. He returned the vote to player number 10 because he wanted to guarantee a round of 4, and he took off his clothes to better identify himself. Yesterday he jumped hunter resistance push 10 in the last position. If he doesn't take off his clothes today, he will definitely be beaten by a real hunter later. In this case, he won't be able to establish his identity. Even if he removes hunter resistance push, he can only gain points. A small bargain will not achieve the ultimate goal. So, player number 11 must take off his clothes and make number 10 a ding-lang. Only in this way, the good guys will completely recognize him. I even wonder if player number 11 is using the lives of his wolf teammates to give himself an identity, or that the two of them are using each other's identities. 10 and 11 are two wolves. Player number 11 has the last position and votes for number 10. In the eyes of good people, they must not be teammates. In this way, number 10 and number 11 are opposites. If 11 successfully pushes 10 out of the game, 11 will take the lead the next day and kill 10 as a wolf to improve his status. If 11 fails to push 10 out of the game, the next day, 10 can play a magic card to give 11 an identity, or 11 will not take off his clothes, and will turn himself into a wolf to enhance the identity of player 10. This is their routine. They use their lives as their identity. It's not just a matter of speaking and fighting each other. It's extremely confusing. You can question my logic, you can suspect that my judgment may be wrong. It doesn't matter. Let 11 stay on the court and talk. Anyway, today or even tomorrow is not his turn. If that doesn't work, let me have a PK with player number 11. Either he dies or I die. Ren Fan is very smart and unknowingly hides his identity. Obviously he photographed player number 11 last night. He only needs to continue photographing player number 11 at night to kill him. But Ren Fan did not disclose this information. Instead, he made the wolf feel that he had no identity and would not pose a threat to 11 at night. In this way, the wolf knife will not fall on him, and he can live one more day. Today I will definitely vote for player 4. I hope the good people will listen to me, especially players 1 and 2, don't be fooled by the wolf's words. Oh, by the way, player number 6 said to wait for 8 to take a picture of his identity, then let's see if 8 can take a picture and reveal his identity. That's it, I passed. Player number 8 please speak. Okay, since player 6 wants me to take a photo of his identity, then I'll take it. The trump card is the witch, and player 7 is silver water. This is one of the important reasons why I recognized him. Actually, if you listen carefully to the speech, you can tell that player number 4 did not dare to enter the wolf pit with 7 at first, because he knew that 7 is the edge of the knife and 7 is the wolf, which will definitely arouse the resentment of the witch. But it's not okay not to fight 7. From his point of view, 7 can't let it go. This led to the fact that although he hit 7 yesterday, he didn't hit it hard and left a leeway. He said that if 7 turned around, he would be a good person. In the end, 7 still didn't look back. He insisted on standing aside player number 6. Then 4 had no choice. Today he can only play against the two wolves of 6 and 7. 10 has already used his logic to tell you that 6 and 6 cannot be two wolves. Now I will reveal my identity and tell you that 7 and 6 are not two wolves. Player number 4 is in the wolf pit, and they are all good people. In this case, what about the wolf teammates of number 6? Are they all going to fight Barb? It's unlikely. Player number 8 did not disappoint 10. He really had an identity, and he was a powerful witch. Now, the good guy's perspective is clear. Although 8 is a witch, it does not mean that 6 is a prophet, but there is a high probability that it will not be wrong again. When 6 was much better than 4, his wolves teammates all ran to hit the barb, which was obviously illogical. Therefore, it can be said that 8 is not a wolf, but 6 must be a prophet. Ren Fan didn't expect that he was still Yinshui, so the logic he had just discussed was even more convincing. Player number 7, although you are my silver water, and I recognize you as a good person, I think it is a bit outrageous that you are a wolf on plate 11. Is he so scheming? Can he play the kind of high-end operations you mentioned? I think it's unlikely. Maybe you think too much. How about this, player 6, you go check player 11 tonight, and I'll poison player 5 tonight. If player 11 turns out to be a wolf, then we are most likely wrong about player 10. If 11 is a good person, 10 must be a wolf, and if the policeman activates the wolf, he will be player no 3. Dream photographers should not fight with wolves at night, and do not shoot randomly. Just keep player number 6. He does not have a police badge, but he can test people tonight, so we must ensure that he survives until the next day to test people. Report the information. The wolf pits I chose are 3, 4, 5, and 10. Player 4 must be eliminated first today. The good guys should all be on the right side now, right? If I jump out as a witch and you still can't tell who is the prophet and who is the wolf, then it really is, you can figure it out yourself. Player number 9 please speak. Player number 8 dances as a witch. Doesn't the perspective become completely clear now? Player number 7 is Yin Shui. If you can't play with him, you're just trying to kill yourself, right? And 7 and 8 can't be two wolves at all. The logic of number 6 is very clear. In this case, who can be a wolf teammate with 6? The most you can say is that I am SIXS charge wolf. Who are the remaining two wolves? Is it the player you recognized as number 1, or the player no 2? 262411616. But the problem is that one's speech cannot make him a wolf. If he were a wolf, he wouldn't still think about whether 4 might be a prophet when 4 has already pointed him into the wolf pit. 114611. 5446. As a result, everyone in the audience can't match the number 6 of wolf pit. What is he if he's not a prophet? Player number 9 is very happy. After the 8th witch jumps, he can continue to stand by player number 6 with confidence. Although he felt that 6 should be a prophet, he still felt a little guilty in his heart and couldn't help but wonder if he was on the wrong side. But not anymore. The moment 8 photographed the witch, he was convinced that 6 was the prophet and he was not on the wrong side. The wolf pit I ordered is 3, 4, 5, and 10. The fault tolerance is for player 11. In fact, I think 7 sets makes sense. 11 cannot be completely dropped. He has a gangster face. First of all, 11 gave votes to player number 4 for 2 consecutive rounds under the police. His behavior was very bad, and the only reason he gave votes to player 4 was because he entered the wolf pit at 6 o'clock. But the police officer 6 just said that he was a bigger gangster than me, but he was not necessarily a wolf. 11 gave 4 2 rounds of votes just because of this. This is not a good person's mentality. Moreover, his behavior is inconsistent. If he is the kind of person who would never side with the other party if he was led into a wolf's pit by others, he would not turn back today. But this time, round 11 said that he might turn back. This is obviously wrong. Secondly, if player number 10 is a wolf, there is a high probability that 11 can be put down, but what if 10 is not a wolf? Then player number 7 may be right. 11 jumps to the hunter in the last position to return 10, just to protect 4. Why does he want to keep 4? Because 4 is his wolves teammate. The last thing is what player number 7 said. There was something wrong with 5's speech. He wanted to canvass votes and only talked to 1 and 2, but ignored player number 11 who already had a tendency to stand on the wrong side. This is abnormal. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary, so we cannot rule out the possibility that 5 and 11 are duo wolves. Player 5 subconsciously thought that 11 would definitely rush to vote, so he did not talk to 11. To be honest, most people don't really notice this problem. If it wasn't for player 7 bringing it up, I wouldn't have realized it. I can only say that player 7 listened too carefully to the comments. Maybe he was overthinking his suspicion of player 11. But if player 11 was really a wolf in this game, then player 7 was amazing. 9 thinks that 11 might be the wolf, but there is a prerequisite. 10 must be a good guy and be eliminated. If 10 is a wolf, player 11 can release it. As for the 2 or 3 wolves in Ren Fan, each using his life to identify the other, this is too complicated and profound. The wolves could not come up with such an outrageous routine in such a short time, and what happened during the day was unknown, so how could the wolves have predicted it? Player number 4, please stop being so confused. The witch and silver water both support player number 6. There is nothing wrong with his logic. If he is not a prophet, then what is he? At night, the witch will poison player 5. The dream catcher will see the situation. If you think you may have been bitten by the wolf, don't play defense, otherwise the wolf will kill 2 gods with 1 knife. But if you feel that you are hiding well and the wolf's knife can't reach you, then protect player number 6 and ask him to report for another day to verify the person. Okay, that's all I want to say for this round. Stand by player 6 and play 4. That's it. Pass. In the opinion of player number 9, the wolf's only chance of a comeback now lies with the dream catcher. Suppose the wolf has found the dream catcher, but the dream catcher is unaware of it, and goes to shoot player number 6 at night. Then the wolf will strike with 1 knife, causing both the dream catcher and the prophet to fall down at the same time. The witch also jumped out, and then the werewolf would have a chance of turning the tables as long as he could find the hunter. But if the dream catchers don't play defense and only play offense, it may be difficult for the wolves to win. End of this chapter.